Oh.
Hey now! Oh, what happened? Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, wait. Everyone forget that this happens. Just purge out of your minds. All right. Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast, Adam Friended.
What's up? This election season's getting crazy, Sitch. I love it. I'm glued to the TV
Oh
all the time.
my God. It's so funny. Coming into this election, we were kind of like, okay, it's going to be exciting because obviously there's so much energy behind Trump. So much energy. Well, not really. There's no energy behind Biden. There is so much energy behind Trump. There's so much energy behind not Trump. And we're like, oh, it's going to be kind of exciting, but also kind of boring at the same time. And then, bam, the debate happens. Oh my God, Biden's corpse. He's dead. He drops out. Boom, replacement. Kamala Harris, a new opponent enters, and suddenly everything goes crazy. The left is all like, oh my God, we have been saved by Kamala, Jesus descending down from the heavens. Oh. And then the right's like, no, Trump, come back. Trump gets shot at. Oh my God, everything's just getting crazy.
Yeah. I looked up today because I remembered the RNC acceptance speech that Trump gave and how he tried to make it as long as possible to show his stamina compared to Joe Biden. 3 days later, Biden drops out. So the stamina thing is totally irrelevant, right?
Yes.
And look, as soon as the debate happened, you and I both bet money that Biden was going to be gone, that Biden was going to drop out. So you could have gone through a list of potential people that could be the candidate. And I mean, Trump would have looked like the soothsayer if he came out and was like attacking Kamala Harris or saying, I don't know who they're going to put up or whatever. Like he would have looked great in the RNC speech.
That's really, well, it's interesting. It's a risk because on one hand, having Trump run where he's like, number one, yeah, you're correct. If he could predict the future, that he's going to be replaced, that's very persuasive. Right. Yeah. Very persuasive. Also, it's kind of that talking past the sale thing because you're basically like, I'm not even going to address Biden because he's out of the race. That killed him so hard at the debate that he's just gone. He's been eliminated from the debate. Right.
Yeah, that's a really great strong move.
But and that's just kind of good to get him out of people's minds. But I don't know if he'd want to do that because the whole point was that Trump didn't want Biden to drop out.
Right.
And so it's like a risk because on one hand, like if you knew that they're going to replace him no matter what, then yes, that's a good strategy. But if you thought that, like, if Trump thought, and it wouldn't be unreasonable to think this, that if he came out super hard in this fashion, that would just further push Biden off the ticket when he wanted to run against this dying old man.
That is a good point. But also, I mean, if he came out against Kamala Harris in the RNC acceptance speech, they would have been more weary to anoint Kamala Harris, right? Because they'd think, oh, we're just playing into what Trump said. We're turning Trump into this soothsayer by doing this.
Right.
It would have been an interesting bind for them. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow. So you'd have like the psychological reacting effect where they'd be like, well, now that Trump has said it, we can't do
exactly.
it. Oh, that's interesting. That's like,
so
there's your 10D chess move, right?
So you'd kind of reverse psychology them on dumping Biden and throwing Kamala Harris in, right? They'd be like, oh my God, he's already attacking Kamala Harris.
That is very funny. I don't know if that would have worked, but it's pretty funny. That's amazing.
Trump would be in a much better position right now if he had done that at the RNC. He'd be like, I knew this was going to happen, obviously. Yeah. Those are the kind of instincts you need in a president, right? Expecting the unexpected. But now it just looks like he's floundering. This is the thing. And I mean, it's hard for me at this point to imagine. I keep telling myself it's a close race. It's a close race. Anything could happen. And you even brought up that he might dump JD Vance and pick up RFK, which, I mean, that would completely throw this like up in the air again, right? That'd be pretty interesting. Yeah, exactly. So, but I can't imagine Trump at this point making it to the end of this. Like Kamala Harris seems to at least understand that things in the environment are changing and she is changing along with those things. But I honestly don't see that in Trump. I don't see him even really kind of acknowledging the facts that there's like a new player involved and new policies coming out and like all these different things that you would want to react to.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, this is part of Kamala's strength in the fact that she is kind of an empty vessel, is that she's able to just be a face and just absorb the policies that the people tell her, or her campaign people tell her are good for this election cycle.
Right.
And she's kind of either she has enough control of her ego that she can just go in whatever direction, or she just doesn't. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't have strong principles, or maybe it's just an age thing. Where Trump, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's an age thing. I don't know if it's just his personality type is too strong, if his ego is too strong, but he seems to not pivot very quickly anymore. It seems like he's kind of stuck in the same election cycle that he was in 2016 and 2020. It feels like he can't really shift his positions or his way of acting really at all.
Right. Yeah, he did this thing where he called in to Fox News after Kamala's speech. I don't know if you listened to that. I don't know if we're going to cover that either, but it's pretty hilarious.
He keeps hitting the phone with his face or something.
Well, they ask him, how are you going to respond to these different policy goals? And it seems like he's caught flat-footed. So I was going to also, I don't know if you want to play the beginning of this. It seems like Kamala has worked on her laugh. Like she's got in front of the mirror or has a coach. Because in the intro here, she is laughing, but really trying to strike that like joyful laugh and not that cackle. It's kind of fascinating.
She's definitely worked on, I'd have to hear it side by side. She's definitely worked on not laughing at her own bad jokes as much. Okay. I don't know if the actual auditory quality of the laugh has changed so much. But I just want to interrupt for 1 second. This is funny. J-Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says, LOL, you guys came on and I'm driving. And after Sitch said, hey, wow, my daughter said hi. I had to tell you guys can't hear her. That's not true. I do hear her. And I say, oh, and hi to your daughter, J-Mac. So there you go.
That's awesome. Of course we can hear her.
Of course. But only if you pay us. Anyway, what were you saying, Adam?
Well, do you want to listen to the beginning here? The laugh just seems
okay. Yeah,
this is the right
this
spot. This is her DNA. It's just like it's at the very beginning. It's just
this was interesting. There's like a 2 to 3 minutes, just like applause. It was kind of insane in the beginning of this.
Yeah, and she's laughing all the way through, but she's not doing that cackle where she like hits a.
Mm-hmm. Was that the little girl in that weird picture that they put out? She had the hair.
Not sure.
Did you know the picture I'm talking about? There's a picture that they put out and it was like the back of that girl in the pink's head with like the pigtails. I thought it was like fake or something. I don't know. It looked fake. And she's like looking up at Kamala and you see like the back of her head.
Oh no.
And Kamala's like on this like stage, like, looming over her. And I think it was like Hillary put it out, or I forget, someone put it out and they're like, oh, this is what the future will look like for women, blah, blah. And you look at it and it looks like horrifying. It looks like the speech that you'd get in like a 1984 movie with like, dear leaders speaking down to the child and like putting propaganda in its minds. It was really creepy and weird. I was like, why would you promote this?
You're seeing it completely differently. They're seeing it like representation. Look at this. The little girl can dream of being president now.
Yes, I know. But I'm just saying like it was interesting that this, like if you had that scene in a movie, that visual imagery in a movie,
right.
It's almost always
dystopic.
Like, yeah, exactly. It'd always be a bad thing. Let's see if I can find it. But you...
See, look, she's totally suppressing it. She's totally suppressing it.
She worked
She's
on
like,
it, yeah.
Look, I'm gonna do the presidential thing. She's like, look, okay, no laughing. They taught me. We talked about this for 3 weeks. No laughing. She tries, but then
Thank you.
she's like trying so hard.
Thank you.
She's like, I just want to cackle and point at my girlfriends.
See, they are smart though, that they're like doing this thing where now they're trying to, the Democrats are trying to recapture patriotism, because you know that so much of the, like, it's very interesting because there's this huge crowd of people, but they're all the delegates and stuff. So they've all been coached into how to act and what to say. You know, we saw this the first night of the DNC where they literally had signs that said, "We love you, Joe." And they were like shouting, "We love you, Joe," which is, I mean, no one naturally would ever say such a thing or have a sign or anything like that. So it's obviously all prepped. And so they're like, okay, we're going to get patriotism back, everyone. We want you all to shout USA, USA, USA. And I do think it's a good strategy, because something that you've talked about a long time ago is that they've actually done studies where when people see American flags, it makes them automatically slightly more conservative in terms of how they feel and vote.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if the Democrats are trying to like capture that back, that subconscious messaging.
Yeah, I saw some polling that the Republicans, I mean, they've got a lockdown on patriotism. Like only 30% of Democrats and like 36% of Democrats and around the same number for independents are proud to be Americans, are proud of America. I know it's like demoralizing, isn't it?
Well, so much of the hyper progressive left message right now is to hate America.
Of course.
And, I mean, I would be ecstatic if the Democrats could push away from that. I'm skeptical that they will, at least this election cycle. But I mean, maybe all the USA chants are step in the right direction.
Yeah, she said she's going to push for a middle class tax cut, which I was like, oh my God, they're taking tax cutting away from the Republicans.
Well, I mean, Democrats have always. That's always been. I don't think that's unique.
Yeah, but they don't. Like,
we're going to cut taxes for the middle. Yeah, they do. What do you mean?
They don't. A tax cut?
Yes.
A tax cut?
Yes. The Democrats always say we're going to cut the taxes of the middle class and raise the tax on the wealthy. That's been like their policy for like my entire life. So.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right.
Now she's doing this. Oh, look, she's trying again. All right. Enough of this.
Okay, listen, I know some people get very mad when I talk about this, but I don't like that outfit.
Okay.
I don't like, it's all black. It's like all black.
It's dark navy blue, but.
Is it? It looks kind of black on my monitor. And I don't like that little scarf because the color is wrong, but it looks like the scarves that the airline hostesses kind of wear.
Oh yeah, it's very yacht club. It needs to be white right there. She's perfect.
Well, no, I'm saying like the airline hostess, you know, like
I know exactly what you're saying.
They wear those little like scarf ascot things, and I don't know. I didn't think it looked very presidential in my opinion, but
she's going the pantsuit route.
Oh, I feel like you see, that's the power move. Okay. I don't think they'd ever do it. You have the woman come out in like the mini skirt, like the business looking mini skirt.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
show off them legs.
I know. That's what AOC was doing, right?
Oh, that's true. Oh, okay. So I sent you this tweet if you want to bring it up. This is the picture I was talking about. You can see it. It's kind of, I was like, why would they put this out and think this was a good idea? This is not, I mean, I guess it does show the two movies divide. The people look at this picture and they think it's inspirational. I look at this picture, I'm like, what is this?
You could only find it on Ben Shapiro's timeline.
Well, I remember him talking about it. So that's why, like, I saw it through him. So that's how I found it. But I think Hillary Clinton or someone on the left originally put the picture out as like a positive. Equishadox, thank you so much for the $20. Says, if there was an inkling that you were audience captured, I would cancel my membership and stop trusting what you say as honest truth seeking. I count on y'all to keep me accountable for my own biases. Connor has fallen. Well, thank you for the kind words.
Yeah. $20. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We do our best.
We try. So let's see. Look, doesn't this picture look like, I mean, you look at that picture, I don't know. This does not look like looks kind of dystopian to me.
What is how is that? How is that? Is that like Photoshop together? I don't know what's going on. What's that blue stuff?
It's the stage, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's weird. It looks kind of Photoshopped, but also looks like not Photoshopped. Because it's like, if you're right, if it was Photoshopped, they wouldn't have that just ugly blue stage wall like right in the front of it.
Right.
But doesn't that photo, like, I don't know, I look at that photo and it gives me bad vibes, right?
Right.
You got like, whenever you have the leader on the podium, kind of like in that upward position, you've got like the shadow behind her of like the flag, which is kind of like a cool effect, but just looks scary in this picture. It's like, we have a new order.
Dear leader.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so let's talk about the substance. So we're going to do, it's going to be kind of like a layback stream. We're going to be talking about a bunch of random things throughout the stream. Then we're going to probably look at a bunch of random clips, maybe some Michael Eric Dyson clips, maybe some Hassan clips, maybe some Jack Saint, whatever that guy's name is, clips, some Bill Maher clips. Just a lot of random stuff that's going on recently.
From the election, right?
From the election, yes, yes.
Do you have a favorite at the moment?
Favorite video?
Yeah, who do you think is going to win?
Oh. Well, I mean, obviously, the poll, everyone's pointing to Harris is on the upswing. Now she was trending up, but you have to be careful because obviously right after the convention, there's usually this bump that you get anyway.
Right.
So I mean, I would say more, I'd probably say Harris seems slightly slighted to win, in my opinion. I don't know if you saw this, it's kind of funny. Tim Pool, very famous for his Trump is going to win in a 49 state landslide.
Right. Yeah, I brought the tweet up.
Right. So he is trying to use his jinx energy, his unlucky jinx energy against Kamala by now stating that Kamala will win in a 49 state landslide victory, which I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah, I brought his tweet up, but the polls, I mean,
Well, yeah, so right now the polls are definitely against Trump. Now, there is something very big that happened that's very interesting when we were off, which was that RFK is dead. RFK Jr. has dropped out of the race officially and is endorsing Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this could be a substantial thing. And this is what's kind of fascinating because RFK was polling in like the 3 to 5% range, I believe, in most of the polls. And it seemed like this was pulling more away from Trump than Kamala. And that's pretty significant because the margins in these swing states could be 1 to 3% as they were in the previous election. So if Trump can pick up like this 1 to 3 to 5% in some of these swing areas, I mean, he could definitely win just from that alone.
Yeah. And if he does that, drop JD Vance and brings him onto the ticket, that's going to be...
Well, it's interesting. So RFK spoke at a Trump rally, and it seems like Trump had offered, the rumor is that Trump had offered RFK to be the head of Health and Human Services, and that he'll be in the administration if Trump wins, which is a good move. It'll definitely get RFK people to probably support Trump. I don't know if there's that many RFK supporters that would be disgusted by this move or not. Maybe some, but probably not the majority of them. But what would be even more fascinating would be, if Trump drops JD Vance as the vice president, which would be kind of hilarious, and replaces him with RFK Jr. And I had people had been talking about getting rid of Vance, and I had always said that I thought that'd be a bad move. It'd make Trump look weak, indecisive, like he's floundering. Yeah. But if he replaces him with RFK Jr., I feel like it doesn't look like that. It looks just smart. And Trump needs, in my opinion, something to shake up to revitalize his campaign. He needs kind of like a drastic change to steal energy and momentum and eyes away from Kamala. And replacing Vance with RFK would do that because that would be like huge news. It's very infrequent. I mean, I don't think it's ever happened in my lifetime where the presidential candidate replaces the VP like last minute like this.
Yeah, it would be the same kind of news-making energy as replacing Biden. He'd be like stealing look, you guys switched it up. Now I'm switching it up.
Right. No, I think it'd be a good, well, it's funny too, because it's like a good idea, even though in practicality, it probably makes less sense. Like if you're an RFK fan and you like whatever he said about, health regarding, diet or vaccines or, whatever the heck he talks about, he would probably be more effective at actually doing policy things that you would want if he was the head of Health and Human Services. Where if when you're the VP, it's like kind of a more symbolic position. And it's funny that announcing him as VP would probably get him more RFK support, even though it probably gives RFK less power than if he was the head of an actual organization or agency in the government.
People don't care about that, though.
I think they care. I think they just
meditate on that.
They don't really think about it or know.
Right.
But I think it would be a great idea. Because there's also a rumor, or I believe RFK actually said this. He said this months ago. He had said that the Trump campaign had actually reached out to him if he wanted to be their VP months and months ago. So it's possible. I think it's definitely possible. And I wouldn't be surprised, depending on the rumors and how people talk about Trump behind the scenes, I would wager it has a lot to do with two things. How does Vance Trump and RFK Trump get along personally? Number one. But number two, and this maybe would be why Trump doesn't want to do it, is that Trump doesn't want a VP candidate that takes too much spotlight away from him, too much energy away from him, too much adulation away from him.
Yeah. I would think Trump.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, first, like if I'm just using my big cold logic brain, I would say, okay, the RFK diehard support fan people, like they're not going to turn to love the Trump anyway. And I don't think most of the diehard Trump people, they're not going to be like, oh, RFK, right? Because, and this actually might be an asset for RFK is the fact that he sounds so awful when he speaks because he has spasmodic dysphonia or whatever, however you say it. He has that speaking problem. And that I think the fact that he has that speaking problem actually makes it so like he can't get like a massive fan base. So actually that could help maybe quell Trump's ego to get him to get RFK as VP and not be worried about him stealing his thunder.
Yeah, that'd be great for him, I guess. I mean,
well, for Trump and for RFK.
Didn't RFK turn down the VP though?
He did months ago, but that's when he was still running.
Right.
And there was an interesting thing too, because RFK, I have it bookmarked to see if I can find it, where he had like all these tweets about how he thought Trump was awful. And now suddenly he's all like, oh, Trump based. Let's see. Yeah. So Michael Tracy's actually been very, very mad about this for some reason.
He was running in the Democratic primary. Remember they wouldn't let him run in the Democratic primary? RFK.
Yes, that's true.
So he would go from wanting to be in the Democratic primary to being on the Republican ticket.
Which would be, that's pretty, I mean, that's a great journey, right? It's a pretty interesting journey.
It's kind of crazy.
Well, it really shows too, what's interesting is that it shows how stupid the Harris campaign is, how stupid the Democrats are in terms of just poo-pooing Kennedy and pushing him to the curb and kind of treating him very shittily, because it feels like so much of him supporting Trump is not because he really likes Trump or anything Trump stands for, but is really just because he doesn't like the Democrats and he's really pissed off and angry at how they treated him personally.
Yeah.
So I sent you this tweet. Michael Tracy has like 4 RFK tweets. This is from July 22nd. RFK Jr. says, President Trump campaigned in 2016 on Drain the Swamp, but instead he appointed a pharmaceutical lobbyist and CEO to run the Health and Human Services Department, a Verizon lobbyist to run the Federal Communications Commission, a former Goldman Sachs CIO to run the Treasury Department, an oil CEO to run the Interior Department, a coal lobbyist to run the Environmental Protection Agency, and so on. Now President Trump is deliberating between Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, and Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, as his next Treasury Secretary, should he win the election. In other words, more swamp creatures. There's words and then there's actions, and when it comes to Trump, they simply don't match. Look at that. That would actually be hilarious if, like, can you imagine, Trump wins and he appoints RFK to be the head of Health and Human Services, and he comes in the meeting and there's Larry Fink across the table. CEO of BlackRock as the Treasury Secretary or something, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, Larry, I called you swamp creature on Twitter."
Oh wow, that's pretty fascinating.
And then let's see. He also said, in a month earlier, he said, President Trump's imperial plan is both absurd and terrifying. It's not an America first strategy, nor will it make America great. Instead, it will prolong the agony of our failed world domination strategy here and abroad. If you want peace, prepare for peace.
That's not the saying.
Right. And then, yeah, I'm not going to read the whole thing. He has some very long tweet where he just craps all over Trump in May. So I just think it's funny. I mean, I guess this is the way politics always works, right? You go out there, you savage the person's reputation, and then you lose, and you're like, then you go with them hat in hand, you're like, please, sir, can you put me on your campaign, please? And they're like, kiss the ring and I'll think about it.
Well, yeah, you make yourself a threat, and then you're like, hey, I will neutralize this threat.
With a marriage alliance.
Yeah, this is, right? Yeah. I'm going to make you an offer that you can't refuse, because if you do, you will be dead.
Now, did you watch RFK's speech where he announced that he was supporting Trump?
I did not. No, I try to avoid RFK speeches because
it's hard
his voice, is extremely painful. I think they can fix that with AI, right?
They could. Yeah, it's hard to listen to. Obviously, you have to speed it up, and he sounds a little bit better if you speed him up.
Oh, he does?
Yeah. It sounds more natural if you speed it up. But the thing that stood out to me, of course, because obviously and the audience knows, this is a little bugaboo of mine. He had to bring up the America coup the Ukrainian government in 2014 myth. And I was like, oh no, RFK. Oh my God, you fucking piece of shit. I can't believe you did it.
There is no conspiracy theory that RFK has not bought into. So obviously, he's going to buy into the 2014 coup.
I was like,
and that just goes with the entire America Bad theme. So people love that one. That's like one of their favorites.
It is, yeah. Well, and before you get back to Harris, I want to talk about her speech. Do you see it kind of relates to that? There was that weird clip of Tim Pool, like going crazy on. Oh yeah, you sent it to me, didn't you? That crazy clip of Tim Pool going off on how like Ukraine is evil.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? You're like, Russia invaded them, right? It's very strange. So say it's like, so Ukraine has been invaded by a foreign country and they're fighting back, and they're the bad guys. Like, all right, that's very interesting, very fascinating. Okay, we'll see.
Yeah, it is strange, but that's kind of the path that they've gone down.
Well, there's like this really weird psychological phenomenon that occurs where I understand if someone has the position, there's like two positions. And we talked about this like the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, where I said, okay, I understand if your position is A, I don't want nuclear wars, so I don't think we should engage. I was like, okay, that's a reasonable position, right? It's a sane, reasonable position. Or B, I don't really want to spend American money or resources on a foreign country that I don't have strong feelings with or ties to or whatever, blah, 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 right?
Right.
Boom.
Yeah.
But I'm like, okay, these are like, even if you disagree with them, they're reasonable positions. And it's so weird because people like give these positions that seem reasonable. And then those same people, like as the conflict continues, it's like their position becomes more and more unreasonable and pulls away from the reasonable one and becomes this, like Ukraine is the evil, horrible country. And it's like, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if it's because the original reasonable positions were not real, or they post hoc rationalizations for an actually stupid position, or if it's the reasonable positions were originally the positions, but as the conflict continues, it's like our brains just want to keep trying to find reasons to justify our position. And so it's easy for us to kind of go down the pathway of unreasonable, crazy shit like Ukraine is really the evil Nazi empire, blah, 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 blah.
Right. And more extreme positions. You want more and more extreme rationalizations. Oh no, I'm going RFK here.
Oh no.
Yeah, you want more extreme rationalizations for why people should agree with you, basically. That's what I think is going on.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're maybe, and it's true. You get kind of, you can get, a larger audience kind of, you get sucked in that echo chamber.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Kamala Harris's speech. As soon as I read the super chats. The Dark Conservatarian for $20, thanks so much, says last show is a testament on why S-Class is best class. He wasn't perfect, but at least he actually helped progress the conversation. Adam, just answer questions about your beliefs. Connor wasn't right on half of his crap, but still. There you go.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit before the stream, and the reason, look, I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't want to defend Trump. I understand that you can make like a lesser of two evils argument and vote for Trump. I don't want to make that lesser of two evils argument with people that I think are bad faith actors, because they'll spin that lesser of two evils argument into me being a full-blown MAGA supporter. So it's like a no-win situation for me. So
right.
So I don't want to play. I should have made that clearer. And I'm happy to have those conversations with Sitch, obviously, because I think Sitch is a good faith actor. But all these, we have these conversations on the show, and then they end up getting clipped out, and like they're using them to make me look like something I'm not, which is quite unfortunate. So.
C.S. Paffy for $20 says female politicians haven't quite figured out the dress code yet. Things that are flattering for the female form don't typically project strength. Well, that's a fair point. That's definitely a fair point. Toxic Mix for $20 says, you are aware there's been comparatively very little polling the past few weeks, and Comrade K's lead is still smaller than Joe's and Clinton's was at this point. Plus, he's gained in the black vote significantly. I assume you mean Trump. So yeah, I'm aware that the lead is smaller. I don't know if Clinton is a good. I don't think the polling for Hillary Clinton was way off before the election actually even occurred. And so that's part of why the media got caught so flat-footed. I believe the polling in the last election with Joe was significantly closer to reality. So I don't know if I would point to the Hillary one as being accurate, but you are correct. The polling is very close. Anything can happen. And I've always said this. Anything could happen, and the polls kind of vacillate a lot until the last few weeks of election. So
I saw a clip. I saw a clip of Trump that I guess we'll probably watch, where he's doing. I mean, it is a bit of a comedy bit, but it's kind of funny because you see where he's at on polling, and I think, I mean, if I was an elected official, I'd be living and dying by this polling. I mean, you'd want internal polling. You'd want your internal pollsters to get as close as possible, right? Famously, right. Karl Rove was George W. Bush's pollster, and he would steer him to victory, turn him into a two-term president. And you have, I mean, it seems from the clip that Trump doesn't even really believe in polling. It's like, I'm going, this was what I was saying earlier about Kamala seems to, take in the facts on the ground and adjust. I'm not sure Trump is doing any of that. So,
well, it's interesting, that clip that you're talking about. It's Trump kind of jokingly complaining about the price of pollsters, and
right.
That's one of those things that lines up with some of the behind the scenes stuff we hear from people that write books and stuff, where they say that Trump is behind the scenes like very, very cheap, doesn't want to spend money on anything. And that would definitely line up with that exactly. So
there is that, and also that he surrounds himself with yes men, and that
right.
He, if the pollster brings him information he doesn't want, he fires that pollster and gets a new pollster.
Right.
Which is like,
that's not good.
Yeah. Normally you're supposed to adjust your behavior. Like, okay, well, how can I make this work? Right.
Well, regarding the polling, what I'm curious to see is the polling after the DNC, because obviously Kamala's going to get a bump from that, or it's presumed she's going to get a bump. And then the polling now that RFK has dropped out, see if that has any effect we can see in the polling. I would imagine it would.
Yeah, all the polls I saw where RFK was included were just brutal for Trump. He's obviously taking votes away from Trump.
Right.
Yeah. So, but this is why replacing, putting him on the ticket might get some of that energy back on his on his ticket, because I mean, if he just drops out, who knows if those people will show up, right?
That's a good point. I think, I mean, my intuition says if Trump made him VP or promised him this position, I would imagine that the RFK people would show up. That would be because, like, a big problem with a lot of these third-party candidates is that you feel like you're throwing your vote away because you know they're not going to win. But if that candidate runs such a successful third-party campaign that they either become the VP or they get a top position in another candidate's presidency or administration, I mean, is that not, that should be a pretty effective way of running a third party and and affecting the country and the platform afterwards.
Yeah, of course. People should love it.
JMac for $20 says, I think political snipes are absolutely toothless nowadays. Kamala called Biden racist and insinuated he might be a sexual predator, and no one cared after he chose her as VP. That's a great point. That's a fantastic point. That is true. In the original Democratic primaries, Kamala called him a racist. I forgot about the sexual predator line, but I remember she called him a racist with the busing stuff. And yeah, no one cares. It's just like, okay, whatever. That's part of the politics, I guess.
It ain't beanbag.
Philip Kogas for $20 says, the reason why the Democrats dislike Trump, Elon, RFK Jr., etc., is that they view them as apostates. Those are the ones that the in-group hates the most because they've rejected paradise. I mean, I agree that the apostate, the person who turns on you, the person that you perceive as the betrayer, is always generally hated the most emotionally. That seems to be the way people kind of emotionally perceive things. We all know, lowest circle of hell in Dante's Inferno is for betrayers. That seems to like line up with how people emotionally react to things. I'm not sure though if I would equate that to Trump, Elon, and RFK. Did you? I'm not sure. I perceive them as being portrayed as or viewed as betrayers. Do you?
I don't really know enough about RFK, so I haven't listened to him at all because of the voice thing. It's just like nails on a chalkboard for me. So, I mean, I haven't listened to 5 minutes of RFK.
Well, what about, Elon and Trump?
Elon, I just think Elon has been mischaracterized. And Trump is betraying who? Who's he?
Because he used to be a Democrat. I mean, he was never very he wasn't very political though. At least not very, very overtly political. He's just kind of like the rich business New York guy.
Right. But I do think that obviously the people who have been purity tested out of the party are the most hated. So, I mean, that seems true. I don't know if those people
I do agree with that. Yes. Yeah. I do agree the concept. I don't know if it applies to those people. I think like with Trump, he got on the shit list originally because he really pushed the Obama birther stuff. So then he got labeled with the racist stick for doing that. I don't know why he got sidetracked onto doing that, but he did. And then when he ran for president, he was kind of hit with both the racist, sexual predator, idiot stick. And then when he won, it like broke people's brains. And so I don't know. I don't view that as like the betrayer. I just view that as like a whole host of other things. And with Elon, I don't know if I'd say the betrayer, but maybe you're correct. It's like the purity spiral thing. Because with Elon, he was just sort of coming out like primarily against wokeness, and that like really triggered the hell out of people, and they lost their minds. So it's unfortunate because I think Elon's gone too far the other direction. And I wonder if there's like a thing that happens where if a person starts to criticize their own team and then their own team has like a really bad reaction to it, like as they did with Elon, or, we've seen with a lot of other people, they kind of become, the enlightened centrist, their team like becomes vicious against them. And one of the most normal psychological things is people want to have a team to back them up, and they kind of end up going more and more in the other direction. I feel like naturally. I don't know if that's what happened with Elon or if it was a calculated thing, because, if you recall, when he bought Twitter, there was so much like insane levels of attacks against him, both legally, financially, through ad space, and through government, that I wonder if Elon just calculated that he needed political allies, and the only way to gain political allies is to choose a side. That if he just existed in this like middle ground, I don't know if he could have survived.
That makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. Yes, as someone who is often attacked by both sides, I get it. I totally understand. He's in a much more precarious situation, though, because he's obviously a giant target, right?
Mm-hmm.
For all kinds of stuff. Hey, I wonder if birtherism is like the original troll. Can you think of a troll before birtherism? Doesn't birtherism just seem like a troll?
When you say troll, what do you? What
I
do you
mean,
by that?
I mean, like just something that they can say that gets under Democrats' skin, like Obama wasn't born here. That's the troll, right?
Well, when I think of a troll, I think of what the comment is that they don't believe it's true.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure they could believe the birtherism stuff, but
I don't know who started it. Like, I don't know who the first person was that started the birtherism stuff, but I don't know. I assume Trump, I think he honestly believed it. I don't think he was just trolling.
Didn't Trump offer $1 million to see Obama's like long form birth certificate or something?
He did, yes.
I mean, that doesn't strike you as trolling?
No.
I mean, what is going on there?
But why? Like, I don't even know why Trump even entered into the political fray in the first place.
Like, to get attention. Look, Trump firmly believes that there is no such thing as bad press. Which, I mean, you can make an argument. I think if you're in Trump's situation, there's like a tipping point where bad press just makes you bigger and bigger and bigger. I think if you're a small private person, I think bad press can destroy your life. It really can. These people come in, the Justine Sackos of the world, right? They're labeled a racist and they can never get a job again. And there's no way, like they have no platform that they can go to repair their reputation. But if you're in Trump's situation, like you just roll with it, right? Your reputation's a moving target. You're constantly recycling your reputation.
Yep, I would agree with you and here's why I don't know how I feel about that idea is that Trump was a big New York business guy. New York is a very blue area.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't really like he kind of always threatened to run for president throughout the years, but it was like kind of never seen it seriously. And he never really associated, to my knowledge, political positions with it. And so it would be weird in my mind for him to just come out in a blue area, someone who'd been a Democrat for his life or most of his life, come out and attack the current Democrat president in like this very hyper specific way for a troll. Like I don't see him as gaining anything from it necessarily.
So you think he legitimately believed that Obama was born in Kenya?
Yes.
Okay.
So
okay.
I'm looking at this article, and actually I kind of remember this now. It was, even though they didn't start the claim, it was the Hillary Clinton camp sort of, or people that were pro-Hillary supporters in 2008 in the primary that were kind of taught, like they first started to kind of
push the troll.
Right. They started the rumor / troll because they wanted Hillary to beat Obama in the primary.
Oh.
So it was actually sort of
that's so evil.
The Hillary thing. So that's kind of hilarious, actually, that's really where it started, or really like started to pick up. There were obviously conservatives that picked it up after then. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Such an incredibly bad look, but
right.
Whatever.
Let's see. At 2010, at the urging of Donald Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, the National Enquirer began promoting a potential Trump presidential campaign. In 2010, geez. With Cohen's involvement, the tabloid began by questioning Obama's birthplace and citizenship. Wow. I didn't know it started all the way back then.
He's 2 years in office.
Right.
And look, I'm telling you, this is one thing you consistently hear about Trump that has to be true. He doesn't think there's any such thing as bad press.
Well, here's where you could be correct. If Trump, for whatever reason, even, I don't know if he had some massive political disagreements with Obama or just thought it was the time was right, it's possible that in 2012, he was thinking that maybe he would run against Obama in a second term. And so he started, playing around in 2010 with this "he wasn't born in America" thing. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. He's thinking, I'm going to run in 2016.
You think he's thinking 6 years ahead? He's like, listen, I'm going to attack Obama's citizenship so that 6 years from now I can run for president. I don't know.
Well,
I don't think he's that tendy chest.
Look, you wouldn't go after an incumbent president. Nobody ever wants to go after the incumbent president. They always put some sacrificial lamb up from the party, right?
Yeah, but what if Obama lost?
Donald Trump is coming in as an outsider. He's going to go up against. He's not going to go up against an incumbent.
Yeah, but what if Trump? I mean, what if Obama lost in 2012? Then Trump would have been.
Then he'd wait.
Out of luck in 2016.
Then he'd wait for his other opportunity.
I don't know.
Obama was. There's no way Obama was going to lose. Obama ran against Romney and destroyed him.
Did he destroy him? What was the?
Yeah.
Was it 2012?
Romney was the party's sacrificial lamb in 2012.
Let's see. Obama had about 5 million more popular votes, but yeah, I mean, he crushed him in the Electoral College. It was 332 to 206. So I guess it was a pretty big Electoral College victory.
So, yeah.
Interesting.
He's softening up the Democratic Party for a run. And he does. He comes out in 2016 and he's running, right? Mm-hmm. And not only is he running, I mean, he's playing the race card immediately, right? This is his opening speech about the Mexican rapists. Isn't that like his opening gamut? Like it plays into the Obama was born in Kenya.
Trump's escalator speech. Maybe we'll watch. It's been so long since I've seen the Trump riding the escalator. That was his announcement speech.
Yeah.
Right? He came down a little escalator. I don't remember what the fuck he said in it at all. But you're right. Yeah, he brought up, I'm reading this little article. He brought up the border and
look, it plays right into it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Obama came across the southern border straight out of Kenya.
I don't think the Kenyans come from the southern border in America.
I honestly, it's an open question on whether or not Trump is racist. I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's above playing the race thing, obviously, and there's lots of reasons why he would find that fine, because the left wing is playing the race game so much, right?
Right.
So he's like, look, I'm just playing the same game they're playing.
Oh, let's see. So wait. Oh my God, was the original line when Mexico sends its people, they're not sending its best, they're sending people with lots of problems, they're bringing their problems with us, they're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people? Is that from his original that was from his first speech?
Yeah, that's the opening speech. I can't believe
that.
Yeah,
that's insane. The most famous Trump line of all time was from his announcement speech.
Yeah.
I mean, on one hand, that's pretty genius. Like, he knew he had the golden line for his announcement speech that everyone will forever remember him. Now, I don't know if you want to be remembered by they're bringing the rapist, crime, and drug speech, but line.
Nope. Notice he doesn't say, I know some of them are good people.
Right.
He says that he assumes. I assume some of them are good people, right?
Well, that, now that I see that line was from his original speech, I mean, talk about, people ask, like, what is it that Trump said that was very divisive? I mean, that was his literal opening gambit to running for president, was saying that they're bringing drugs, crime, and rapists from the southern border into this country.
Right.
So,
and the birtherism was totally divisive. So.
Of course, right.
I don't know if you saw, but I asked on Twitter, a lot of people claim Obama is divisive. And after his speech at the DNC, I was like, how's this guy divisive? Like, mm-hmm. I just don't see it, right? So I asked for people to give me a bunch of reasons why they thought Obama was divisive. And
did you get good answers?
Not really. I didn't feel like there was a smoking gun. A lot of people pointed to the fact that he killed some American citizen, some kid abroad with a drone strike. And I thought, well, was his kid like George Floyd or something? Like, like how's that divisive?
Mm-hmm.
And there was the cling to their guns and religion comments, which are obviously divisive.
That's a divisive comment. Yeah, sure.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he bent over backwards and came out to clarify his statement. And I read the transcript of the speech and I'm like, okay, well, this is not divisive at all. He's basically coming out and doing the we're all Americans here thing again. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And just imagine, okay, so Trump does the, well, I assume many of them are good people speech, right? And then he comes over and bends over backwards to clarify. That didn't happen, right?
No.
Did Trump come out and like clarify? Oh, look, I wasn't talking about all Mexicans. Obviously not. I was just talking about the gang members, the MS-13 gang members and stuff. That's all I meant, right?
Right.
We have a beautiful population of Latino Americans, and I respect all. He didn't do any of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Obama did the next day.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, it's also interesting too, and that I forgot about that. He said they get bitter, and I'm curious as who the they is in the comment, but because that's the context you're talking about. They get bitter. They cling to guns or religion or I can't even say that word for some reason. They get bitter. Yes. They cling to guns or religion. People who aren't like them, or anti-immigrant sentiment or anti-trade sentiment, as a way to explain their frustrations. And who made a big?
Go ahead.
You know who made a big deal about that comment?
Trump.
Hillary Clinton.
Really? Oh yeah, because she was running. She was running against him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty funny.
That was a contentious primary.
Right.
It's funny because he was making an economic argument that totally got swept under the rug. Like he was making an argument that when the local factory is shipped overseas, globalization, he's making it literally an anti-globalization argument. Imagine that today, thinking the Democrats are not globalists. Everyone thinks of them as globalists, right? So he's making an economic argument. He's saying, look, we're outsourcing all these jobs and people, their lives are thrown into chaos financially. So of course they're going to be bitter and angry. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but he came out in the speech. He's like, look, I'm a Christian. I go to church. I hang out in church every day.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I'm a rifleman. Look, I like to go duck. No, he said something similar to that though.
Well, it's interesting too, because I think that those statements, if I recall correctly, was it even like a public speech when he made the original statement, or just like a random, like he was talking to donors?
He was talking to donors. Yeah.
Right.
And it was a leaked phone call.
Right. It was like Romney with the, what is it? The 50% or just takers speech. We were just talking to donors.
Yeah. Well, look, I listened to the DNC speeches and look, Obama, I was like, oh my God, where is my time machine?
Right. Well, that was interesting too when you brought up about how Michelle had kind of leaned significantly more into the identity politics.
She did.
Than Obama did. Okay, so let's talk about Kamala Harris here.
Yeah, look, and so my first question is, in the context of that, the Obama being more civility politics. I know it's out of vogue. I know everyone hates it, but he's definitely about, being persuasive without insulting people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Michelle Obama, not so much. Like she's going to call you, if you disagree with her, there's like a 40% chance she's going to call you a racist, right? So between those two, where do you think Kamala falls? Like, is she more Obama or is she more Michelle?
Well, what's interesting is that I would have assumed before hearing the speech that she would have been more on the Michelle side. I would have predicted that she would do some identity politics stuff, but not hit it too hard.
Right.
But if I'm looking at my notes, did she talk about identity politics at all?
She does a bit. It's
she did in the beginning part. So the beginning of her speech. So I saw it was very interesting. So after Kamala's speech, I basically saw everyone on the left, except for the socialist and the people that are very motivated about Palestine. But everyone else on the left that doesn't care about Palestine or whatever, they were like Oh my God. They were just jacking off
enamored.
Okay.
They
were like shooting ropes of joy all over their own faces on top. It was like disgusting. I was like, oh my God, like this is, you think like Jesus came back, to life and told people that we'd have 1,000 years of peace. I was like, and I listened to the speech and I was like, okay, I thought I was like, all right. People are like losing their minds about this stuff. They're so energized about this. I just didn't see it.
You messaged me and you're like, this is kind of boring.
Yes, I was. Well, so it's funny because her speech was like inverted. It was inverted the way Trump's speech was. So Trump's speech, the beginning of it was great. Like that first 20 minutes, I was like, holy shit, this speech is like really good. This may be like the best Trump speech I've ever seen. And then he totally ruins it by just going off on 40 minutes. It was just like the most boring shit ever, just rambling about nothing.
Yeah.
Or not nothing, like his greatest hits kind of things that he always talks about. So it was really bad. He should have just ended it at the 20 minutes. It would have been fantastic. And then with Kamala's, it was like the inverse of that. She spends the first like 20 minutes of the speech with this like biography stuff, which I know that I've heard lots of politicians do this. So maybe it's just me. I personally cannot stand when politicians go on about their backstory and biography. I don't care. Maybe I'm just a weirdo, autistic internet cartoon character, but I don't care. I don't care about your mother was a single mother who raised you while she was working 20 jobs and blah, blah. I don't give a fuck. None of that matters to me. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, you were born of a human being? You're just like me. Like, I don't care, Adam. They just go on and on with this nonsense.
This is the search for evidence part of me. Like, I would like to see some sort of polling data on this because I mean, I intuitively, I'm with you. I think of it as, this is like in this movie where they're like, they have to do all this setup. You have to meet the entire family. You have to see the family interacting as a normal family, right? I'm like, fuck you, bring the monsters in, right? What am I waiting for? Why am I going through this stupid biography stuff? Like, let's just get down to business and weave that stuff in along the way, right? I think that stuff is important, but it doesn't need to be front loaded for 20 minutes where you're just like bored out of your mind. So, but look, I think people do relate to that. I think people think, oh, I was raised by a single mom. Someone can understand my plight in life. I think that is important to people. So,
well, I'm glad you brought it in terms of like a narrative storytelling, because that is a kind of an interesting way to look at it. Because, in a movie, when you have that scene of like the family before the monster attacks or whatever happens, it's to do a couple of things. It's to show like they're trying to get you to empathize with the person, to see them as like a normal person that you could relate to, and then also to contrast whenever the action happens, or to set up character things which will pay off down the road, right?
Yep. It's all set up.
I don't think it just personally. Now, again, I'm a weirdo autistic person who's consumed way too much political content. So when I hear politicians speak, I'm already like 99% cynical of everything they're saying.
Right.
Which I understand that's not the average person. So maybe this works on the average person who doesn't have that feeling. So just this is how I view it. But so since I'm so cynical, whenever I hear politicians talk about their family life or their biography, I don't care. I'm not, because it seems to me to be calculated. I don't look at it like a movie. This is going to be a setup for something important later. I look at it as like, oh, you're just trying to emotionally manipulate me and ingratiate yourself with me by telling me a bunch of bullshit that is irrelevant to your policies about how you grew up. When we all know that, just because you were raised by a single mother and you grew up in the middle class, it doesn't make you a moral person or an immoral person. It has, no effect on that whatsoever. You can have someone who grew up with loving parents and the top 1%, and they could be a very moral, competent person. And you could have someone who grew up poor that's evil, or vice versa. And that's just, I don't care when these politicians talk about that.
Yeah. Saying you grew up in the middle class is pretty in vogue. So I'm always skeptical that it's true. Right. You look into their backstory and they're like, oh yeah, and I went to a bunch of private schools in the middle class.
Of course. Now, I'm assuming it's true with Kamala, but because I mean, her parents didn't seem like they were making bank or anything. But
who knows?
Yes. So I guess there was identity politics in that section, but after that section, I mean, I don't remember. Did she call out racism? Did she call Trump racist? I think she did at some point. Am I misremembering that?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Hmm.
I do recall her kind of hitting the identity politics a bit, but just briefly.
Right.
And she did kind of keep it to economics, which I thought was good. Mm-hmm. I mean, overall, I thought it was pretty good. I thought they kind of set up Trump on the border issue in a way that I think really will appeal to independent voters. Because the attack on her that the Trump side is constantly making is, you're in office, why didn't you do it now? You know, you could do it right this minute. Why aren't you doing it? You said you would do it. Why aren't you doing it? And her response is, well, you killed the border bill. Don't you remember? Like, we did do it, right?
Right.
We did it. You killed the border bill, and Biden signed an executive order that basically mirrored the border bill. So we did it. Hooray.
Yeah. You know,
and that's his biggest issue.
I think you're correct in terms of, I think this is going to end up being, now, obviously, when you're doing these polling stuff, it's very difficult, or depending on the election, it's very difficult to see like what exact move had some exact impact on anything. But my intuition tells me that you're correct in terms of Trump getting the Republicans to kill the border bill was a mistake. I'll tell you why. Because you're correct. The number one attack against Kamala was border security, and why don't you do anything now? It's completely undermined when they said, we literally did a thing and you prevented it for political purposes. Now, obviously, Trump, the Republicans are going to say, well, they were against it because it was weak or whatever. And so then you get this back and forth about the facts of the bill, about whether it was weak or strong or blah, 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 blah. Where I think the reason this was a mistake is because the bill didn't pass, even though there was an executive order. But if you notice, Kamala hasn't really talked about that for a reason, but to say is that since the bill didn't pass, it can exist in the realm of the unknown, right? Because now Kamala can speak up this bill like this was the magical bill that if it had passed, you know, a giant force field of energy would have materialized on the southern border. All illegal immigrants would have teleported out of the state, and every American citizen would have got, you know, $10,000 deposited in their bank account. Like, because the bill, exactly, like since the bill didn't pass, it can exist in the realms of fantasy of whatever you think the bill would do. And so they can talk it up as like it's the most amazing bill ever. Where
that is such a great point, politics wise.
Right. And so, and I think that's why she hasn't talked about the fact that essentially Biden did an executive order that I believe did the same thing that the bill essentially did, where that's why I think Trump was it was a mistake politically for him to block this. Cause you're right. It kind of undermines their whole argument that's trying to put towards Kamala, where in an alternate reality, if the bill had passed, I think Trump would have been in a much better place to just say
it failed.
The border fail. You know, the border's an open wound. People keep leaking in. The Democrats keep passing this feckless immigration policy, blah, 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 blah. Cause like who really, in the last 5 months, 6 months of the election, like it's hard for people to change their opinion about this stuff. It's hard obviously for, like a lot of big things to change anyway. So he could have just been like, look, they passed this bill. It sucked, blah, blah, blah. And the Democrats would say, no, our bill is really effective, blah, 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 and it would kind of be a much weaker argument than it is in this like fantasy bill that never passed argument.
Right. Yeah. So the political move that's going on in this election season is the steal all the issues from the Republicans. So they steal the border issue, right?
Right.
They've got a response to it. Yeah, we're going to do it too. So it doesn't matter. You vote for them, you can vote for us. We're going to take care of the border, right?
Right.
She comes out with the middle class tax cut. Yeah, he's going to cut your taxes. We're going to cut your taxes too, right?
Right.
So the distinguishing points here, and it's like the abortion thing stands out if they're mirroring everything else that the Republicans are doing. So really, it kind of becomes, look, and they're trying to outpopulist one another. They're a populist. We're a populist. Look at this. It's just an interesting move. And I keep thinking, what is the counter strategy here? I mean, we're going to have to come up with it. I don't think Trump is going to come up with it. I mean, Trump's counter strategy, every time I listen to Trump, it's just, nicknames and she's an idiot and she can't do it. I mean, it's just, it's hollow insults.
Well, there's also, a lot of the, no policy.
Well, we're literally talking about.
I know now, yeah.
Right
and then
here.
Now she's going to come out with a bunch of policies, so that's going to kind of undermine that.
That attack might be useful because a lot. Kamala Harris is eventually going to come out with a 35-page policy document, right?
I don't know if I don't think she will. I think she's going to come out with. This would be my prediction. She's going to keep throwing out these random one-off policies like her staff is. And then when they ask for like a specific thing, she's going to essentially do what Trump did. And they're just going to point to the party platform and say, that's the policy.
I don't think they're going to do that. I think she'll come out with I think they're doing that to kind of test the waters and to poll on how these policies are affected by the voting population, how the voting population responds to them. And then they can come out with some 35-page policy document. I think the reason why they're motivated to do that is because of this charge that the Trump side keeps making, that there's no policies, there's no policies, there's no policies. It also, they want to perform as, the traditional presidential candidate. Like that's a stark difference that they want to make from Trump. They want to say, look, he's the chaos candidate, right? We're the tried and true. And there's a good argument to be made that this is why Biden got elected, right? We're going to go back to normal presidential politics, right? And normal presidential politics is the candidate comes out with like a 35-page document with all their policies, right? So, and it will be in stark contrast because, well, I haven't really dug into Trump's policies. Does Trump have a policy document that's like 35 pages long?
No, he has, at least not that I believe he's got, if you go on his site, he has like a bunch of just like general statements. And then for a more in-depth policy, it leads directly to the RNC's platform policies.
Okay. So he's just letting the RNC do the platform.
The more specifics of, yeah.
Right.
This is funny as this article, this is from Reuters. It says Democrat convention over Harris policy plan faces new scrutiny. In a roundtable discussion this week at this week's Democratic National Convention, presidential candidate Kamala Harris's senior policy advisor, so very important person regarding this conversation, Brian Nelson, was peppered with questions about the policies at the heart of her campaign. Will Harris try to revive the Iran nuclear deal? How will she pay for expanded child tax credits and her plans to help first-time homebuyers? Again and again, Brian Nelson, the senior policy advisor, gave the same answer, quote, I'm not going to get ahead of the vice president, Nelson said 8 times during the 45-minute event. So, so far, we still have, I guess, the void or the vagueness of whatever the DNC policies are.
Well, look, she didn't know she was officially running for president until Biden was saying he was going to stay in the race.
Yeah.
I'm sure she was thinking, well, look, and I don't know how much she's just an empty suit on policy and she's just waiting for the policy wonks to come in and line her up. You don't think she wrote this speech. The speech was pretty, I mean, it seemed like it was written by a Hollywood screenwriter, if you ask me.
So word on the street is that whoever Obama's guy
speechwriter
is Kamala's guy as well. Yeah. Not just speechwriter, but like everything, like coaching for strategy and like campaign advice and stuff.
Well,
I don't know if it's true, but that's the word in the street.
That's why it's more Obama than Michelle right there.
Right.
Obama's telling her, look, you can't win on I'm going to be the first female president. Everybody knows that. You don't have to go out and say it, okay? Don't say it. Let other people say it. You just
no one gave Hillary the memo because that's essentially what her entire speech was.
Well, look, they had a contentious relationship anyway.
I know.
Obama probably told her a dozen times and she kept doing it. He was probably shaking his head going, yeah, that's right. You're going to lose.
Yep.
Which she did, obviously. So,
but going back to Kamala, so it's interesting in my notes. So you're correct in terms of like the strategy is to sort of outpopulate each other and to take a lot of the Republican positions and talking points, which is fascinating because usually for most elections, it's like if one candidate takes one side, I almost feel like the other candidate takes the opposite stance, just reactionary or just to react to it. And so it's weird. So it's interesting. I don't know how it's going to play or be perceived, but Kamala was trying to take, at least through her rhetoric, obviously what her policies will be are different, a tough stance on crime and border.
yes.
She said, quote, I know the need for safety of border security. And she talked about how she wanted to create a safe border, how she went after the cartels. She said that multiple times that she's gone after the cartels. She talked about how she wanted to have and this was the funny, this was the line that kind of triggered a lot of people on the left, that she wanted to have the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And for some reason that bothered the people on the left that she said lethal, which I don't know what, like, obviously you want your military to be lethal. That's the entire point of the military.
No, so we want them with Nerf guns.
Right. Now, if you're on the right, obviously you're going to just say this is all just empty talk. But I think it's interesting, not whether she goes through with it or not. It's interesting that she feels like, or her campaign feels like, that the population wants this sort of rhetoric, which is fascinating to me. Because usually the left is like very, they're very tepid to stick their toes in the water of like, oh, we don't like, and that's what actually is very interesting about Kamala, because she's come out with these very, very far left economic policies. We have the capital gains tax doubling potentially. We have the wealth tax, which is kind of insane. You have the price gouging / price caps, whatever that manifests. These are very far left economic policies. But then on the non-economic policies, it seems like she's at least pivoting with her speech towards the center, which is a very interesting move for her. And I'm curious to see if it'll end up working out for her or not.
Yeah, they always ask the candidates, how do you distinguish yourself from candidate so-and-so on policy? And if so many of the policies are the same, it kind of hones in on the one policy where there is difference, which is the policy they want to outline, abortion, right? Yeah.
I think that's that's an interesting idea. I think that's too smart.
You don't think that's what's going on here?
It could be. That's like really mad genius levels of
well, they went hard on abortion in the DNC.
They super hard on abortion because they know it's they know it's their best issue.
They do, yeah. And it goes with the whole theme of first woman president.
Right.
Yeah.
But that would be sort of very fascinating. I don't know. That's very mad genius levels of political persuasion. If it's like, okay, we're going to take kind of similar positions on everything so that all that stuff gets drowned out in the noise. And then people hyper fixate on both abortion and economic populism.
Right. Well, even they're marrying each other on the economic populism too. So
here, let me look at my notes here. I'll go through chronological order.
The arguments they always make on the border stuff, which I honestly, I don't think this is a good argument, but you just hear it all the time. It's like the Republicans are known for border security. Like, why would you want to take the imitation when you could have the real thing? Well, that goes for populism too. Like, who's the party of the populists? Like, is it the Democrats or is it the party of big business, like the Republicans? Like, if you want populism, why would you take it from the Republicans? Why wouldn't you just take it from the real thing?
That's a good point. Well, see, actually, no, hold on. Whenever I hear that argument, and I hear it mostly from progressives, they get super triggered when a Democrat pivots to the center on security, crime, immigration. And they say, oh, this is a losing strategy because people will just choose the Republicans over that.
Yeah, that's why I think it's a bad argument.
That's a stupid dumb fuck argument. And to me, whenever I hear a pundit say that, that's them allowing their own personal preference to cloud the conversation. Because, like, yes, if you're a person and your primary factor for who you're going to vote for is border security, then it doesn't matter what Kamala Harris is going to say. You're probably going to vote for Trump because Trump's entire vibe is based around border security.
Well, right? Unless you want border security and pro-choice, and you're
pro-choice. Well, so wait a minute. So that's why I said if your primary concern is border security, you're probably going to vote for Trump no matter what, right? But most people, I don't think most people are so hyper singular fixated on like that one thing. They have kind of a broad amount of factors and issues that affects them. And yes, they might, and that kind of person, the more average person, might be like, listen, I think immigration is a problem. And they don't want to hear this soft, bullshitty rhetoric on the border, but they do care about other things. They care about abortion. They, care about these economic issues. And if Kamala comes out with a strong stance on the border, then they can check that off in their mind. They can say, okay, Trump and Kamala both are strong on the border, right? And they can start fixating on other things.
Yeah, I only bring it up because I think people on the right will make the argument that, don't get border security from Kamala, get it from us. We're the real thing.
They will. They will 100% will.
And and that argument can be used with the populism, which may be, look, I agree it's a bad argument, but I just think that's the response when they do that. You're like, okay, well then why don't we just get populism from the Democrats?
Well, I'd be curious, and we'll see. The economic populism angle from the Democrats, I think, would be more effective than the Democrats cannot steal border security from the Republicans. It's just not possible, right? They can match it, but they will not be able to steal it all. And part of it's just because, personally, I believe that part of the foundational philosophy of people on the right is border security. And I don't think the left has that foundational principle at all, really, or not anywhere near the extent that the right does. So I don't think they'll ever be able to steal it. The left could steal the economic populist angle because that, when Trump picked up economic populism, he was stealing it from the left first.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And so the left can just steal it right back because that was the original left-wing position, was the economic populist stuff. The right, for my entire lifetime until recently, the right was the neoliberal economic big business, policies. And it's only until recently with wokeness and the businesses kind of becoming woke and all this other stuff that the right has turned on business. So Kamala could very well steal it right back, which it appears like she's trying to do. So that could actually be more effective for the Democrats to do, though she could push it too far because here's what I'd be curious about with their economic populist stances from Kamala. So there's this big talk about Kamala, about how she's not proposing policies. And then some of the first 2 out of 3 policies she proposes all get attacked, not just by the right, but by the mainstream media as well. The mainstream media overwhelmingly attacked her price gouging, price caps policy as stupid.
Oh, yeah.
The mainstream media overwhelmingly criticized her wealth tax policy as stupid, which is kind of interesting. People talk about, that everything's in the bag for Harris. And yet even these policies were so dumb that people are like, I don't know about this. This seems real fucking stupid. And so I'm curious if she will continue on them or will they quietly disappear over the coming weeks and be replaced by something else?
Yeah, that's why I thought she was just kind of testing the waters with those policies. We'll see how far left the electorate is.
The price caps thing isn't, but the wealth tax, the 20, 25%, whatever it is, percent on unrealized gains on wealth. That's actually, I believe, was in Biden's policy. And, even in the Democrat convention, the Democrat Party policy is that insane fucking position.
Somebody in our live stream said that is already happening in Europe. And I think you looked up the details on that.
Yeah. So, someone super chatted that in their country, I don't know, they didn't say what country they live in. I don't remember what currency they gave us. So I looked it up and I believe, let me see, because I sent it to you. There are 3 European countries that have wealth taxes. Okay. So European countries, wealth taxes. Now, to be clear, a wealth tax means that, okay, so let's back up here. So normally when you get paid for your job, you have to pay some amount of that to the government. That's your taxes. That's your income taxes.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a bunch of if you take your money and you invest it in stocks or something, some kind of asset, and you don't really, even if the stock prices go up, you don't actually get physical money. Your actual amount of money doesn't actually increase until you sell off that stock or whatever the asset is, right? And so they're proposing, or Kamala's proposing, this weird idea that if you have over $100 million in wealth, this is $100 million in this sort of in stocks or unrealized assets, that you're going to have to start to pay like 25% of that a year in taxes.
That's so ridiculous.
And that's kind of insane, right? That's an insane thing, because essentially what you do is like, if someone had that much money, $100 million in stocks, and they get hit with this 25% tax, they're literally going to have to sell shares of stocks to pay taxes for money they don't actually currently have at the moment. It's theoretical money. And then you get into a further problem. It's like, okay, so what if I have, the $100 million in stock and I have to sell a bunch of it off to pay the government? Not only is that going to have some effect on the economy from selling off all the stock and all the wealthy people are doing that, but then what if next year all that stock goes down?
Yeah.
Do I get like a rebate back from the government, or do I just lose that money forever?
Yeah. If it's 25% tax, you got to sell 25 million of the stock.
Right, right.
Ouch.
So the countries that have this wealth tax, I believe, are Norway, Spain, and Switzerland. But here's the difference, okay? So in all these countries, it says in Norway, the amount is, the taxation for net wealth is like 1%.
1%. Oh, wow.
1%.
Well, that seems kind of manageable. It seems obvious that they're just doing it to get a little government income, right?
Well, we'll come back to that in a second. So in Spain, it says it's 1.7 to 3.5%, depending on how much you have. And then in Switzerland, it's 0.3 to 0.5%. Oh, but it says it can reach up to 4% depending on the amount. So it goes from 0.3 to 4%, depending on how much you have. Okay. So you're right. The numbers are so small. Either A, it's just a little bit of revenue for the government, or B, I wonder if, and we'd have to do some more research, if the reason for having these very small amount of taxation is not the amount of revenue it generates, but because there's some kind of behavior that it causes that the governments want. Like by having this like very small amount of taxes, maybe, they're like, oh, well, we want, the very rich people to like have to sell off a little bit of their assets every now and then, right, to pay for this stuff. Like that, maybe that has some sort of economic benefit that they want. But for this plan to have it up to 25% seems to be completely insane. Right. If we're going from, 1 to 5% to 25%.
25%, yeah.
Right.
Read Tanner's super chat. Tanner 531 for $10.
Tanner 531 for $10 says, please understand tax brackets. If you have 101 million in assets, you're only paying the taxes on the 1 million over the 100 million. Reasonable to me. Well, okay. First of all, that's true. I should mention that. Well, actually, you're correct. Yeah. If it's over 1 million, you only have to pay over 1 million.
But if you have $1 billion, you're paying on 900 million.
Right. But you understand. So if you had 100 million, you have to keep basically paying, you have to basically keep liquidating everything you have over that. And you'll never really accrue, which maybe that's the point. They don't want you to accrue.
So a billionaire is liquidating 25% of 900 million.
Right. The reason it's not, I understand this. You look at it and you say, okay, that intuitively sounds reasonable. The reason that it causes problems is because you have all these large, you have not just rich people, but you have larger businesses and all these entities and other things that are going to get hit with this wealth tax, who have all this money invested, and they're going to have to start selling off like huge swaths of assets just to pay taxes on money they don't actually have. And that's going to
drive down the value of those,
which is going to drive down the value. Yeah. It's going to have that's going to have a substantially negative, especially if it's this amount, this 25% amount, that's going to have a substantially negative impact on the stock market, which is where most people most middle-class people have their 401ks and all that stuff in the stock market. And you don't really want that level of instability where every year all the rich people have to basically just drive the price of everything down because they have to pay this massive, or the rich businesses and the rich people have to, drive everything down to pay off this tax for money that they don't actually have at the moment.
Yeah, this is a terrible, terrible idea. Yes. I'm not in favor of taxing unrealized gains. I think it's ridiculous. I think the outcome will be catastrophic. And a lot of people are agreeing with that and saying, "Oh, don't worry, Kamala can't pass it. It'll never happen." But even bringing it up is not a good idea. And bringing it up at 25%, oh my God, it's insane.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. So this is what I'm curious about. Is this a real policy from Kamala, or is this just a
testing the waters policy?
Not even a testing the waters. Is this just something is this a policy that she knows will never pass, but thinks it's or whoever is advising her, because I don't think she's really competent in this area. Whoever is advising her thinks, okay, people right now are mad at rich people. They don't like rich people. This policy will be it will kind of see as emotional revenge against the rich. And so it will play well politically, even if it's never going to happen.
Right. Yeah. There was a lot of attacking the rich. A lot of people were complaining about it at the DNC because obviously these people who are delivering these speeches are fabulously wealthy, right? It seems completely hypocritical, but yeah, I hate that stuff. I really do. I don't think we should attack the rich just because everyone I've ever met that's well off works their ass off from dawn to dusk every single day. They're some of the hardest working people I know. So I guess a lot of people have this idea that there's rich people are just lazy, always hanging out on the Riviera and stuff like that. And I'm sure there are plenty of rich people that are, trust fund kids who don't do anything. There is that element, but you're demonizing both parties when you come out and deliver some of these speeches at the DNC that, rich people are just need to be attacked, right? You're attacking both of those categories of people.
Well, and I don't know enough about all the various economic problems with this. Some people are going on that this would actually have a huge impact. I don't know if it's true. They're saying this would have a huge impact on startup companies and prevent startups from ever going public. And it would create a lot of weird, perverse incentives for keeping businesses private instead of being publicly traded, and do a bunch of whatever you think. This would have a very, very significant impact on our economy, and a very destabilizing impact on our economy. And you would have, I know people will say this, and I'm always skeptical when people say this, except for this. This is the first time I'm not skeptical of it. You would have a lot of businesses and rich people fleeing the country in droves with their money. If there is this 25% tax on unrealized gains.
Fleeing in droves with our money.
Yeah, exactly. This is, I think, a completely again, if you threw a 1%, 3-4% tax, okay, this just seems untenable to a lot of businesses.
Well, this is why I think that ultimately Kamala will come out with some policy paper, because I think this is the route that you make policy, right? You float an idea like this, you get a bunch of feedback from people. If, people screech, people tell you how this will affect them, right? And then once you find that out, you're like, oh, wow, maybe this is a terrible idea. And you adjust. And then by the time you put something in writing, you've got something that most people are on board with. Right?
Right.
I don't know that this will make it to the written stage. It just seems like this is a great attack vector for the Republicans, obviously, because, this is a horrible policy, right?
Well, that's that's why I'm just curious, because, I think that Kamala's campaign has been run pretty well, and this, to me, seems like such a huge fuck up.
How was this talked about or announced? I only ever saw it in headlines. I've never heard Kamala Harris say, I support this tax, this unrealized gains tax.
I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah,
it didn't come up in the speech. She didn't say, oh yeah, look, and we're going to go after all those unrealized gains, right?
Well, she did say that she was going to, Donald Trump wants to give the rich tax cuts
and we're going to
raise price of middle class, and I'm going to give the middle class a tax cut.
A tax cut, yeah. But that's, she didn't bring up, I'm going to go after unrealized gains.
She didn't say that specifically, no.
And I don't, look, I think this was a policy proposal by Biden. And I don't know that I've ever heard Biden or anyone in his staff talk about it. I just saw it on the internet. So
right.
I don't know the origin of this policy. I read one article saying that Kamala supports Biden's policy, but I don't know. I didn't read the article. I just read the headline. So I don't know where they got that from.
Right.
Maybe if I read the article, they'd be like, you can infer this because somebody talked about it and she didn't say anything. So I don't know.
Critics say the proposal tax unrealized capital gains would stifle innovation. Tech startups, for example, often have large unrealized gains in their early days. A tax on these gains would strip significant equity from both the startup founders and reduce the portfolio of the venture capitalists funding them. This guy's name I can't pronounce, said on their podcast, this makes startups completely implausible because why on earth is anyone going to do this versus going to Google and getting paid a lot of money every year in cash? Yeah,
but still, no, where did Kamala say that she endorses this policy?
What? I don't know. I don't know where the origin of it came from, but I mean, it's not like it's fake news. It's been repeated like a billion times.
Yeah, so I mean, I hear fake news repeated a billion times all the time.
She's never come out and said this isn't true. I have no desire to do this, right? Like she presumably say that if that was the case.
I've always held it in the maybe it's true, maybe it's not category, just because I don't know the origin of it.
This is okay. So here's a New York Times article about it. It says, "What we know about Kamala Harris's $5 trillion tax plan so far." It's funny. The first line of the article is, "In a campaign otherwise light on policy specifics, the Vice President Harris this week quietly rolled out her most detailed, far-ranging proposal yet, nearly $5 trillion in tax increases over a decade."
Where's the document? How'd she roll it out?
Let's see.
Did she roll it out on a steamroller?
That's a good question.
Did she roll it out in a wheelbarrow? Where is this document? Did you roll it out on her campaign website? Everyone says there's nothing there.
Harris tax plan.
Who knows?
I don't know. That's a good question. Where is the Kamala Harris?
Show me the money.
Harris, show me the policy.
I'm going to bring up a tweet that we can watch while you look for that.
Okay.
It'll be great. Here we go. Now I have too many tabs up.
Of course.
This is in the vein. I saw this going around on Twitter. What's your favorite policy of Kamala's? I love these things, Sitch. Voters are such idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Although this always makes the argument that these are the voters that people look to that when people say,
policies, everything.
People shouldn't be able to vote. They're too stupid. They're going off a vibe.
I remember there was someone I was listening to that was talking about, it was Connor. He was talking about like bringing back competency tests for voting or something.
Oh my God. For real?
Yes.
Oh my God. Well, he wouldn't pass one, so at least we'd be down one voter.
Ouch.
So this video is Democrats name their favorite Kamala policy, but you won't be able to hear it. So
okay,
you're gonna just read looking for the solution, right?
I've seen the video you're talking about.
Can you be up for a quick interview?
Yes. Sure. Yes.
What's your favorite policy of Kamala's?
That's a hard one.
What's your favorite policy of Kamala's?
Her being president.
That's your favorite policy position?
Oh, yeah.
How so?
Because it covers everything that she defends.
I'm really excited for her to restore reproductive rights across America.
Look, she had her policy proposal. She's like, I really want you to restore reproductive rights. She's like, that's what we need. She's like, I'm a young woman. I want to have sex one day and not get pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think she'll go about doing that?
I don't know. What a fun.
So she asks her, how do you think she'll go about doing that? And the girl doesn't know. These poor people. Like, I'm just here at the DNC for a party. Oh, wait, this might be at a mall. I don't know.
Question. I don't know. I'm picking and choosing. I mean, I really like most of them.
So you have to look at it broadly, right? It's about what she stands for right now.
What's your favorite of Kamala's policies?
I'm trying to think. Well, actually, more of like, well, you know, what Waltz comes in.
All of her policies, everything from I'm non-binary, and so all of the policies for basic human rights to have our own bodies and do with them as we please, you know.
Her willingness to move forward on.
Do you remember the hippie non-binary guy that they talked to? Oh, I'm non-binary, so I'm for Kamala Harris. I think when he says, you know, the rights to do with our bodies as we please, I think he's like looking at her like, if you know what I mean, baby. I think he's like picking up on her. It's pretty hilarious.
Affordable health care.
How do you think she'll do that as president?
It is kind of insane to me that her website doesn't just have this like, here's all our policies that we're proposing. You have to like scour the internet to find something about it.
She's preparing.
Yeah, but if everyone's reporting that this is the policy that her people have said, but I don't know if they've actually put out a document about it.
It's a giant game of telephone.
All right.
Yeah, everyone's losing their minds over it, so she's not going to put it in the document. Which is smart, right? Remember what I said about things happen and the candidate adjusts to that reality?
I don't know. I found a document where they put in the price gouging thing. Now, it doesn't say what the specifics are, but it's there. It's in the little document.
It is?
Well, it's in a press release. Not really like a... doesn't even say how they're going to accomplish it or what it's going to look like. So
right. All floaters.
I think she'll work to motivate the legislature.
Her campaign has not denounced it, so I think it's officially what they've said currently.
Yeah, okay. We'll see what happens.
There's this funny article. Are you done with the clip?
Yeah.
There's a funny article from the Los Angeles Times. The headline says, "No, folks, Harris isn't planning to tax your unrealized capital gains." And then if you look at the article, it says, the budget plan does include a call for taxation of unrealized capital gains.
Yeah,
but it's held by the country's uber rich, so it's like it's different, you know.
Some budget document, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye out for it, obviously.
Right.
I'm not in favor of this policy. This policy is terrifying to me, and I don't want to see it pass. And I hope it doesn't appear in any document, any policy goal document.
Here's the $1 million question. Okay. Or I'm saying, here's the $100 million question, right? That I have to ask.
$101 million question that you will be taxed on your unrealized gains
by that
$1
million.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay. So if this wealth tax becomes a solidified part of, like, say Kamala Harris does release this 35-page policy proposal document.
I'm voting for Trump.
That's the question. and this wealth tax is part of it. Would that be enough? Is that like a single issue enough to say, okay, I can't vote for Kamala?
Well, I would have to factor in the likelihood of it actually passing.
Okay, so
that's
you
what
would
I want to
factor
do.
in that as well.
Yeah, because look, the 3 million homes thing has piqued my interest. Like if they were coming to me in some mall and asking me, what's your favorite policy by Kamala Harris, I would say, build 3 million homes. She wants to increase the housing stock by 3 million homes. And if they ask me, well, how does she plan to do it? I'd say, I don't know. She hasn't told me yet, but I'm listening. You've piqued my interest. Give me some details.
What if Trump says he's going to build 4 million homes?
4.5 million homes?
Yes.
I'm definitely going to put that on my policy pluses when I start tallying up the points. Mm-hmm. I need a point system, right?
Oh,
it's like a point for this and a point for that.
So what's interesting, because I talked about doing this. Maybe we'll do this during the week. Go through the policies. Yeah, it'd be interesting for us to create like a big chart, and we'll have the Harris and Trump policies, and it'll be policies that either they or their campaign has specifically endorsed, and then policies that they're endorsing via endorsing their party's platform. So we can actually have like a visual representation of what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Right.
It's interesting to me that this is such a hollow argument for me, where Kamala's policies, when the switcheroo happened so recently. Like, I would be suspect of a person that was carrying around some giant policy document already. Like, what are you doing? Like, you planning to axe the old man? What's going on here, right?
Right.
Oh, look, I just so happen to have all my policies ready. I'm ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we can wait a little while longer, right?
I think we could.
Trump is famous for not. I mean, what is Trump's policy on abortion? I remember him saying in a speech that he was going to negotiate a great deal, a deal that everyone will love. You're going to love it. You're going to love the deal. Everyone is going to be so good. The abortion deal is going to be amazing. What kind of policy proposal is that?
It's a great one. It's a great deal. What do you mean? It's a great deal.
So this whole, oh, she has no policies, when, I mean, Trump, you can't say he has no policies, right? He's like, no tax on tips. Okay, that's a solid policy, right? This whole, you're going to love my stance on abortion, I'm going to negotiate a great deal, is really kind of fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of policies like that. Well, I guess now he's like, I'm going to shut down the border. 0 illegal immigration, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to go.
Okay, I think I maybe found it.
Look at you.
Jesus, this is like,
I knew if I talked long enough, you'd be able to find it.
But it's so
what
ridiculous.
Is the origin?
This is why I hate the media. Is like every article should cite like the source, right? None of them do it. But I found some like publication I've never fucking heard of before that finally cited it. Okay. It's from August 19th. It says Harris camp signals it backs Biden bid to raise taxes on wealthy and corporations. And it says the 92-page party platform was released Monday ahead of the Democratic National Convention, offers clues to how Vice President Kamala Harris intends to pay for her economic agenda. But another document may be more of a direct template. It says in a little notice portion of its Friday analysis of Harrison's new economic plan, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget wrote that her campaign said it endorsed the suite of revenue options included in President Biden's. Whoop, I lost the page. So President Biden's recent budget.
She just said, "Oh yeah, I support all his stuff."
Essentially, so Kamala's she's been looking and copying over Trump's paper, and then Trump, he like covered his paper up and he shifted his body so she couldn't see it. So then she looked to her left and there's Biden there, and Biden's like half asleep, and he's got his paper just out in the open. So she started to copy that paper. And it's like, yeah, whatever he said.
Yeah. Well, look, and she didn't say specifically that she liked that policy in the paper. She's like, look, there's 100 policies in there. Just look in there. I like those policies.
Well, this is what she said, quote, the campaign specifically told us that they support all of the tax increases on the high earners and corporations that are in the Biden budget, but they did not tell us those changes would directly pay for Friday's tax proposal.
Okay.
Let's see. Let me get to the part. The Harris campaign did not respond to requests for comment on whether it stood by the policies. It told the CFRB it supports particularly the 28% corporate rate. Harris backed an even higher 35% rate during her presidential bid in 2020. The Democratic platform, though it was crafted before Biden dropped out of the race, features several references to his second term, includes several other tax changes that appear in Biden's fiscal year 2025 budget. Among them is support for the 25% billionaire tax on the income of the super rich who claim more than $100 million in assets and quadrupling the stock buyback tax to 4%. All these changes are effectively on the table for Harris as a way to pay for her agenda.
Oh, God.
So
please stop with the pay for your agenda stuff.
Yeah, I know. So maybe it's not maybe it's not. Maybe she hasn't specific. Well, here's the thing. So you could be right. Maybe she never specifically said it. Maybe she just said, "Oh, I'll just do what Biden did," but she hasn't. She hasn't said, "I'm not going to do it."
Yeah, but she's going to when the policy document drops. I guarantee you that's not going to be in there. Because everyone's screeching about it. Why would she ever put it in there? She wants to win moderates. It's not going to be in there. That's why I'm saying, like, when people are saying, is this a deal breaker of you voting for Kamala? And I'm like, well, let's just see if it's actually going to be in her platform. Right?
Right.
Like, why do I have to even waste my brain space quantifying this policy that everyone's tearing their hair out over?
Okay, I found it because it's actually not in. I don't think it's actually in the DNC platform because this is what the DNC platform says.
Look, it's not even in the DNC platform. That's hilarious.
Well, it could be, but they worded it weirdly, so I don't know.
It's a game of telephone.
It's on page 15. It's like a 90-page document. It's the subsection is making the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share.
Oh my God, that's a throwback, isn't it?
It says President Biden's plan, so they didn't change.
Oh my God, it says.
Why did it? Okay, listen. Why could they hire some intern to do the search
to at least
read?
Function? Well, no, you just read through the document. I don't know.
You don't even need to. Just do search for place on Biden and president.
That's not true. That's not true. There's probably stuff in that document glazing Biden.
Well, no.
Like
okay,
about,
you're correct. No.
After Biden stepped down from his from the presidency and showed us all how the peaceful transfer of power could be, we support.
No. You are correct. You are correct. But I'm just saying they could have had some intern go through it at least and
yeah, totally
corrections.
Yeah, they could find and see the context and then make the change accordingly.
Okay, so
90-page document. It could be done.
Exactly. It says President Biden's plan will cut taxes for middle class and low income Americans and will finance those cuts by making the ultra wealthy and big corporations finally start paying their fair share. There are 1,000 billionaires in America, and they pay an average of 8% in taxes, a far lower rate than a firefighter or a teacher. Democrats will make billionaires pay a minimum income tax of 25%, raising $500 billion in 10 years. We'll end the preferential treatment for capital gains for millionaires so they pay the same rate on investment income as on wages.
Yeah, because they're like these rich CEOs, they get paid in stock. So it's technically not, that's why it's unrealized gains, right? They get a bunch of stock.
Right.
So they don't actually get taxed on it until they sell the stock. So it's like most of my income was Tesla stock.
Well, so I looked this up. And maybe someone in the chat knows and they could tell me. I don't really understand how this works. So, or maybe you know, Adam. There's this strategy. It's called the buy, borrow, die strategy.
Yeah.
I'm trying
to figure it out. I don't know it.
Yeah. The idea is that if you're wealthy enough, you have a bunch of your money in stock or some other asset, some non-liquid asset. Right. And you basically, you buy a bunch of non-liquid assets, then you borrow, you get a big loan based on those assets, and then you just live off that loan forever. And then then you die and you pass on your wealth to your children or your estate.
So you can take a loan out. You have a stock portfolio that's worth $1 million, right? So you want to take a $100,000 loan out against that stock portfolio. Bam, you've got $100,000. Now, some people make $100,000 a year in income, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if you make $100,000 a year in income, you're taxed on that. I think you're taxed at like a 28% tax bracket, right?
Right.
But if you take a loan for $100,000 and that's your income, you don't get taxed on the loan, right?
No, yeah, I understand. There's no taxation on loans, right?
Okay. Now here's the part. Yes. Here's the trouble. How the fuck do I pay the loan back?
Well, no, see, that was that's because I was looking into all these websites to talk about it. None of them explain specifics. That's what I was curious about. I'm like, okay.
How do I pay the loan back?
Right. Yeah. If I take out $100,000 loan, I'm assuming the loan is not, well, you don't have to pay us back till you die. I'm assuming, I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. I'd assume that no banks would want a loan that could go on for like 60 fucking years or 80 years or whatever.
So if I have to sell some of the stock, I have $1 million stock portfolio and I have to sell $100,000 worth of stock, right? Well, I got to pay capital gains on it. I mean, it's a lower rate. It's only 15% if you own the stock for a year or so.
John Smith for 18 months. Thanks so much. Says, bro, I work for NVIDIA. If I have to pay unrealized gains tax, I'll be broken before my RSUs vest. There you go. Can you take out a loan without some sort of goal? Of course. You can just ask a bank for a loan. And they could say, what are your assets that you're gonna borrow on? And you say, look, I have this stock portfolio of $1 million, $100 million, and then that's it. And so I understand, like, and so the difference would be, you say, okay, that the interest you accrue from the loan theoretically would be much less or less than whatever you lose in taxes to the government.
Especially if we're at a 0% interest rate, which we have been forever. Yeah.
But how do you pay it back though? That's what I don't understand.
You rob a bank.
Anyone else knows? I don't know. Pay it back in stock? Is that how it works? Crystal Lopez for Joe says it's done through universal life insurance. What's that? I don't know what that is. Universal life insurance is an insurance type of permanent life insurance that, like other permanent insurance, has a cash value element and offers lifetime coverage as long as you pay your premiums.
So now we have to use part of the loan to pay premiums on health, like on life insurance.
I gotta look more into this because I'm curious as to how this works. Because I would think if there was a way, if this is the thing that they want to stop, I would assume there'd be a way to do it without just doing kind of this butcher cleaver, like 25% tax on unrealized gains, as opposed to doing something like with a scalpel. So.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, but wait, let me keep reading this for a second.
No, let me bring up a clip then or something. You can't just read.
Well, no, I was going to read it out loud. We've eliminated, this is from the DNC platform, we'll eliminate the stepped up basis loophole for the wealthiest Americans so they can't avoid paying taxes on their wealth by passing it down to their heirs. Ooh, evil heirs getting the money. Democrats will close the carried interest loophole for wealthy fund managers. Okay, let's see. We'll see, but this is why this is weird. So even in the DNC policy, it doesn't specifically say that they're going to tax unrealized gains. It just says that they're going to have a minimum income tax of 25% on billionaires. Right? Maybe that's what they mean. But then the White House released, okay, I think this is the origin of it. The White House, in March of this year, Adam, released a very specific fact sheet. And it says, fact sheet, the president's budget cut taxes for working families and making big corporations and the wealthy pay their fair share. And it says, require billionaires to pay at least 25% of income in taxes. Billionaires make their money in ways that are often taxed at lower rates than ordinary wage income, or sometimes not taxed at all, thanks to giant loopholes and tax preferences that disproportionately benefit the wealthiest taxpayers. As a result, many of these wealthy Americans are able to pay an average income tax of just 8% on their full incomes, a lower rate than many firefighters or teachers. To finally address this glaring inequality, the president's budget includes a 25% minimum tax on the wealthiest 0.01% of those whose wealth is more than 100 million. Even that doesn't say unrealized. Where does this unrealized thing come from?
Well, this is the thing.
That's what. Wait, let me just say. Maybe that's what they mean when they say. I guess that's what they mean when they say there's going to be a minimum 25% tax. Like the inference is it has to be on unrealized gains.
Elon Musk makes his CEO bonus in stock. They write stock out for him. So if he gets $100 million in Tesla stock, I mean, I don't think that's taxed like normal income. So no, I think that's what they're saying. They're like, okay, well, you can't get $100 million in stock without paying some unrealized gains on that stock, or selling some of it and paying tax on that.
Well, it would be worse than that, because like, okay, so it's not like, oh, theoretically, just for the sake of the argument, Tesla says, here's $100 million or $101 million in stock, Elon Musk, and they give it to him. And then the government says, okay, you have to pay this one-time taxation on that transaction, and you have to pay 25% on $1 million, right? Because it's 1 million over 100 million. And then that's it. That's my understanding is that's not the way it would work. The way it would work is every year, if he just has an accumulated amount of wealth that is over 100 million, he has to pay 25% on whatever is over 100 million. So if Elon Musk has $1 billion in wealth, he has to pay 25% on $900 million.
That's not what the document says, though. The document says on income.
No, but I understand that. But that's where I'm confused by how this would work. Because when they say make the million or the billionaires pay a minimum of 25%, and they say income, people are interpreting it to mean that to be an unrealized gains.
Yeah, I don't know where this started. Like I said, this whole conversation began with, where did this come from? Who said this? Like, why are we talking about this?
So
it seems more like it's a meme.
Well, I'm just saying. So I mean, if you were a billionaire, you'd have to pay so if you have $1 billion, or you're a billionaire, let's say, in 1 year, you'd have to pay $225 billion.
Right.
Or yeah, 225 billion. Sorry, just 225 billion. Not to get rid of the 100. $225 billion in taxes. Which, I mean, obviously they're not going to do that. They're going to try to avoid paying that like their life depends on it. So, because most of that money, if you're a billionaire, you don't have like $1 billion sitting in a bank account somewhere. It's all like tied up in stuff. So,
Elon Musk doesn't even own a house.
Right. And it doesn't even seem like this is going to generate.
Low.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even seem like this is going to generate that much wealth. I mean, that much tax revenue overall, in the giant behemoth of our trillions of dollars of budget.
Right.
So,
It's a bad idea. It's not going to happen. Everyone's talking about it because other people started talking about it. Now we're talking about it.
Yeah, but I don't think. And it all comes from this document. And you're right, it says income, but everyone's interpreting it as saying the Biden-Harris administration is saying that households worth more than $100 million would pay an annual tax worth 25% of their combined income and unrealized capital gains.
Oh, does it say and unrealized capital gains?
That's not what the official document says, but that's how, when this came out, that's how everyone reported it, as meaning that.
That's so weird. Who was the first person to report on it? Do you know?
I don't know. I was reading a Yahoo Finance article about it when it came out. And
this is like a just giant game of telephone.
March. Yeah, but here's why. But it has to be, because if this came out in March and the Biden-Harris people have never said that's not the case. Like, they never said, well, that's not the case. That's not what we meant.
Yeah. Smart not to.
Well, actually, no. Well, here's what it says. Well, I'll read it again. And here's why I think it's correct. President Biden's budget includes a 25% minimum tax on those with wealth of more than $100 million. So they don't say, so even though the headline says income, the actual part doesn't say income. It just says 25% minimum tax on those with wealth over $100 million.
And that's why they call it a wealth tax.
That's why it's a wealth tax. Yeah.
Right. Minimum 25% tax on people with over $100 million. 25% tax. Okay, so you're basically taking away 25% of their wealth. Interesting.
Right.
So you'd have to interpret that as unrealized gains, because that's what most of wealth is.
That is, yes, exactly.
That's where it's coming from. Okay.
Well, I think the issue is, like, most people look at this from a moral perspective, and from a moral perspective, I don't really have a problem with, like, okay, if you have, well, I do have a problem with this, a blanket wealth tax. I don't think that's this high. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't have a problem on a moral level with raising the capital gains tax to match income tax gains. I don't have a problem with that on a moral level. The only issue I would have is that I don't think you should look necessarily as taxation as a moral issue. You should look at it as the government is trying to incentivize and disincentivize specific behaviors. And I'm not sure if they raise capital gains tax to match income tax, I have no clue what effect that would have on the economy and sort of investment behaviors. Would it have a good impact or a negative impact?
Horrible impact.
I don't know the answer to that. I'm assuming it'd have a bad impact because we've had a very low capital gains tax rate for 80 years, 90 years. And I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming, I don't assume it's just because everyone's corrupt and evil. I'm assuming there's some sort of behavior of investment that they're trying to incentivize through that. They want people to invest in the stock market and things of that nature, as opposed to just having rich people pay themselves exorbitant incomes and things like that.
Our show researcher, Zero Fucks, has chimed in, who also gives zero fucks. He says, Janet Yellen spawned it years ago. He sent a link and I sent it over to you from CNBC. But
Janet Yellen spawned this.
Yeah.
That's
like the idea. She's a big lefty economist, right?
Let me see.
Wasn't Janet Yellen head of the Fed?
She was Secretary of Treasury under who? Somebody.
Yeah, Obama.
So,
right?
Obama, yeah. That's
Look
interesting.
at her. Oh my goodness.
Janet Yellen, Biden's nominee for Treasury Secretary. She's not Treasury Secretary now, right?
I don't know. Is
Secretary now. She was succeeded. Oh, Jerome Powell.
Oh yeah, he's.
Oh no, well, Jerome Powell was for
Fed
Trump.
chair.
Right. Is he still the Secretary of Treasury? Who is it now? I don't even fucking know.
Jerome Powell is the head of the Federal Reserve right now.
Okay,
I know
so
that much.
Okay, gotcha. Janet Yellen, Biden's nominee for Treasury Secretary, said she would consider taxing such unrealized gains to boost government revenues, reported Reuters. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen reportedly said she would consider taxing unrealized capital gains. The billionaire investor Howard Marks says it's not a practical plan. It could hurt sentiment among investors. I think that would hit sentiment. It would obviously make it less attractive to be an investor. All things are equal. Well, I mean, if that's the goal, then you would be in favor of that.
It's just so weird to me. I don't. It's just bizarre. Like,
it just doesn't make sense.
The government needs more money. It's like, we want to do all these things. We need more money. No, you need more stuff. You print the money.
Right.
You need more stuff. Sure, you can take all the money from all the rich people who are not spending that money. It's just tied up in their stock portfolios, right?
Right. Hold on,
that stuff doesn't drive inflation until they actually use it to buy things.
I hear a weird noise. I gotta make
you
sure.
You gotta
run.
Breaking in. Okay, go ahead. Oh shit. So anyway, now that Sitch is gone, we can talk candidly about MMT. Here it is. Why do they think that they can take money from rich people and use that to buy things?
Okay. So someone was trying to break into my house, but I shot them, and the threat has been resolved.
Nice. Castle Doctrine.
Doctrine.
Yeah, in Florida is amazing, guys.
Yes.
Okay. Sitch has killed like 6 intruders just in the last month.
I killed 3 just now, and I just left their bodies on the lawn, like as a warning to other intruders.
That's perfect. You have to call the morgue after a week or so, otherwise they get real mad. The neighborhood starts stinking up. So,
okay,
well, you understand. Like Janet Yellen is saying, we need more government revenue. So we want to build 3 million homes, so we need government revenue. No, bitch, you don't need money. You print the money. You need wood. You need wood. You need labor. You need nails. The Elon Musk stock portfolio, when you go into the open market and sell all that stock, it doesn't magically turn into wood and nails and carpentry labor, right?
Right.
Like, I just want to shake people. It's like they think it's magic. Oh no, now the money magically creates all this other stuff. Now we have the money.
So there's other things I want to talk about with Harris's speech, but before I do, I want to read any supers related to what we were just talking about.
Okay.
I'm gonna start backwards. And I guess I'll just favorite them to mark off if I read them. Lethal's Training for $5 says, if this was even conceivable, then donors would dry up. They will never do any tax changes like this. See, that's another thing that I thought of is, it's funny. I don't know if you saw, there was this viral clip of Chris Cuomo that was kind of circulating where he was complaining about how, there was all these very large donor boxes that the ultra wealthy people and ultra wealthy businesses bought at the DNC. And first of all, people were like, this is so base. And I was just I'm like, I don't care. Obviously they're going to give the big donors like a box. I don't even understand why he's complaining about that. It just
rich
seemed like
people
really
bad, Sitch. Rich people bad. What are you talking about?
But it just seemed fucking retarded. It's like, okay, they want people's money. If you give them a bunch of money, they're going to give you a perk. This is the most like obvious thing on the planet, but whatever.
Yeah.
But you are exactly correct.
Like a little folding chair.
Yeah. No, they give you a little director's chair and they put like the little piece of paper with your name on it, like right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go. Great spot. Yeah. You don't get a cushion. Shut up. Enjoy it.
And there was, of course, a very funny story of Hassan was in some area at the DNC and they like kicked him out.
Really? Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. And it's there's a lot of speculation about whether they kicked him out because he's Hassan and he was shitting on them for, I don't know, something probably Palestinian related, or because they needed the space. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. But anyway, no, so I bring that up because that was my exact thought, Lethal Strain, was that if Kamala's agreeing to this wealth tax, this seems like this would be the death of so many donors. I can't imagine a single wealthy donor would ever in a billion jillion years support a candidate. I don't care how bad the other guy is, support a candidate that was proposing a 25% unrealized wealth gains tax. That just seems crazy to me.
Yeah. It's over. It's not going to be in the final document, I guarantee. You want to bet on it? I'll bet you $100 million in Tesla stock.
We'll see. JMac, our circuit follower for $10 says, Adam, she already ran for president. She should have a few policies, right?
Well, she did for like 15 minutes, so. And that was
2020.
2020, yeah. So
right.
3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Look, she should definitely have some policies just because she's vice president, right? She should have some, but
you would hope. One hopes. Channer531 for $5 says 95% of tech startups fail. Check me on that. The startup slush money tech bubble deserves to be checked. Well, the reason I disagree on that, I understand what you're saying. Even if that's true, I don't know if that's true, but even if the 95% number is true, you don't know how many of those 5% companies that succeed are Google or are what was the
exactly.
What's the chat GPT people called?
Sam
OpenAI. Yeah, or OpenAI or whatever. Like, yeah, even if there's massive failure, like this is kind of the way you want the economy and the market to work, is that no one has a crystal ball yet. No one has a way of figuring out.
Except for Kyle Kalinske, of course.
Except for Kyle Kalinske. Wait, what is that in reference to?
He has a crystal ball.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh, you got me. Okay. No one has the crystal ball that's not a person that could figure out like how to make like the next big company that's going to revolutionize the world, whether it be Amazon, Google, OpenAI, or whatever. And so it's kind of funny. The same way AI works is through brute force, essentially, is that you just have a thing, iterate a process super quickly again and again and again, until it kind of like randomly figures out what works, which is kind of how evolution works. I mean, it's not random. Obviously, there's environmental pressures, but you just have like a bunch of mutations brute forced over, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years to eventually create something successful. And that's kind of the way our economy works too with businesses, is that you basically just have brute force, people always looking to invest in some, business or something just because they want their own money back. And what some of those very small amount of those businesses are going to end up blowing up and creating something, good, some sort of good, useful service or good or something technology that is going to revolutionize the world. So
no, I'm told all those businesses that fail are malinvestment, Sitch.
Well, they are for the investor, obviously, but from a socially beneficial position, you kind of have to have all these investments.
You do, yeah.
To weed out the bad ones and to have the cream rise to the top here. And so even if 95% of tech startups fail, you do want this money continue. Like, I guess it boils down to one of two things. You either you believe that the market will produce a technology or something of value, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, produce the next Google, Amazon, OpenAI sort of program or company. Or you believe that if you took all that money out of the private market, you gave it to the government would be able to produce something of more beneficial social value, right? And that's that's sort of where the lines cross. And I think a big problem with taxation in America, and I was just talking about this with some people, is that, and I've said this a million times on stream, you know, in some of the Scandinavian countries where they have socialized medical care or other things, people are more okay with paying a lot of money to the government because then they go to the doctor and it doesn't cost anything. And so they kind of like perceive a benefit that they're accruing for their tax money. And in America, even though it's not true, a lot of people feel like they look around and they kind of get used to having police and firefighters and roads and all those other things. And they don't feel like their tax money is necessarily translating into something. They just feel like they're taking their money and throwing it into a burning, you know, pit, and they'll never see it again. And so you sort of have now, as an enlightened centrist, I believe that we do want to have a lot of money into the private markets, continually fostering innovation, continually roiling around to create new things. And I do believe that you want the government to have a bunch of money to be able to function and provide a bevy of services, you know, that would not necessarily be profitable, but are still useful and important to American citizens.
Justice, security.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So that'd be my
submarines.
Right.
Nuclear submarines.
Right. And if you, well, that's irrelevant. I guess the same is true of the government. Even if 95% of those tech companies fail, it's not like the money disappears from existence. You know, it goes back into the market. So,
right. Yeah.
Britt Cormier for $50. Thank you so much. Says, for the unrealized gains tax, I want to see the carve outs. Silicon Valley and Wall Street money people will never back this for the Democrats without some carve outs for their own money. If there are no carve outs, it's a dead policy just for the press. Well, that's a good point. Would there be specific carve outs for the tech industry or whatever industries are beneficial or whatever people are beneficial to the Democrats? You're correct. They could do some very narrow thing. And this would be like ultra dictator's handbook, right? If they throw this $100 million up 25% wealth tax, but it's like framed in such a way that essentially it only hits like Republican voters or industries that are perceived of as Republican. So that might be a little too silly or too obvious if that were to happen.
Google stock and Facebook stock, all those are exempt, right?
But X and Tesla, those are
it's like Lockheed Martin.
Right. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah. ExxonMobil, none of those stocks are exempt, of course.
Right. AKA Batosa, thanks so much for the 5 gifts memberships. Dialogue Always for $5 says, last I heard, the tax is supposed to force honesty on reported growth for stock and its unrealized gains. I don't know why that would accomplish that, though.
And I don't know how there could be dishonesty, because any stock you can find the value of just by going to the ticker for today.
Well, no, I think it means growth that people get from their stocks, not that, I mean, the stock price you can't lie about, but growth for companies and people that own stocks, how much they've made on their unrealized gains. I don't know how taxing it by 25% would accomplish that goal. There's probably a different way to do that. So RBGH fan for $5 says the bill would be called "Dear Rich People, Please Move Out of the Country." I feel like that's what would happen.
Yeah.
Well, and also businesses. I don't see how this is going to work. Channer 5312 for $10 says, I'd rather them liquidate under 100 million because it circulates cash in the economy instead of the government printing more. Which one is worse? How do you feel about that, Mr. MMT?
Well, I mean, this is why I said it doesn't change the amount of stuff that's in the economy, right? So if you've got an asset that is frozen up, I mean, that's not causing inflation. Elon Musk is not using that money to purchase wood or steel or anything like that would drive up the price of wood and steel. So The thing that matters is what is actually in the economy. Like, and the printing money, people focus too much on the printing money. Like you're doing it here. You're saying we should take Elon Musk money instead of the government printing more money. When I focus on the stuff part of the equation, like if you want to do things like Kamala Harris wants to build 3 million more homes, you need to focus on how do you get the stuff to build 3 million more homes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're using tax policy and monetary policy and fiscal policy all to serve those ends. So this is why I'm complaining, because Janet Yellen is like, okay, well, if we tax Elon Musk, make him sell all his Tesla stock, and we take that money, we can use that money to buy all the stuff we need to build the homes. And I'm saying, well, how? You don't have enough supplies. Sure, you came up with a bunch of money, but you don't have the actual supplies. You didn't magically double the supply of wood in the United States.
Right.
Like look, we talked about this a little bit on the stream. Like, I guess people just think we're crazy, but I'm like, well, how do we double the production of wood, like plywood in the United States?
Buy
right?
Canada. You say Canada, you're now America. We're buying all your trees. Yeah.
You can't, and taxing Elon Musk to get the money is really, how is it even part of this equation? Right? Like, what does that even matter? Right?
Right.
We could print the money and Elon Musk could keep his stock, because it really is, it's just on paper. Like, and this is what drives people crazy. Elon Musk is worth 50, gazillion dollars on paper, right? Because Tesla stock is worth so much, but we need wood for houses.
So here, this is interesting. So I found this article from May of this year. So it's after that press release that the White House put out. And it says, U.S. opposes global tax on billionaires, Janet Yellen says. Okay. So she was the one, because remember, she was the origin of this, supposedly. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said United States is against the adoption of an annual global wealth tax on billionaires. The Treasury spokesperson confirmed to Tax Notes the comments made by Yellen in a May 20 article by the Wall Street Journal, in which she said the Biden administration won't support a proposal introduced by Brazilian Finance Minister Fernando Haddad that calls for a 2% annual tax on the ultra wealthy. Oh, this is a different thing.
Yeah, it sounds like they're against the wealth tax.
Well, no, but this is a different thing. This was at the G20. They were proposing a global, like every country would propose a 2% annual tax on the ultra wealthy to prevent, people from like running away with their money, essentially. So wait, this is a different.
Just take away their passports.
Yellen's comment appears to suggest that President Biden has drawn a line in the sand over the extent of his plan to raise taxes on high net worth individuals, which includes a 25% minimum income tax on those earning more than $100 million, and a proposal to tax unrealized capital gains. Well, not really. I mean, you could have these things you could have the United States government want their own tax on unrealized gains, but say they don't support a global tax. I don't know why they wouldn't though. That's interesting. Okay, never mind. I thought this was about the 25% thing, but it's about something completely different.
Right. Anyway, people are fixated on money because money is what they are familiar with. They have a certain amount of money in their bank account. They get a certain amount of money in their paycheck, and they go to the grocery store, and there's more than enough products for their money to buy, right? They could never, they would exhaust all their money before they ran out of things to buy. So, but when you're dealing with things like a housing shortage, you start to think, well, when do we exhaust the supply of wood, right? And we had a super chatter that was in real estate or construction or something like that, and they were saying actually the bottleneck is materials. A lot of times they can't get the materials to build something.
Right.
Like they can get the permits and the land and all that kind of stuff, but if you can't get the raw materials, if you don't have enough labor, the unemployment rate is super low, so labor costs are super high. That factors in too. Yeah.
That is true. Miss, what are you laughing at?
Nothing.
Miss from 6 for 200. Kazark says the wealth tax does make sense if your objective is equity, because it literally forces people to either give up or destroy wealth. It makes no economic sense since you're taxing something that's not real.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's exactly.
I agree, except it is real. It's just not liquid, if that makes sense.
Well, it's not real. Though. What do you mean?
It is real.
And this
I just want to use the word real.
I tried to, this is why they use the debt to GDP metric, right? The debt is the amount of money that's out there chasing goods. And the GDP is the amount of goods that is produced in 1 year, right?
Right.
So if you double the amount of money out there chasing goods, but you don't have this, you don't increase the amount of goods, you get massive inflation. So
this is interesting.
You have to increase the goods.
I found an article. This is a Business Insider article from 2021. It says Janet Yellen's Treasury sees a wealth tax as too hard to implement, but she has other ideas. It says in a New York Times article, Janet Yellen told Andrew Ross Sorkin that she wasn't planning a wealth tax like Senator Elizabeth Warren because it's very difficult and because it has very difficult implementation problems. And then what was interesting is that it says one major plank of Senator Warren's presidential run, this was in 2020, her failed run, and later Senator Bernie Sanders' run was a wealth tax. Elizabeth Warren called for an ultra-millionaire tax that would levy an annual 2% tax on households with net worth between 50 million and 1 billion. Households that have a net worth over 1 billion would see a 3% annual tax. So how the fuck, this is so bizarre. How do we have Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, the very, very far left people, they're talking about a 1 to 3% wealth tax? How does that turn? And Biden says he doesn't want to do that in 2021, but now in 2024, that somehow transforms into a 25% wealth tax. How the fuck does that work?
They really want to hit them.
That's so weird.
Optically, it sounds horrible, right? We're going to tax the ultra wealthy 1%. You're like, what the fuck? Get out of here.
Oh, you think it's just all like
yeah, it's totally optics.
Yeah, but here's the thing that's weird about it. So if this was just a policy that Kamala's people came up with, I would agree. But this was a Biden policy that came out like March. And I don't think Biden's team seemed kind of retarded. So I don't know. It seems weird. And it seems weird that Kamala would, unless it's just that she just hasn't, just said, whatever, we'll do it's like what you said. Kamala will just say, I'll do whatever Biden's going to do. And then later she's going to come out and change a bunch of stuff.
Right.
Because it does seem like a stupid thing. It seems like she's opening herself up for, we've been talking about this for like 30 minutes. It's just such a briar patch to get stuck in, with this stupid,
everyone's making
gains
videos.
tax.
Everyone's writing articles on it.
Right.
It is,
but not in a good
stupid
way.
idea. Yeah. It's a totally stupid idea. They're using it to say Kamala doesn't know anything about economics, which, she probably doesn't, but
and it plays into the commie thing too.
Hopefully. Yeah, of course. Of course it plays into that. I just think it's ridiculous.
Vinyl for $5 says the issue to solve is that things like stocks and debt can be leveraged as cash to the point where the rich can go taxless while becoming richer. Yeah, that's the buy, borrow, die strategy. But I guess I
tell
fully
us how. How do you pay the loan back?
Right. Yeah. I don't fully understand the logistics of how it works. And if you want to stop that behavior, which I think is fine, it makes sense to me, and I get it. Like if there's some hypothetical scenario where someone could have $100 million and they essentially keep it in stocks forever and they never take it out and they just get a loan and they live off it forever and then they just pass it down to their kids and their kids don't pay taxes, even though there is an estate tax. So I don't know, but they pay some significantly less taxes. I can understand that doesn't seem right or fair. So, because you want to have the way to think about this, and this is why you have to kind of cut out the moral component and think about it from like a logistics, like what you want. You want, from like a societal perspective, you probably don't want rich people to have hundreds of millions of dollars sitting in stocks, just accumulating wealth, not really moving, not really doing anything, just kind of sitting there. And then they just pass it on to their kids when they die. And then that just passes on to kids. Because you want it to be, the whole point is from like a government perspective or a wide perspective. You want that money moving around and doing things. You don't want it just sitting on a dragon hoard somewhere, accumulating interest.
Why?
You want to do something because you want, because that's how you get, because you want new businesses to be created.
Well, look, I'm just, until that money is deployed to do something like that, to start a business, like it's really a all it is just on paper. That's why I keep saying, like, it's not really affecting the economy.
No. Okay, you're not.
Other than the fact that everyone's like going, oh my God, Elon Musk is so rich.
You're missing, that's not what I'm talking about. Okay. What I'm saying is, from a broader perspective, you want the money, you want people with a lot of money to be using that money to essentially invest in new businesses, startups, invest in a bunch of companies. You want it moving around and doing things. You don't want it
to create things.
Yes, you want it to be used to create things. You don't want it sitting on a dragon hoard somewhere, just existing and gaining more and more rent. You don't want the rent-seeking behavior of it.
It's not rent-seeking though. If the money is just sitting there in a stock portfolio, it's not rent-seeking at all.
Why not?
It's rent-seeking if somebody takes that money, sells some stock, takes that money, buys a house, and buys up all the houses and forces people to rent. Then it is rent-seeking. But look, if somebody is fabulously wealthy, you have to look at the consumer part of it. Like, how much does Elon Musk consume in a year? Do you think he consumes $1 million worth of stuff? Think he consumes $2 million worth of stuff? I mean, I've heard he doesn't even.
Doesn't he? Maybe.
I've heard he doesn't even own a house. So I mean, maybe I consume more than Elon Musk. So when you're looking, so if he's fabulously wealthy on paper, and he's really just consuming, $1 million a year, and so the government wants to come in and they say, look, we want to take that money, and we want to consume, billions of panels of plywood and make 3 million homes. Now you're talking about some real consumption, right?
Yeah, but
that's some real consumption going on there.
I understand what you're saying, but isn't that bad? Don't you want people to be spending their money? Because that's what creates jobs and creates things.
Yes, but the question that I always have is, when do you hit the resource limit, right? Because it's like you've got a pizza with 10 slices and you got 20 people that want a slice, right?
Right.
Obviously, 10 people are not going to get a slice. You give them all $1,000, right? Okay, look, let's give them all $10,000. It doesn't change the fact that you're short 10 slices of pizza. It doesn't change any of that.
Okay, but I don't see what that has to do with what.
You're talking about liquidating. Look, you're in the pizza situation, right? You got 20 people, you got 10 slices of pizza. They're saying, look, if only we had more money, let's liquidate Elon Musk's stock portfolio, and then we'll have money to buy pizza. Well, you will if you create more pizza, but if you don't, you won't.
I think it's a bad example. I think the hypothetical would be, well, if we're
I'm just trying to give the example of the resource limitations.
I understand. What I was going to say is that the example would be like, okay, well, if we liquidate this money, even if you can't just buy pizza because there's not enough pizza, you can invest in a company that
creates pizza,
that can go create pizza, go harvest more grain, more tomatoes, more cheese, more dairy, right? That's what you want. You're not just buying pizza. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should just take the money and give it to the government, but I'm saying that there could be a way to incentivize investing behavior that instead of just having people sit on a dragon hoard of money that just sits in something, is that you actually have it to be moving around, being invested in companies and doing shit in the economy.
Right. But the government can just print the money and do that. That's why do they need to liquidate Elon Musk money? Like, Elon Musk may decide he wants to deploy that money to start a time machine building business, right? Why are we taking his resources away from him? If the government wants to, start a pizza making facility, why don't they just use their money?
Well, because then they have to pay money.
If they want to incentivize other people to do it. Yeah, they have to
because
print
we
money,
generally
that's
this
fine.
is the answer to the question, because we generally, at least in America, believe that we would prefer the private industry kind of figure out how to invest as opposed to the government figuring out how to invest.
Which
And so that's why
I agree. That's why the
well, okay,
government
but
should
that's why I was saying,
incentivize
right.
private
That's why I was
business.
saying that
But this is
maybe
the opposite of that.
No. That's I'm not supporting the fucking unrealized tax gains from the government. Okay. It's stupid. That's not what I'm suggesting. What I could say is that maybe they should do is create policies that incentivize people to do that on their own, to invest on their own, to look for startups on their own, as opposed to sitting on the dragon hoard of money. Because most people, I would imagine, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming most people are not Elon Musk, and they're like, let me invest my giant unrealized gains into a time machine company.
Yeah, look, the situation that you have is you don't want the Elon Musk out there that might start a business like SpaceX, which is a huge boon to the economy and very helpful for us, right?
Right.
You don't want that guy to not have access to money and resources, right? So, like, for instance, if Kamala Harris wants to build 3 million homes, she has to incentivize people who are in the home building industry to build more homes. How does she do that? How does she create incentives that will do that? That's the question, right?
Right.
So, and I don't necessarily know that, but you don't have to liquidate Elon Musk stock to be able to do that, right?
I understand. I'm not suggesting that.
Yeah, other people are, though, constantly.
I know.
This is the thing. Where's the money going to come from to do this, right? We have to put Elon Musk, a huge value generator in our economy. We have to take him and make him poor so he can't generate any value. And it's stupid to me. It's like, well, why can't you leave him alone to generate value? And kind of like,
here's the answer to the question, the actual answer, which no one will fucking do because no one actually cares, right? Because I was responding to this very specific chat that was basically relating to this buy, borrow, die strategy,
right?
That supposedly the wealthy people do. The actual way to get to the bottom of this, to see if this makes sense, be like, okay, you have to do research into saying, how many people are doing this buy, borrow, die strategy? Is it some substantial amount of rich people that it even give a shit in the first place? And if it is, and that is reducing taxable revenue by some amount that we believe is significant, you have to do research and say, okay, does doing this strategy, the buy, borrow, die strategy, even if the government doesn't get it through taxable revenue, does that strategy produce an economic benefit to the economy and the markets as a whole? And that's what I'm saying, is I don't know the answer to that question, because if they're doing that strategy where they're not paying taxes, but by their actions, they're helping the economy overall, then I'm totally fine with them doing it. I'm totally fine. That's why I'm telling people should not look at taxation as a moral thing, even though they do. They look at it as a fairness thing, which I get. That's not the way that that's how politicians look at it, but it's not the way like government should look at it from an overall macro perspective. They should be looking on what's better for the economy perspective overall.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. If they're using that strategy and they're feeding the hungry and housing the homeless.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying is that strategy of the buy, borrow, die strategy, is it still that strategy specifically creating some sort of economic benefit to the stock market or the economy overall, which if they didn't do that, there'd be some detrimental effect.
Right.
Not necessarily that they're, feeding homeless people or whatever.
What if it's just paying accountants?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I had to see what the numbers are and how it all works out, because I don't know the answer to this. And I feel like 99% of the people and politicians that are proposing these policies don't fucking know the answer, because it's based on a moral consideration of what seems to be fair, which I understand, but that's not really the way we should be looking at it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's why people constantly default to the money when the real important thing is what's going on in the economy, the real resources, the real labor. Like if they're doing this strategy and buying up all the housing stock and forcing people to be renters, fuck those people. We should put them out of business. I mean, I don't know why we just don't make laws around rent-seeking behavior.
Right. Well, because it would have some economic impact somewhere down the line. So And I mean, if it was true that Trump really wants to make the CEO of BlackRock, the Treasury Secretary, then
that's horrible.
That's not going to happen. So
it's horrible.
Eric Cecil for $10 says, it's been memory hold, but Biden got rid of the Remain in Mexico policy. Biden didn't need a border bill to solve the issue. So much authority has already been given to the president to solve it. So thank
you for the super chat, but that is incorrect.
Well, yeah, thank you for $10 super chat. Let me answer that question in reverse. It could very well be that the Republicans were correct that Biden didn't need the authority of Congress to pass the border bill, because my understanding is that at least significant parts of the border bill, Biden has now put in place through executive order anyway. So that part of the super chat could be completely true. I don't know if now it's just happened a few months ago, so it's possible that someone has or will bring a legal challenge to that executive order, and the courts will adjudicate whether the president has the authority to do that or not. So we'll see. Regarding the Remain in Mexico thing, so I actually researched this, and I feel like I've never heard anyone actually, at least according to my research, every single person and every single political pundit I've heard talk about Remain in Mexico has talked about it completely incorrectly. There was an agreement that America had with Mexico where they said, can you keep some amount of people that are applying for amnesty in Mexico? And there's two issues with it. Number one, Biden didn't get rid of it. Mexico got rid of it. That was number one. Now, Biden did say that he was didn't like it or whatever. So I can understand why people will say Biden got rid of it, but Mexico got rid of it. And Biden actually tried to renegotiate with Mexico to get it again. And Mexico said they didn't want to do it. So that's number one. Now, maybe they could be strong-armed into it or whatever. But number two, more importantly, is that even when Trump was president, the amount of people that were in the Remain in Mexico program was minuscule. It was something like 2 or 5% of the total number of people seeking asylum claims. It was some very, very small amount of people. So when I hear Trump say oh, well, I had the Remain in Mexico plan and so everything was fine, that's not true. That's a lie. It was a very small amount of people that were even in the Remain in Mexico program at all, because there's all sorts of requirements to do it, and Mexico obviously has to agree to it. The majority of people were being turned away, put in the cages, or turned away through the COVID restrictions. So the Remain in Mexico policy, well, like in theory, it's a good idea. Mexico's not willing to take on the burden of millions of people themselves. So I think it's kind of a red herring when it gets brought up. The better thing would just be to say, listen, you no longer can apply for asylum on the border, or to do some version of the executive order where you say, only a very limited number of people per week can apply for asylum on the border, and everyone else gets turned away automatically. So I don't know what the fuck happens when people get turned away, but
they go
Mexico
home.
would probably not be happy about it, because it'd create a bunch of people just milling around the border trying to be those 1,000 people per day or week or whatever it is.
They deport them.
I guess you're right.
They can send them back.
Well, I don't know if they can. They might want to. I don't know how competent Mexico's government is at the moment. So
I tried to look up this. Trump keeps saying that other countries are emptying their prisons into the United States. It's a big, scary claim. And I was like, that can't be true. Right? What president is round up all the criminals. Let's ship them off to America. How do you do that tactically? It's like a Con Air situation where they just, all these hardened criminals are put on an airplane and shipped to America.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't find anything though.
Well,
where is this claim that he keeps making?
It's not. When Trump says that they're emptying their prisons to send to America, that's a total asspull. That's not actually happening.
You think it's an asspull?
Of course it's an asspull. What? That's not happening.
Why does he keep saying it? He says it in every speech.
It's a good talking point. Well, I'll tell you.
You think he knows it's untrue, or you think he has a hunch that it's true?
I think it's two things. I think number one, it just is a good talking point. I think he knows it's not a real thing. And also it's kind of an interesting way of circumventing the racist claim, because then you get to say, well, I'm not racist. I'm not saying I don't want people from South America. I'm saying that they're specifically sending us their criminals.
Right.
So, which, yeah, I don't believe there's a single shred of evidence for any country.
People in the chat are saying Cuba did it and Venezuela did it. I know he brings up Venezuela in his speech.
I don't know about Venezuela. I know in Cuba there was the situation where a lot of people, fled the communist government.
But Cuba did it recently? Or Cuba did it like in the 1960s?
Yeah, I don't know if Cuba did it any time in, my lifetime. So
right.
I don't know the Venezuela claim. So
we should do that. We should just, take all of our prisoners and send them to Canada.
Australia? Oh, you already did that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, Canada's not really far enough away. Hey, England is an island. But we drop them off there.
Let's see. This is an article, I know it's true. Anyone who has heard a speech from former President Donald Trump in the last few years has certainly heard his unsubstantiated claim that countries around the world are emptying their prisons and mental institutions and sending these people to the U.S. Trump has offered scant support for this claim, but in virtually all of his recent speeches, he's been citing a reported drop in crime in Venezuela as evidence that the economically and politically beleaguered country is sending its criminals to the United States.
Didn't they round them all up? Venezuela is where they arrested all the gang members.
No, wasn't that somewhere in Central America that they did that?
I thought it was Venezuela, but maybe not. I'll look it up. Continue.
Yeah. Experts in Venezuela told us there's no evidence to back up Trump's claim. Reported crime is trending down, but not nearly as dramatic as Trump claims. Blah, blah, blah. Crime experts say there's numerous reasons for this. Well, okay, but even if there is a drop in crime, that doesn't mean anything. You can't just automatically assume it's because all the criminals are in America now. So you need you need actual evidence to show that there is a country that is literally emptying its prisons and insane asylums and dumping them in America, which seems to be completely unsubstantiated and ridiculous.
It was El Salvador's president that arrested all the gang members.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Detained 76,000 Salvadorians.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of gang members, right?
Yes. Let's see. We have something. Oh, we have the Epoch Times. That's
reputable.
Very reputable source.
Well, don't laugh. Sitch only reads the New York Times. He only buys into the New York Times.
Let's see. Let's see what the Epoch Times says. Venezuela empties prisons, sends criminals to U.S. border. House Republicans. Oh, okay. So at least it's saying House Republicans made this claim. Maybe the House Republicans have some evidence for this. Venezuela is deliberately releasing prisoners, among them violent criminals, and having them travel to the United States southern border, a development that prompted 14 House Republicans to write to Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. Republican Rep. Troy Nehls of Texas, who's leading the Republican effort to have Mayorkas answer this question, said in September 2020, in a September 22nd letter, that the decision by the Maduro regime has put the United States in grave danger.
Wow.
Security intelligence report. Well, okay, here we go. Maybe we do have some evidence. A U.S. Department of... Oh, can you hear me? It says my thing's unstable.
I can. Don't. Just ignore it.
Okay. We write you with serious concern about a recent U.S. Department of Homeland Security intelligence report received by Border Patrol that instructs agents to look for violent criminals from Venezuela among the migrant caravan heading towards the United States border. The letter says, citing a recent report from Breitbart. Well, that's not evidence that... Wait a minute. Okay, wait. Let me read the actual letter. This is from the Republicans. We write you with serious concern about the recent intelligence report. I read that, but that instructs agents to look for violent criminals from Venezuela among the migrant caravans. It's been widely reported that the murderous and narco-terrorist Maduro regime in Venezuela is deliberately releasing violent prisoners early, including inmates convicted of murder, rape, and extortion, and pushing them to join the caravans headed to the United States. Okay, let's see. The citation is a Breitbart article. Okay, well now, let's go to the Breitbart article. Let's see what sourcing they have. We're following the chain here, right? Okay, Breitbart. Exclusive. Venezuela empties prisons, sends violent criminals to U.S. border, says DHS report. Well, okay, I'm a little confused here. If there's a DHS report that claims that, Why are the House Republicans citing the Breitbart article instead of the report? A recent Department of Homeland Security intelligence report received by the Border Patrol instructs agents to look for Venezuelan inmates released from entering the United States, according to a source within CBP. The report reviewed by Breitbart Texas indicates the Venezuelan government under the leadership of Nicolas Maduro is purposely freeing inmates, including some convicted of murder, rape, and extortion. The intelligence reports warn against the freed prisoners, warns agents that freed prisoners have been seen with migrant caravans. The source, not authorized to speak to the media, told Breitbart the move is reminiscent of similar action taken by Cuban dictator Fidel Castro during the Mariel boat lift in the 1980s. Okay, so now we see where how the talking point formed. The report does not state whether the released inmates were traveling as a cohesive group, but does state it was commonly shared knowledge among migrants traveling to the United States within a caravan in July that many of the Venezuelan migrants in the group were convicts, including hardened criminals. The report does not specify the release of the convicts. Understanding they would head to the United. The report does not. Wait a minute. The report does not specify that the release of the convicts, understanding they would head to the United States, could be a purposeful geopolitical move specifically intended to impact United States national security. Another information gap cited in the report acknowledges the unknown role of the Bolivarian National Intelligence Service, Venezuelans equivalent to the CIA, may have played in deliberate releases. The source says the task of identifying Venezuelans who have criminal records in the home country is nearly impossible.
Anyway, let's move on to something more interesting.
Well, okay, I'm gonna say. Well, let me see.
Oh, I guess this is interesting because it's Trump's policy.
Well, I mean, this is. I want to get this is like the main talking point.
Oh yeah, look, this is why I'm like, this is how you're responding to Kamala Harris. That other countries are letting like this unsubstantiated claim that other countries are dumping their prisons into America.
So there's two big problems with this. Number one, this article, which is the only sourced claim for this idea that they're intentionally sending prisoners, is from 2022. And Trump was making that claim in 2016 when he ran for president. Okay.
Oh no, that's hilarious.
So unless he has a crystal ball, he's been saying this for years. Okay, that's number one. So that seems to make it kind of bullshit. Why I'm saying
he's
Trump
going back to his old script.
Right. So that's one of those things where you could just keep saying it and maybe eventually. So best case scenario, Trump has been saying this was true for, literally years before it was ever even possibly true. That's number one. Number two, I mean, this is from 2022. So we've had 2 years for these claims to be substantiated. Unless someone has actually substantiated this claim, all we have right now is Breitbart, which is obviously an incredibly biased organization or publication, claiming that they had a secret whistleblower who said that they saw a report that claimed this without actually seeing the report or anything that backed that up. And even it seemed like the report was just saying that a bunch of people got released in Venezuela and some of them were heading to the United States, which would make sense. Not that the Venezuela was like, let's dump all our prisons and send them to the United States because fuck them. We're going to get rid of all the criminals. It doesn't even really make sense to me. Why would you really want, I don't know if you'd really want to, if you were a criminal in Venezuela, would you want to go all the way to the United States and roll the dice there in a country where you can't bribe the police is easier? I mean, I guess you could say maybe you think it's soft on crime in California or something. You could shoplift a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. You probably think you're going to run into other criminals. You're going to be on their turf.
Right.
You're going to have to start over from nothing. This is just to scare people with crime. I mean, there is obviously cases where illegal immigrants have committed crime. And I mean, I would worry more. Supposedly there's like this criminal tourism going on now where people fly in from other countries and commit a bunch of crimes and then go back to their home country where they can never be prosecuted for them. So,
right.
But this claim, he keeps making it. Trump keeps making it. I keep thinking, that's an asshole. Look, I'm trying to evaluate on policy. I want to know if this is a policy. Do we put this on the policy chart? What do we do, Sitch?
I mean, it's a policy. Well, is it a policy? It's just a statement. The policy would be, what would he do about it, right?
Yeah.
So, but here's where I think this is a criticism you can definitely levy at the Biden administration. So that first letter I read you from the House Republicans, that was from 2022. They've written, so apparently that letter where they were asking the Department of Homeland Security to, I guess, confirm or deny or to reiterate to that that article from Breitbart, they never actually did. Department of Homeland Security never responded to them about that. And so they, according to them, so they're saying it's 2024, February this year, they wrote a second letter saying that, hey, it's been 2 years and you fuckers have never responded to us. So I think that's definitely very shitty. I think definitely the Republicans have a right to raise the red flag on this claim if the Department of Homeland Security has never actually responded to confirm or deny the original Breitbart article. I think it's fair game then to bring it up and to criticize it.
I was curious what you thought about and whether this would even work. Like if Kamala Harris suggested she would appoint some moderate Republican to the head of Homeland Security, do you think that would be a good move politically? I don't know if there is a moderate Republican out there that would be, but I just think optically it might be good.
I don't know. I don't know if it matters because the way it's kind of working right now with Trump's support is that if there's any Republican who doesn't support Trump, they get labeled as the evil rhino, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if her doing that would like do anything useful for her campaign.
Well, it might not pull Republicans over, but it might pull independents. It might go, oh, look, bipartisanship. Oh, I like that. That feels good. Oh, bipartisanship. Yeah. I sent you the Twitter video of Trump, the hilarious MAGA rally. You want to watch it?
Sure. The Charlie Kirk clip?
Yeah.
Okay.
You ready to go?
Yeah, give me 3, 2, 1.
3, 2.
Do we need to set this up?
No, I think this is the one where he goes after his pollsters.
Oh, okay.
I think it's self-explanatory, right?
Right.
Oh, wait. 3, 2, 1, go.
Since Democrats didn't talk about Kamala's horrendous record last night, we will. For nearly 4 years, Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term, I don't know if it's good. Is it good or not, tell me? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I love these free polls. Instead of spending $250,000 to a pollster that doesn't even poll, you know what they do? They take your money, they say, let's see, all right, 49 to 51. All right. It's one of the greatest businesses in history. I get a free poll here. Do you like the name? She's a radical left lunatic, okay? She's a defunder of the police. She wants to defund all the things that we talk about. Do I call her Comrade Kamala Harris or do I not? Ready? What do I do there? You tell me. You could tell me better than anybody. Okay, ready? I'll say yes or no. Yes. No. Comrade Kamala Harris.
Now, these are all independent voters that he's sampling here in this free poll that he's doing. So these are definitely the people that are going to matter in this election, right?
From a political rally perspective, great. Like,
it's comedy gold. Yeah,
comedy gold. Great energy. Great political theater. Right. Definitely a great thing to do at a rally. in terms of like actually being effective, obviously, your joke, right? Well, here's the thing. Obviously, someone who works for the Trump campaign watches and listens to our stream because we had this long conversation about the effectiveness of Comrade Kamala, because it seems because it seems like even though I wish that the attack of communism, socialism was effective, it doesn't seem to be very effective for not like obviously if you're on the right, then it's effective. It doesn't seem to be persuasive to getting non-politically activated people to fixate on that. And I think it's because the Republicans have kind of like burned out the effectiveness of it. Sort of, I think the way the Democrats have kind of burned out the effectiveness of racism, but not, that seems to have a lot longer staying power because of, those histories, countries kind of with all that racist shit, where the communism one just doesn't seem to have that oomph anymore. I think because the red washing of our public education system is true, which is that our public education, I don't know if it's partially because it's been probably because mostly it's people on the left that become teachers and professors. Our public education system has sort of washed away all the horrors and horrible things that communist governments have done across the world. So, the youths haven't really been educated about the dangers of communism. And now that's coming back to bite us in the ass in 2020, 2024.
Right.
So.
He also gives away in this clip that he really doesn't believe polling is a thing. Like do you think he's paying for internal polling at this point?
Well, I know, and that's the reason you wanted to bring the clip, which is funny, is he kind of has that that joke comment about how you pay these pollsters a bunch of money, you pay them $250,000 and they come back and say it's 50-50. So they basically tell you nothing of value. And he says it's the greatest job ever. Like you're basically just getting paid all this money to do nothing, essentially. That's how he views it. So, and it's funny because we've both read lots of books from people who have worked for Trump, and they've made very similar claims about that. This is essentially Trump's attitude on everything, which is they say you need to take, $1 million, $10 million from all your campaign donations, and you need to do XYZ with it. And he doesn't want to do it because he just says it's a waste of money and wants to just kind of like free ball it himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he did this with the election changes the Democrats were making in all these swing states in the 2020 election. Bob Barr told him, look, we need attorneys on the ground to fight these changes. They're going to hurt us in the election. He's like, nah, it's a waste of money, right?
Right. Yeah. Bill Barr. Yeah.
Chris Christie wants to work on his transition team so that they're ready to rock and roll when they get into the White House in 2016, right? He's like, nah,
no,
we don't need to spend money on that.
Well, that was funny too, because like, if you guys were watching, obviously in the last, the general election, obviously Trump won. Chris Christie hated Trump's guts, and part of that hatred was because he actually worked for Trump's campaign in 2020, and he was the head of the transition team. And he talks about how, or other people around, I don't think Chris Christie's ever said this, but like people who worked with him, they kind of talk, they talk about how it was like pulling teeth to get Trump to put money into this transition team. Yep. And the only reason he did it was because Chris Christie basically had to screech at him that like he legally has to do this. It's against the law not to do it. And then even then, he just kept accusing Chris Christie of stealing money from him.
Stealing the money. Right? Exactly. It's just like, the exact same thing that he's doing here. Look, I keep thinking, I'm like, if they called Karl Rove George Bush's brain, remember? Mm-hmm. Like he got so much respect out of that gig. They say he won the election for George Bush. George W. Bush was not a great candidate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if Trump could have someone like Karl Rove on his team, that would be a great win, right? But no, Trump would be saying, you're stealing my money. This is a big fucking waste of money.
Well, that's the issue. Is like, number one, would Trump would Trump trust someone to pay someone to do that? Number one. Number two, even if he did, would he listen to them?
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd listen to them. He'd just do whatever. Or seems to be kind of his MO. Just do whatever.
I can't wait for the debates. I really can't wait for the debates. This is like two completely different governing philosophies going up against one another. You've got a candidate who she's basically being run by a machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've probably got half a dozen, if not a dozen, policy wonks working on their policy proposals. Like, it sounds like her acceptance speech was written by a Hollywood screenwriter.
Right.
Like, it just, you can tell she's in the mirror working on her laugh. I mean, it's just everyone is working together like a team. And then you've got Trump, who's like the bull in the china shop.
Right. The one-man army.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. He's doing his polls at his rallies. Well, it's just two completely different, like night and day philosophies of campaigning here.
So here's the image, and this is good imagery. I like this. Okay, so you have Kamala, and it's like the face of the movement is someone who seems to be just like an empty suit, right?
Oh, of course.
Like a standard. So you have like, imagine that like the Kamala campaign is like the ensemble cast of the action movie. You got like 12 different people none of them are like the big stars, and like the lead is like generic random action hero person. Right. But they're like but they're like the well-oiled machine, right? And you're like, okay, are they going to go? And they're going up against, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, who's come out of retirement to like redo Rambo, Predator, like team up, right? That's who Trump is. He's like the massive guy who carries everything on his back, but he's come out of retirement to see if he can like defeat, the elite squad of no names.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know. It is an interesting sort of matchup. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you sent me a clip. And this was, Trump had a rally recently in Arizona, and he was kind of complaining about Kamala. And the thing that was interesting to me is that, and this is the reason I want to see the debate, is because Trump recently, when you hear him, he's super low energy. I keep hearing him do these campaigns and campaign events and he's rallies, and he's very, very, very low energy. And I heard Kamala, and Kamala she sounds like normal, even though I know she's like almost 60, or she is 60. She sounds like normal. And that's what I'm interested in, at the debate. And this is what I think is the thing that's, well, and I'll say before I say that, and you sent me this clip though of this recent Arizona rally, and it was, Trump seemed to be awake again. He seemed to be like his old self. He's out there and he was energized. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Because what I wonder about is the old strategy for debating Trump used to be, let's try to get Trump annoyed and triggered or angry so that he starts saying stupid shit and gets thrown off his game. That was like the old strategy when Democrats would debate Trump. I think the new strategy, they might do that, but I think that'd be a mistake, because when Trump gets angry, he gets energized, and that's good for Trump. I think what they might do, if they're smart, is they'll say, let's try to keep Trump placated, because if you have Trump up there on the debate stage, sleeping through the debate, kind of seeming very low energy, and then you have Kamala up there and she seems very high energy, you're going to have a reverse, not quite to the extent, but you're going to have a reverse of the Biden-Trump debate, where she looks to be youthful and energetic and he seems to just be old and sleepy. And that, I think, would be very devastating to Trump, because not only would that look bad, but everyone, like, the narrative wants to have the ironic twist of, Biden looking old and infirmed, switching around to Trump looking old and infirmed, because that's like the narrative they now want to craft against Trump with Kamala. And have you seen, like, as soon as Biden dropped out, the left immediately pivoted to Trump's old, Trump's old, Trump's old.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's obviously a good strategy to make him seem old, since that's so much of what was wrong about Biden.
Mm-hmm.
I just, Trump going back to his greatest hits over and over again. If I'm Kamala Harris, I'm preparing responses to each one of those in the debate. That is just the zinger. I'm going in there with like a dozen zingers.
Right.
So when he does the communism thing, I got a zinger.
Mm-hmm.
When he does the border thing, I got a zinger.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, he's basically broadcasting everything he's going to say. Right.
Well, it's interesting because I feel like, that's a really good point. Like, if you watch one Trump rally, you've basically seen the last 20 Trump rallies, because he says he says essentially the same couple of things, same dozen things in all of them. He adds a little bit different things every time. He says the same like 12 or so things. And he's going to probably say the same things in debate. And that gives Kamala and her staff ample opportunity to just produce, good one-line zingers responses to it. Now, the interesting thing is that Kamala is essentially the same way. If you've heard one of her rallies, she says the same thing, and like almost literally the same thing in every rally. And so Trump could be doing the same thing. The difference is, I don't know if Trump has a discipline or care enough to do that.
Yeah, look, if Trump had anyone on his staff that came up with 12 zingers, I doubt he'd use them. Right.
Right. But he should be. They should, or Trump himself, they should be workshopping with Trump and saying, okay, Kamala's said this at every fucking rally. She's going to probably say the debate. Here's your like one-liner. But I don't know if he would care or remember or whatever.
I think they're both kind of policy lightweights. So it'll be interesting. Yes. The debate should be interesting. I think Trump has the advantage, obviously, because he's better on instinct.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen nothing to make me think that Kamala is any good, like in a debate setting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously people point to the primary debates where she got annihilated by Tulsi and just didn't perform.
Who came with the zingers?
And also she just didn't perform very well at all, even beyond the Tulsi thing. She was kind of a wallflower in those debates. It's funny because going back to her speech for a second, like when I first listened to that speech, I was like falling asleep. I was like, this speech is terrible. Okay. I listened to it a second time. I skipped all the biography like crap in the beginning and I sped up the 1.25. I'm like, oh, this is like 10 times better.
Oh, you listen to me.
Right. And I was like, oh my God. And it's funny, like that's the issue. Like and that's what's weird. Me listening to Kamala speak at 1.25, that's like the speech of a normal person. That's the speed of a normal person talking.
Oh yeah.
She speaks way too fucking slow. And I don't know if it's like because she's trying to be dramatic or that's her normal cadence, but it was not good. It was. I
listened at 1.75 and I was like, "Oh, this is great. She's so smart."
Everyone sounds smart when you sped up, but that's what I thought was interesting. Go back and listen to her speech at 1.25. It sounds like normal. It doesn't sound sped up, and that's fascinating to me. So she needs to speed it up a little bit.
I brought the Trump speech up. Let's listen to it. It's only 2 minutes.
Get some Trump watch together?
Greatest hits, yeah.
Okay.
You got the watch together up?
Yeah.
We can watch a Michael R. Dyson video too, which is hilarious.
Yeah, we'll watch that.
Ready?
Yeah, hit it.
3, 2. We don't have to do that.
Watch together.
Just watch together. I know. Yeah. It's great.
We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our great police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep...
Look, nobody's asking. How are you going to do this, right? Kamala says shit like this. That's like, yeah, but how are you going to do it?
Right.
Critical race theory and transgender insanity.
Woo! I'll put it on the board.
Now
put that one on the board.
Police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools, and we will keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, and we're going to restore. Those people don't allow it. The fake news doesn't allow it. We will restore free speech in our country, and we will secure our elections, Mr. Congressman. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with joy and opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, a new name. We must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. We have to put an end to it. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get out to vote. We want a landslide that is too big, too rigged, too big, too rigged. Right? Right, Deb? On November 5th, we will save our country. We will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country, and together we will make America powerful again.
Not too big to rig is a great get out the vote mantra. It really is.
Mm-hmm. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again, so strong. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank
you. You think there's a lot of crime in Glendale, Arizona?
Right. Well, see, if Trump can bring that energy to the debate, then I think he's golden.
Right.
Because that was great in terms of I mean, obviously no explanation of policy, but in terms of energy, that's fantastic. He, doesn't seem old. He's super revved up, seems totally strong, totally with it. If he can bring that energy to debate, I think he'll do good, even great, regardless of what they talk about.
How's he going to do all that stuff though? Where's he going to get the money? Where's his tax? What's his tax policy?
Money? Who cares about how you're going to do things, Adam? Okay. Being president is not who dares to do, but who dares to dream on what they will do.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh. I just think, it's a little light on policy.
Well, I mean, both Trump and Harris are both. That's what's kind of silly. They could both promise the fucking moon in this election, and neither of them is going to be able to deliver this stuff regardless. So.
Right. Yeah.
But I want to show you. Here's a comparison. Here, let me pop this in. So you just saw that, and that was, I think that was great. Trump's really revved up, real energy, really energized, right?
Mm-hmm.
Compare that to this, from a week or two, before.
This we're failing. Hilarious.
Yeah. So this is the speech where Trump came out. He had all the grocery items behind him that had the price and the inflation and everything, right? So just match the energy levels, okay?
People are coming into our country by the millions and millions and millions. We have no idea who they are or where they come from. But we're also a failing economy. Kamala Harris is a radical California liberal who broke the economy, broke the border, and broke the world, frankly. Very destructive to the entire world, because as we go, oftentimes the world goes. She destroys everything she touches, and if she wins, your finances and your country will never recover. You're never going to recover. A radical left person wants to put price controls all over the place, which will end up driving up your prices, not down your prices. Harris has just declared that tackling inflation will be a day one priority for her. It's going to be day one. But day one, really, for Kamala was 3.5 years ago. Where has she been? And why hasn't she done it? Why hasn't she done it? I hear her complaining all the time. She was the border czar, but she didn't do anything. It's the worst border czar in history. There's never been a border czar so bad. She's been unbelievable in terms of her badness to some of our allies, some of our great allies. You know who I'm talking about?
Ooh, who's he talking about?
I don't know.
He's talking about Bibi Netanyahu. Obviously, you didn't catch that?
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah. I like when you read the because I have the transcript open.
It's so different.
It's funny because Trump can say these things, and I guess we're kind of used to the way he talks. So it doesn't seem crazy, but when you read it, it's the worst borders in history, has never been borders so bad. She's been unbelievable in terms of her badness.
Yeah.
So it's funny because now obviously it's very different. It's not a rally. It looks like he's reading off something, but if he comes to debate with this energy, it's just, not only is he get killed because of his age, But also, I remember when I first saw this speech or conference, if you're talking about like the worst things ever, like he's like, oh my God, Kamala's the worst things ever. She's a total radical. She destroys everything she's going to touch. Everything she touches dies. But if you say that in that tone of voice, like you're falling asleep, it just comes across as phony. It doesn't come across as real.
Yeah,
you're like,
totally does.
She destroys everything she touches. What do you mean? She destroys everything she touches. The world is going to end if you elect this person. The world will end if you elect this person.
She's destroyed the entire globe.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's critical. It's critical. Trump hits that debate like a rocket with the energy we just saw at the Arizona rally, and not the energy at this rally. Which, I mean, I guess it's looking up for Trump because obviously the Arizona rally happened more recently. So maybe he's kind of woke up. Maybe he's shaken off some of the slumber. Maybe he's energized because, RFK dropped out and supporting him. And he thinks that's going to turn around the polls. So
he's excited.
Mm-hmm. He's got to get that energy level up. Got to keep it up. Got to keep it up. Okay.
Right.
I hear they make a pill for that.
Because that's how you get more wood in the United States, right? Build all those houses.
Exactly.
Trump says he's not ranting, but this press conference was a great example of a speech.
This is the Michael Eric Dyson clip.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we go to the substance on the left.
Right.
CNN is where you've got the substance. You got the crack news network. What happened, Sitch? You leave?
Speech littered with all the things that he's been focused on for a long, long time. Is he capable, really, of staying completely on message here?
No, of course not. This was not a press conference, first of all. This was a campaign rally speech. He even had his supporters there at Bedminster, and he fooled the press once again, by claiming he was going to have a press conference. He spoke for 45 minutes before he even allowed a question to be asked.
Oh, the funny. They're actually responding to the thing that we just watched. This was Trump's big economic press conference. So they're responding to the thing that we just saw.
And when he did, he was just filled with lies over again. He said this. He made this comment about, what is it, more than 100% of new jobs that are created.
I'll play it. So just so you don't have to paraphrase what it was. Listen.
Virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants. You know that? Most of the job creation has gone to migrants. In fact, I've heard that substantially more than beyond the number of 100%.
Oh my God, no!
Beyond 100%? What does that mean?
So he's saying more than all the jobs created have been given to migrants.
Yeah, how's that possible? What does that mean?
So the 100% of all the new jobs have gone to migrants, but actually, some jobs that weren't created went to migrants.
Yeah, I saw it. I don't know what that means.
Oh my God.
Beyond a number of 100%.
I guess I need my calculator so I can go shoplifting with Donald Trump, because clearly you can't have more than 100% of jobs going to migrants. You can't even have 100% of new jobs going to migrants. It's not only mathematically impossible, it's just plain stupid. And how does this guy get taken seriously? How is it that he is?
Oh God, there he is. I can't stand Michael Eric Dyson. Michael Eric Dyson is the total race grifter. So my race grifter spidey senses go off every time I see him. Right now he's thinking, how do we make this about race?
What do you call Jordan Peterson?
A mean, mad white man.
Yeah, oh man.
Right now, look, this is about, right now, here's what's going on. Trump has done this speech on economics and the economy, right? They've got all these people on this panel, and right now you can see it in his eyes. Michael Eric Dyson is thinking, how do I make this shit about race? How do I do it, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
He's like, economy. I'll think of something. Let's see if he thinks of something.
as a presidential candidate for the highest office in our country when he can't even complete a press conference without spewing lies and misinformation and obvious falsehoods.
If you want to talk about
Listen, I don't know who this guy is, but he looks a lot like a Black Xehanort from Kingdom Hearts. Oh my God.
Oh, does he?
Just throwing it out there. Yeah.
Information, we can talk about Kamala Harris's Google ads, like literally taking headlines from mainstream media and rewriting them, which should be against Google ads policies. But what's stupid is allowing people, criminals, to go into stores in California and not being able to arrest them unless it's $900 or $950 and more.
The problem is that that's not actually what's true.
And you see
That's not
videos
actually
of
what the
people
law is.
going into stores in these blue cities and blue states, stealing merchandise and not being stopped. We've all seen these videos.
So should Donald Trump not be allowed to go into a store because he's a convicted criminal?
Well, I don't think anybody at this table should be.
The substance of this debate is great, Sitch.
Well, I mean, it's funny because she goes off on the whataboutism about the Google ads, and then he goes off on the whataboutism about the
criminal. Yeah,
I mean, that's why these like mainstream media like panels are always so annoying because it's all this like, what about that? Like it's all whataboutism off whenever you have these large panels. Yeah,
totally. Michael Eric Dyson's scheming over there. He's like, what's my whataboutism going to be about?
Surprised that Donald Trump stood up for 45 minutes, an hour or more, taking questions, giving a speech, because if you're holding your breath for an Oscar nod, that he did that. Don't hold your breath because no one's going to believe you. This is what he does. He stands, he gives speeches, he takes the questions, he gives the answers. And to date, more than 3 weeks in, Kamala Harris hasn't given a single interview. She hasn't come on your program. She's not answering questions.
It's Kamala, first of all. It's not Kamala. It's Kamala. And she's not yet the candidate. She's only been in office.
Well, before we get into that, so it is, I mean, she's completely correct. And I mean, how do you say it? It's Kamala. I don't know. Kamala? Yeah. It's not Kamala, it's Kamala.
Kamala, yeah.
Okay. So
if
the only
you don't
difference
get it right, you're not a racist.
Is the only difference in those? The only difference in that is that you put a different emphasis on a different syllable, right? Kamala versus Kamala.
I think Kamala sounds better, but
Kamala. I think it does too. That's why people say it. Kamala sounds better than Kamala. But so if you have Kamala here, Kamala rolls off the tongue in a weird way, but I don't know.
Kamala does or Kamala?
Yeah. Kamala rolls off the tongue, but it feels jumbled, like you're rushing through the name. Kamala. Like you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna I gotta run quickly, like I'm gonna trip otherwise. Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah. Kamala. Or it makes me think of like the scene from Monty Python and the Holy Grail where they're singing about Camelot.
Right.
But so in Kamala's Camelot, no, I mean she's still done any sort of Q&A.
She did one. Remember the Walls was given to the coach face and she kind of flubbed it.
Right. I mean, but that was just like she was just stopped randomly like before getting on a bus.
Right.
She's done any sort of official Q&A or interview
or
anything?
She did a sit down with Walls where they talked about their food choices.
Okay. Well, we'll see this week. This is going to be a very interesting week because a lot of people were speculating that she wasn't going to do any sort of interviews or anything until after the DNC. Is now officially after the DNC.
It's over, yeah.
This will be the first week after the DNC. There will be no more excuses for Kamala's of hiding. Okay, we will see whether whether she rises to the challenge here or not. And actually gives an interview, or whether she continues the hide in the basement strategy. And if she does, because if she tries this strategy of hiding until election, which could be a viable strategy depending on how awful she is at speaking.
Who perfected this strategy?
I mean, I think she is so far, right?
No,
I think Biden kind of originated it, and now she's like possibly perfecting it. I guess we won't know if it's perfected until after the election, right?
Yeah.
Whether it works or not. But I don't think the newspapers will put up with it. I don't think the media will put up with it, even if they're really in the Kamala bag. I think the criticism will become undeniable, but we'll see.
All there is that one interaction.
Mm-hmm.
And
she totally flubbed it.
Yeah, she did. That's why, look, she would be running to the reporters if she was ready, if she was polished, if she knew what she was doing. They're terrified. They're terrified.
She's never gonna be ready.
Yeah, and it's a kind of weird thing because you do get better at it as you do it, right?
Is Kamala Harris the George W. Bush of the left?
Maybe. We don't know enough to know that yet.
That'd be interesting.
Vice President Kamala Harris from 9 months ago. She sat down for a 60 Minutes interview.
We should watch that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely. We'll put that in next. It's only 13 minutes.
She hasn't come on your program. She's not answering questions.
It's
She's
Kamala, first of all. It's not Kamala. It's Kamala. And she's not yet the candidate. She's only been in office, only been the candidate for 3.5 weeks.
She's been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah, and Trump went a whole primary season without even taking and doing a debate. So,
and
you know.
But you can't. It's stupid because the Republicans in this country voted.
That point is also, that's a stupid comparison. Not doing a debate versus not doing an interview or a Q&A press conference is completely not comparable at all.
Right. Yeah.
For him, nominated him. She didn't earn a single vote in the Republican.
But it's a false equivalence between what Donald Trump is doing as an autocrat, as a fascist, as a dictatorially inclined man. The man's aspirations are huge. But the point is that Donald Trump has lied so repeatedly that we normalize his mendacity, his misogyny, his hatred for the ordinary citizen who happens to think logically about these issues. Now, he's got a whole bunch of...
Now, some people, listen, some people, they like when they have the guy who's doing this like rhythmic poetic speech that Michael Dyson does, like the kind of preacher speak, I guess.
Right.
I can't stand it because to me, it reminds me of like back when I was in school, in like high school, and we had to read Shakespeare. And people, you know, we've all probably gone through this. If you're an American, went through the American education system, you always have to read Shakespeare. You read Shakespeare, and it's like just completely
horrible.
Yeah, it's like completely saddled with like long paragraphs of old English, like gobbledygook. And so much of reading Shakespeare, I mean, I know it's a play, so you're supposed to like watch it performed, which is obviously a much better way. Reading it's retarded, but for some reason we do this in the American education system. And so you read these plays and like no one understands what the fuck is happening in these plays. Right.
Yeah,
no one knows what the fuck they're talking about. Except for me. Okay.
Oh,
really? You know why I could read? As funny, I was amazing at reading Shakespeare and understanding exactly what was happening. And the reason for that, yeah, and I'll tell you why. It's complete chance. It's not because I'm smart, okay? It's because I'm autistic. And it's because I can't, and when I'm talking about this, I can't, my visual imagery skills are like terrible. I'm like almost, you know, you've seen the little diagram with the guy and he's like visualizing the apple. And you have like top tier apple, like visual representation is mine. Then you have like bottom tier, like it's just like a blob in the brain. Like I'm like the blob. Okay. I have like the little blob in my brain. I can't visualize things very well, if at all. And so because of that, when I would read books, whenever they get to a part where they would describe visual imagery, my brain would automatically register it and just skip it over. And I'd zone out until I got back to the story. Okay. And you know, that's why I'd read like the Lord of the Rings books. I'm like, oh, these are great. And my brain would just automatically skip over like the paragraphs of explaining the visual imagery of a tree because I can't even visualize. It doesn't matter. And I realized when I'm reading Shakespeare and I could understand it, no one else could. It's because I had developed this skill to just block out all the extraneous dialogue, like visual descriptions and all the flowery descriptions. And that's what everyone gets tripped up on Shakespeare, is that he writes these very flowery descriptions of like metaphors and analogies or visual descriptions of things that are completely useless to understanding what the fucking plot is. So my brain would automatically just like censor it out and I would just read the plot. I'd be like, what do you mean? This happened. And I bring this all up because this is why I can't, like when I hear Michael Eric Dyson talk like this, and he's probably the number one offender of it. Cornel Wells does it, but I think to a much lesser degree. It drives me crazy because it feels like top tier huckster grifter, because you're just saying a bunch of, like, you're saying a concept that would be easy to understand, but you're using like big words and you're speaking it in this like semi-poetic rhythmic way, which feels hyper unnatural to me. And it makes me, now I'm curious, maybe other people don't feel this way, but to me, it makes me feel like, oh, you're not confident that the thing that you're saying is persuasive. So you have to use like a series of rhetorical tricks to try to make it persuasive.
Right.
That's how it like reads to me. And so I instantly say like, oh, what you're saying is bullshit.
Yep. The substance of your argument is not there.
Right.
Yeah.
Stuff from the stores up there. He doesn't refer to it. His economic policies are vapid. They are empty. He has nothing to say.
She has no policies on her website at all. She's got more pronouns.
She's at 9
Donald
pronouns
Trump
on her website.
sits there and tells lie after lie, and he gets normalized by good people like y'all who don't call him out on his bull.
Kamala Harris has more pronouns on her website than she does policy. The only thing she has on there is donate. She's running a Seinfeld campaign. The show is about nothing.
No, absolutely.
And she's winning, right?
She's not winning, actually.
She's aided and abetted by mainstream media. If you saw the headline by a neighboring network a couple weeks ago, when Donald Trump came out with his no taxes on tips policy, all of the headlines on mainstream media were derogatory. Kamala Harris comes out with her no taxes. Kamala Harris comes out with her policies on no taxes on tips, which is Donald Trump's policy, by the way. All of the headlines on mainstream media were positive and glorious and thoughtful.
I guess y'all are standing up for him because he didn't say any of this today. Well, everything you're saying is nothing he's ever said.
One of the things that we learned about her policy that she's going to roll out is a ban.
Even CNN didn't want to hear Michael Eric Dyson. They're like, listen, cut away from this.
Yeah, cut this guy off.
This jag
cut him
off
at the knees.
Yeah.
He does call her racist, so I want to get to that part.
Yeah.
A ban on price gouging.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think reasonable people would ask, what does that mean? What does that really mean? And how is the government going to be involved in it? Here's Noah Rothman in the National Review. He describes this policy as a rank pander to the economically illiterate. And despite the presence of many who fit that description in Congress, they understand that allowing the executive branch to functionally set prices is a brain-dead idea that would only hurt consumers in the long run.
True. What is this? Is this the New York Times? Finally saw. Oh, it's in the National Review. Okay.
I mean, is this just a ploy? Because it sounds kind of like it.
Well, look, if you like it, it's called good policy. If you don't like it, you call it pandering.
But is it really policy? I mean, price gouging?
Look, if she could do that, Lord have mercy. I mean, she might need to be the Pope as opposed to the president, but she's able at least to set the tone. Here's what's important.
Wait. Even Michael Eric Dyson is like, yeah, this policy seems like bullshit. Even he's like, oh, it's not important whether she can do it. It's important whether she could set the tone, the national tone. That's what matters.
Right.
Bro,
it's pandering.
That's some massive cope. Yeah, that is massive pandering. That's massive cope right there. Oh, my God.
First of all, in terms of Kamala not speaking about Vice President Harris speaking about issues, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Everybody has said that what she is doing is genius in the sense she's out trumping Trump. So Trump is pissed.
Her campaign is being operated from a basement.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish. Trump is being undermined by Trumpian-like politics in the sense that what she's done is I understand when I'm going to speak. I understand what I'm going to say. She's going to form her policies and she's going to articulate them. Now, whether we agree with them or not is another thing. The point is the strategy is not a backfiring on her. Number two, in terms of polls, the polls are a statistical dead heat. You say that means that she's losing. I'm saying for Donald Trump to have already been president once and coming back with the same reruns, Donald Trump is in a very vulnerable position.
Talk about rerun. Kamala's.
You had it right. You almost got it.
I will say Kamala's name any way that I want to.
No, but you mispronounced her and you also misjudged her.
I just did, and I'll do it again.
Mispronouncing her name.
That's a refusal to acknowledge her humanity.
If I purposely mispronounce your name, that would not be appropriate.
Policies are Joe.
Okay, so two things. Number one, she's correct that if it's a dead heat in the polling, that should mean that Trump wins, because the Democrats need to have a higher percentage points to win the Electoral College.
Yeah, they say 5%. Yeah.
Right. So that'd be correct. And number two, I mean, she's trying. She said she's trying to say the name correctly. She's just stumbling because they're very close, and it's like, she said it twice in a row. She said it correctly the first time and then incorrectly the second time. So I don't think it's fair to say that she's doing something intentionally. You know, he's like, oh, you're doing it intentionally. I don't think he's doing it intentionally. I think she just doesn't remember because it's like a weird thing to get your brain to wrap around.
I like that she said, I'll pronounce it anyway I like. Get the fuck out of my face.
Well, because it's not really...
Yeah, it's not pertinent. It's so
not
stupid.
pertinent to the conversation, right? Yeah.
These guys are playing hall monitor here.
Right.
It's like, just let her pronounce it however she wants and not bring it up. The reason this clip is interesting is because there's such school marms over it. Like, they're all Karens.
Right, right.
Joe Biden's policies. She owns
You're
it.
normalizing that kind of viciousness, man.
33 times. She was the deciding vote.
She was the vice
on Joe Biden's bill. She was 33 times the deciding vote on Joe Biden's bills in the Senate.
Let me just say this, because this Congresswoman is a wonderful human being, but when you disrespect Kamala Harris by saying you will call her whatever you want, I know you don't intend it to be that way. That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
Oh, so now you're calling me right.
This notice the dignity component here, Sitch. What is
You're
this?
right. You're right.
What is this? This is identity politics right here. This is a fucking... You're disrespecting all of black women all over the country when you mispronounce her name.
There's just like I don't know if there's a word for this. There's this annoying, weird meta part of a conversation, which is that. So the thing that triggered them was when she said, I'll say her name.
I'll say it however I want. I know that's
what triggered them.
Emboldened me. I was like,
right. It's interesting because when I just saw the clips of this, I didn't realize that was the trigger point. I thought it was just that she was saying the name wrong. That was the trigger point.
Right.
And now it seems to me now, obviously, we can't read minds here, but my intuition would be that the reason she said, I'll say it however I want, is because she knows that, as we talked about, it's not pertinent. If you say her name Kamala or Kamala, they're so close. It's obviously not intended to be disrespectful. It's just like a weird little thing to get the name exactly correct. It's not exactly a name that you hear every day. And it doesn't really matter. It's not like instead of saying Kamala Harris, she's saying, Kuntala Harris, right? She's not saying, it's not like she's saying it in some like highly disrespectful way or something. That's like an insult, right?
Comrade Kamala.
Right. She's not saying Comrade Harris or something. Oh, I thought that's how you say, like, she's not like saying Kamala versus Kamala is so like, there's such a tiny difference, between these two things that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Obviously you should try to say the name correctly, but if you say it incorrectly, it's not that big of a deal. And I don't think you have a, what's the name of that guy that kept saying Destiny's name wrong intentionally?
Finkelstein?
Finkelstein, yeah. It's not like Finkelstein intentionally saying Destiny's name wrong to troll him or something. And so like every time they correct her, it's like, she's getting angry and frustrated, and it's like she's like interrupting and detracting away from her point. So I interpret when she says, I'll say it however I want, it's not intended to be a like disrespect nod at Kamala. See, I don't even fucking know.
It's aimed at them.
It's aimed at them for saying, stop fucking interrupting me and wasting, our time with all this nonsense.
Yep.
And to me, now, I don't know if they're aware of that. Maybe they're too racially sensitive about shit, or they're too, bad faithful. But to me, that's how I interpreted her saying that. And that should be very obvious. That's how it's stated. And instead, what happens in the conversation, either intentionally through bad faith or unintentionally just because of their sensitivity, they interpret this as some sort of slight against black people. And Michael Eric Dyson brings it into this weird, like, I know you don't mean to do this, but you're intentionally playing into the white stereotype of not giving a fuck about black people, blah, 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 blah. When it's like, no, I don't want you to keep fucking interrupting me. And I feel like this happens a lot in a conversation. Someone says something that's about a meta narrative part of the conversation, and yet the person they're interacting with, usually in a bad faith way, turns it around to some sort of broader principle point in a dishonest fashion.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to point out or talk about, because to my knowledge, we don't have a word or a term used to associate that concept. And if you don't have a term to describe a concept, it's very difficult for people to kind of wrap their brains around.
Yeah, we should come up with a term.
We should.
I just think it's funny because there are so many people I know that have names that they're just resigned that they'll be called multiple versions of that name. And none of them even care.
Right.
They're like,
yeah, people call me Sitch all the time. I'm not like, oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
So whatever.
Exactly.
I know Lilo and Stitch is a very popular thing, and the name Sitch is not really a name people are familiar with. So
I'm sure
doesn't trigger
Kamala has. Well, maybe she is a giant. Maybe this is why the turnover in her office is 95%.
People kept saying Kamala instead of Kamala, and she's like, "You're fired."
People can't get her name right.
Right.
And she's one of those people. You know, there are those people, right? A lot of them actually live in Los Angeles where their name is like Thomas or Patrick. And you're like, oh, okay, Tom. Okay, Pat. And they're like, I said my name was Thomas.
Right.
Yeah. You're like, oh, one of those. Okay. You can't really do that with Kamala, but.
No, you can't. I know I have a name that can be shortened. No one ever does though. So I don't, but if someone did, I wouldn't care.
Do you?
I'd be like, that's kind of weird. So, but anyway.
I think I have it shortened in my phone, but.
That's funny. Like you don't Adam.
There is no short, yeah.
There's nothing you could do with Adam.
But when you disrespect Kamala Harris by saying
disrespect, what does that make you think of? Stitch? Sitch? What does that make you think of? Disrespect? Identity politics.
and you will call her whatever you
Kamala.
want. I know you don't.
I can't even wait. Kamala's the right way, right? Kamala? That's the correct way to say it? Kamala?
Kamala, yeah.
Is you saying Kamala?
The only thing, like, I am a auditory person. If I hear people pronouncing the name correctly, I will pronounce it correctly. But you hear people pronounce it incorrectly all the time, so it's all mixed up in my head. Sometimes I say Kamala, sometimes I say Kamala. You can't fault somebody for that. Like, you do hear it said differently in a lot of these different talks or interviews. So trying to look, all the Karens are stepping up and trying to orient everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it'll work itself out over time. I mean, do we need the Karens to do this? This is such a thankless job here. Yeah. Anyway.
Don't intend it to be that way. That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
So now
yeah.
Oh my God.
The white disregard for the humanity of black people. If you mispronounce Kamala's name, you think black people are inhuman.
Right. Well, yeah, it's because she got mad at them interrupting and said, I'll say however I want. So it's like, oh, you say whatever you want about a black person's name.
Right.
You know, it's funny. This must be a difficult thing that they literally had the DNC. Now, I just found a clip of it. I didn't see it. They literally had the DNC. Kamala's nieces came up on stage to explain.
And they called her the name. Yeah.
And they're like very young. They look like they're in elementary school. They came up in like little pastel outfits to explain to the crowd how to say her fucking name correctly.
Right. Which, I mean, that's fine, right? They didn't do it Karen style. That's great. No.
They said comma like a comma in a sentence, and then you say law like la la la. Kamala.
I would love to ask Michael Eric Dyson what he thinks of Trump supporters. Are they human beings? Let's humanize Trump supporters for a second.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand, Adam. They're superfluously, intricated into the extraneous of the extraordinary white supremacy in our society.
The mendacity of your question just proves your superior dishonesty.
You're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said you weren't a racist.
That is complete.
No, you don't have to intend racism to accomplish
you are intending that.
Look at that. He's got the systemic racism model. Oh my God.
Right. It's a microaggression.
Your disrespect of Kamala Harris is part and parcel of a tradition of disrespect.
Why can't you just, Congresswoman? Why can't you just?
I'm not calling you a racist. I'm saying what the.
Is she a congresswoman? That's hilarious.
She is, yeah.
Nice. She's scoring votes in her district. She's probably in one of these deep red districts. She's like, I don't give a fuck.
So you are.
South Carolina.
What is David Pakman going to do if Donald Trump loses this election? He's going to have to go back to making fun of Marjorie Taylor Greene. It doesn't hit as hard.
That's
like one congresswoman.
That's a fantastic fucking point. What
the
fuck is David Pakman gonna do if Trump is not there?
He's gonna starve is what he's gonna do.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's almost worth voting for Kamala just so David starves.
That's interesting. Okay.
Let me get no, what's disgusting is your disrespect of her.
Professor,
this gentleman said, I didn't know her name. He's trying to do it.
Is her disrespect of women. She doesn't know what a woman is. And if 25 years ago,
white women don't have the ability to tell black women who paid the price of blood to make this country what it is to tell them they're not real women.
What? What is that even in reference to?
Look.
What is he even talking about?
Did Michael Eric Dyson just not disrespect all white women?
He did, 100%. 100%.
What a dick.
I don't know what he's talking about. What she was talking about, I assume the Olympics or something, or just maybe she just meant trans women in general, and then he made it a race statement.
Right.
What? She didn't say anything about black trans women.
Disrespect of women. She doesn't know what a woman is. And if 25 years ago,
white women don't have the ability to tell black women who paid the price of blood to make this country what it is to tell them they're not real women.
25 years.
He thinks she's saying black women are not real women. He doesn't get the trans stuff.
No. I'm assuming he means. I'm assuming he knows that's about trans thing. He just made it about race because he makes everything about race.
Care for your babies.
25 years ago, I became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the military.
He's talking about black women who cared for white women's babies and respected their humanity.
Okay, then I don't know what the fuck he's talking about then.
Yeah. He only sees race. That he doesn't comprehend the trans stuff.
Right.
He didn't get the comment.
Well, look.
Not a woman.
Look at him. It's not Michael Eric Dyson's fault, okay? He walked into the studio and right behind him he saw that big sign. State of the race.
Oh, he did.
Okay. He saw it right there. So he was primed. He's like, oh, obviously we're talking about race.
Is that a double entendre? Are they really?
I don't
think they make race big like that? Like,
no, I think it was just a coincidence.
No, I think it's.
You think it was
look, race is literally the biggest word on the page.
What's the same size as
South Carolina?
State has 5 letters. Race has 4. They're bigger.
Oh, fuck you! You're right.
I went through it.
So pronounce her name right.
Let me actually pronounce her name right. Kamala Harris.
I love it. She look at how angry he is, dude. She just spit in his face. He's so pissed.
I mean, look, they did good. They did you see they all had that unity like chime in at the same time? That was impressive. Right? She said, Kamala Harris, Kamala.
I know. They think they're at a rally. Look at Michael Eric Dyson. He's getting ready to punch her.
The difference between Kamala and Kamala is so slight.
And I know you look like a total Karen doing this. You look so out of touch, getting all upset about this. You seem like some Twitter person.
You know what? I finally figured out like a little phonetic trick that will help me remember. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Kamalama ding dong. Remember that song?
No, I don't. But that's
the ding dong.
Isn't that what they did at the DNC?
What?
I think that's what little girls did at the DNC.
I don't think they did.
Kamalama ding dong.
Yeah.
What is that song?
It's that song.
Kamala.
It's Ramalama Ding Dong.
Oh, it is.
Or Shamalama Ding Dong. How's that song go? Shamalama Ding Dong.
Let's see.
Ramalama Ding Dong. Wait, let me see if I can find it.
Let's see Michael Eric Dyson get totally blown the fuck out again.
Graduate from the Citadel, the military college of South Carolina. I fought my way through it.
So pronounce her name right.
Let me actually pronounce her name right. Kamala Harris.
Kamala. You said we don't call you Nancy Manchin. It's Kamala. You're doing this on purpose, Congresswoman.
That's disrespectful.
You can't expect people to respect your service if you don't respect
and walked that stage 25 years ago.
You're a white woman disrespecting a black woman. That is
away from women.
That's
Let me get in here.
They cut him off. He says it's problematic and racist. You're a white woman disrespecting a black woman. That's problematic and racist. Okay, only black women are allowed to disrespect white women. Get the race police.
That's funny.
It is hilarious.
That is funny. So I did something weird in my brain. I combined 2 songs to create this phonetic trick. I combined an
I have
old
a
song.
picture of Sitch's brain right here.
You're right. It's like
it
completely insane. I combined like a very, very ancient song called Ramalama Ding Dong with the modern Witch Doctor song, or the childish, not modern, ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang song.
Mm-hmm.
My brain took the Ramalama Ding Dong lyrics and put it into the song.
The Kamalama Ding Dong
of the ooh ah ting tang walla walla bing bang. So you could.
Ooh,
So that's the
ah, ting
Kamalama.
tong ting.
You don't know the Witch Doctor song?
I don't know any of these songs.
How do you not? Wait, what the? Wait, well, bro.
Look, I don't listen to musicals. I'm not into musicals.
Oh my god!
I'm
How
the
do you not know the Witch
non-musical
Doctor
guy.
song? Wait, I gotta find a
Is that
copyright
from a
free
movie?
version. I don't know. It's like just this song.
I don't listen to Weird Al Yankovic. Okay.
This isn't. Wait, I gotta find. We have to find a
Sitch's
free version.
brain
of
is
the
a
song.
5 here. We're looking
How
at.
do you not know this song? The
We're
Witch
looking at
Doctor
different
song?
visualizations of an apple, and I'm over here. I'm the one. I see every detail of the apple.
You don't know the ooh
Sitch
ah
is the-
ting tang walla walla bing bang song?
Sitch is a 5. He can't see the apple.
Chat, I need some backup here. Adam is gaslighting me. How does he not know the ooh ah ting tang walla walla bing bang song?
Nobody cares.
No,
Nobody
I care
knows
about
that
this.
song.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I had to find a version of this that we can play. Okay. Well, wait, here, is this a Muppets version? Maybe we can play this one. Let me see.
Israel has begun what prime.
Oh no. We can't watch this 60 minutes. They'll probably copyright strike us.
Probably.
They're the worst. Maybe we can just watch a little of Kamala's responses here.
Okay, we're gonna listen to
Hundreds of young people at a concert.
Hold on, we're gonna listen to like 3
No,
seconds of this song.
she's talking about October 7th.
No, I don't give a fuck. We're listening to 3 seconds of this song. Okay.
What happened to? She looks so different now. I mean,
Because
she got
witch doctored. She got witch doctored.
She looks like a superstar now. She's got like a boy's haircut there.
Okay. Listen.
Oh, we're definitely gonna get copyright struck.
No.
I can't believe
Listen,
you're doing this.
We got this. We got this. We're gonna be fine. Listen. 3 seconds of this. Watch. Ready? How do you not? You've never heard this song? The ooh ee ooh ah ah tala bing bang song?
No, but it's great. I love it.
Okay. Well,
What's
that
the
was it. I'm not gonna
$5
play.
bill
That's all I'm
for?
gonna play. I'm not gonna play anymore.
I
Chat,
love
like
those. I love the chipmunk.
all those Alvin and
music.
Chipmunk songs.
Hit the back button.
Chat. Wait. We need to do a poll here. Okay. Chat.
Well,
you
let
guys
me
know the
see
song, right?
Let me see the response to the old poll. I want to see how we did. I put a poll up. Read the results.
Do you trust current election polls? 17% said yes. 36% said no, and I'm a Trump supporter. 3% said no, I'm a Kamala supporter, and 44% said no, I'm undecided or not voting.
So 83% don't trust the polls.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of crazy, huh?
That
83% don't trust polls.
That's interesting.
The polls were super accurate last time.
Right.
They fixed the 2016 problem. I answered yes. I trust the current election polls. Sitch, what did you answer?
I can't answer because you did it on my account.
Oh, okay. Log into your PSA Sitch account.
I think the polls are probably correct-ish for the most part, but I think that they can change a lot. Well, actually, it depends what you mean by correct, because I do think they'll change a lot. So does that mean that they're incorrect, or they're just correct at the time? Or so actually, let me say this. I think they're probably not correct in terms of that the bias that Nate Silver talked about, which is that the more politically active people are going to be more willing to answer the polls, and the people that are the swing voters or the undecided are not going to really answer the polls, and thus the polls will be wrong.
That's a good point.
So I think that's probably what's going on here.
I know I wouldn't not talk to a pollster for anything. Ready? Here we go.
Slaughtered. Hundreds of young people at a concert. By most estimates, at least 1,400 Israelis are dead. Israel without any question.
Wait a minute. Fuck these dead Israelis. Okay. Someone in the chat, they told me a commercial. Thank you. Thank you, very brave chat person. Who was this? Thank you, Oren Montgomery. They know a commercial that has this song in it. So we should be able to play that.
This We'll still get copyright struck for it.
Not for the commercials. From like, no. What are you talking about?
The whole stream's going to go down.
No.
Remember when I tried to watch that movie on stream?
You tried to watch a fucking movie, you asshole. It's different. Listen.
Hardcore Henry. It's a good movie.
We got this. Okay, here we go.
I called the witch doctor. He told me what to do. He said, ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, chang, chang, walla, walla, bing, bang. That means.
You like that?
Could you imagine this? This is probably where you know it from. Is this like a Nintendo commercial?
It was for Dr. Mario.
Okay.
I don't know, just a song like you never. Well, I don't know. I guess because I'm younger than you. But like you'd always get like those weird. Your parents would buy that weird cassette tape of like kid songs, and it'd have like a bunch of random weird child songs in them, and one of them was the Witch Doctor song.
You're projecting here. You're telling
I'm
me
not.
Like
Everyone knows
life...
what I'm talking about. People said it was even the fucking Rugrats movie, which I don't even remember.
Everyone didn't have this experience. Oh,
okay, we're doing
look,
a poll.
Son, I brought home this weird cassette tape for you that you must listen to and talk about on a live stream.
We're doing the poll.
Later.
Where's the okay?
I called the witch doctor.
So this is a Nintendo commercial.
Yeah.
Well, look, you're obviously, as a kid, you're going to be like, Nintendo, video games. You're going to be hyper attentive to whatever's going on here.
Right.
At this time, I'm in college and I'm much more interested in other things.
Doctor, he told me what to do. He said, ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, chang, chang, walla, walla, bing, bang. That.
Our stream's going to get taken down just for this witch doctor with a bone through his nose.
Could you imagine how like how people get so mad about like the racist depiction of
stereotypes
today? Yeah.
Mario on Game Boy or NES. Ching, chang, walla, walla, bing, bang.
Oh my God.
Okay, I made a poll for everyone. Okay, have you heard the Witch Doctor song before today? Yes, of course. Adam is crazy. No, I live under a rock.
Well, I guess I'm clicking I live under a rock. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's 50-50.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
It's 50-50. Let's
You're
move on.
getting annihilated in the poll. Okay. Crazy.
Israel has been.
Look, even Britt Cormer, thank you so much, says, I'm Adam's age and I know the song. Adam's just being difficult. It was a song I learned in the 70s.
Oh my God. I'm being difficult.
Lethal Strain says, I'm 50. It's from the Chipmunks album. Yeah, I mean, it's like from a million years ago.
I never had the Chipmunks album.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
Anyway, the point is, if you want to remember how to say Kamala's name, okay, just
by
say
most estimates,
Kamalama,
at least 1,400 Israelis are dead.
Walla Walla Bing Bang.
Israel,
like that.
without any question.
There you go.
Do the watch together up. Did you close the watch together window?
I didn't. I'll go back. We can finally watch Kamala talk about Kamala. See, it worked. Kamala ma ding dong. Ooh ee ooh ah ah.
Doesn't she have like a different hairdo now? I mean, she looks 10 years younger than this. What happened? That's why she hasn't talked to the press. She's had like stitches all over her face.
What do you mean?
Like she just got a facelift or something.
You think she looks better now? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah. Maybe they just have better lighting at the DNC.
Maybe they just have better lighting, yeah.
And has a right to defend itself. That being said, it is very important that there be no conflation between Hamas and the Palestinians. The Palestinians deserve equal measures of safety and security, self-determination and dignity. And we have been very clear that the rules of war must be adhered to and that there be humanitarian aid that flows.
Okay.
She did great.
So wait, let's go back here for a second. I want to experiment with something. We're going to go back like a minute here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's try something here.
Deploying U.S. troops?
We have absolutely no intention, nor do we have any plans to send combat troops into Israel or Gaza, period.
Vice President Harris told us the U.S. is not telling Israel what to do, but is providing advice, equipment, and diplomatic support.
A terrorist organization, Hamas, slaughtered hundreds of young people at a concert. By most estimates, at least 1,400 Israelis are dead. Israel, without any question, has a right to defend itself. That being said, it is very important.
Why do you want to watch this again?
Wait. Okay, listen to that same response now, okay?
That there be no conflation between Hamas and the Palestinians. The Palestinians deserve equal measures of safety and security, self-determination and dignity. And we have been very clear that the rules of war must be adhered to and that there be humanitarian aid that flows.
Okay, so it is still the same vapid response, but doesn't that sound so much better? Like it hits you completely differently.
What'd you do?
I sped it up. You didn't even notice.
Oh, you did?
That was her speaking at 1.25 speed. She talks way too slow. That's the problem. You speed her up to 1.25 and suddenly she sounds like way smarter.
Wow.
It's the speed. She talks just too fucking slow.
You're so sly.
That's the problem. She doesn't say a lot and she says it slowly. And so one of the tricks, if you're talking, here's a trick. If you're talking and you're saying nothing, you got to say it somewhat quick, because if you say it very slowly, it becomes very apparent you're not saying anything.
Here, I fixed it.
Responsibility quite seriously.
How often do you meet with him?
Multiple times a day, quite often.
Come on. What did you put in that?
He or I are traveling.
They're in total agreement.
So she's drunk Kamala.
To Ukraine, as we've always been, to authorize additional aid to defend itself against Russia's unprovoked aggression. That is not going to waver.
Does this...
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You slow it down and she sounds drunker than normal.
Right. Which for her is impressive.
Yeah.
This war in the Middle East.
I could not tell that you sped it up. That's pretty bad.
To authorize additional aid to defend itself against Russia's unprovoked aggression.
Again.
That is not going to waver.
Stop doing it.
I know, but I just wanted to emphasize that's how, like, she speaks slow. Like if her 1.25 sounds like normal speaking speed for a person.
Right.
So I think that's pretty fascinating. Her coach needs to be like, listen, you need to speed up, girl. You need to speed this shit up.
She's got to build a lexicon of easily repeatable stuff, though. Easily repeatable material.
Well, she does have a lexicon of easily repeatable material, but it's bad. It's the unburdened by what was or whatever dumb fuck line, you know? So
yeah.
I don't know. She needs to change whatever her lexicon is.
Unburdened by what has been.
Burdened by what has been. What was.
As one of their top concerns when we talk about what we are doing with student loan debt. Polls very high. The challenge that we have as an administration.
Student loan debt polls very high. They really are. I mean, that's kind of their ploy. They're really trying to get young people to the polls. That first-time home buyers policy, obviously aimed at young people. Building more homes, aimed at young people. Middle-class tax cut, no tax on tips, aimed at young people. They're really just saying, young people, get to the polls. We're tired of these geezers running everything.
I like this. First says, Adam didn't know that song. Did he fall out of a coconut tree?
I did.
There you go.
Where's the coconut tree meme?
Are we
we got to let people know who brung it to them. That's our challenge. But it is not that the work we are doing is not very, very popular with a lot of people.
She blames the disconnect in part on lack.
So far, she hasn't changed at all. This performance is the performance we've seen of Kamala so far. She's like this weird general vague statements about things, laughing at your own joke. Like, she hasn't been able to improve her performance. People were applauding her for her speech, which it was an okay speech. If you cut out the biography stuff, speed it up to 1.25, it's a decent speech, but it's just reading off of a teleprompter, right? That's very different than doing one of these sit-down Q&As where you actually have to talk about something with a human being.
Yeah. I mean, Trump can't read off the teleprompter and keep going.
Trump has the opposite problem. He can't read. When he starts reading, he just falls asleep or something.
Yeah.
Move of the job she's doing.
I want to see. Okay, let's get back to
issues facing the country.
Yeah. We've done some of the most significant gun safety laws in 30 years, but we still need an assault weapons ban. It doesn't have to be this way. There was an assault weapons ban at one time. It expired. Let's renew it.
Most Americans.
Yeah, I don't know why. This is going to be another one of her big issues. I don't know why she's so fixated on this, because she's talking about trying to get an executive order on an assault weapons ban, which I don't understand why the left is so enamored with the assault weapons ban. It's such a useless policy prescription. Like, it's just a total symbolic thing. It doesn't actually do anything of value.
It does. Like, these school shootings happen rather regularly, so it does obviously cater to the moral intuitions of the left with the Care Harm Foundation.
Yeah, but it's even, I mean, you're correct, but it's even worse because with the assault, I mean, unless she's talking about changing what an assault weapon is defined as, before it was defined as like a weapon that could have, I believe, 2 or more attachments. So you could still have a modern rifle, which is what they're talking about. So you have a modern long rifle, which looks like a scary weapon of war that completely circumvents the assault weapons ban and could still do a school shooting with one of those guns or something.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a school shooting with a handgun, so.
Right, but I'm saying you could do even with the assault weapons ban, unless she wants to change it, is not a ban on modern rifles. So you could still have a modern rifle and do a school shooting or any other kind of shooting, even with an assault weapons ban in place.
Just got our whole stream taken down.
That's true.
No, we always say stuff that, I don't know, other creators don't say, and it never seems to affect us.
Well, it could affect us getting shadow banned or realmed or something. It's not like blatantly obvious.
Do you want to watch more of this?
A little bit, yeah. I'm curious to see what kind of answer she gives the question. I never went back. That one stream that we did where we tried to like get all the Wikipedia tags. Did we ever get all the Wikipedia tags to pop up?
No. I did go back, and it was funny because everyone in the comments was like trying to comment incendiary shit, and none of us could get the Wikipedia tags to pop up.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Guess they're a little bit smarter than we thought.
No, they aren't, because I don't even know. The one that they popped up on was like a January 6th tag, and like we barely talked about that. So
that's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah.
Say that they don't think you're doing a good job on the border. You and the administration. The number of people trying to cross the U.S. southern border is at an all-time high.
It's no
This is from 9 months ago. Okay, keep that in mind.
secret that we have a broken immigration system. Short term.
Okay, let's talk about like acting. Why does she start? So the question
she's like laughing in his face.
Right, like the question was, we have a broken immigration system. Why did she start that with a big smile? That's so bizarre. What's happening here?
It does seem dishonest. It seems like, oh, this is no big deal. Look, I'm just trying to send vibes that everything's fine, right?
Right.
We're just laughing.
Yeah, it's weird.
People are dying on the border.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
Americans say that they don't think you're doing a good job on the border.
Okay, look how serious. This guy's like the most serious fucking person ever, right?
You and the administration. The number of people trying to cross the U.S. southern border is at an all-time high.
It's no secret.
What's happening? What is this face?
It's no secret. Those people are full of shit. I'm doing a great job.
This is the face you give when like you have to smile awkwardly at a stranger because something happened. Like a stranger walked by and they just dropped their drink all over themselves, and you're like, ooh.
It's true, huh?
And then, I mean, then it takes her like a couple seconds to readjust.
That we have a
Wait, we should go back. We need that. Wait, you need to take a picture.
The number of people trying to cross the U.S. southern border is at an all-time high.
It's no secret.
Oh, wait. Okay, that. We need that as an emoji. Take a picture of that face.
Is that the one?
That's a good one, yeah.
Hold on. Let me see here. All right. It's been cataloged.
Okay, we need that emoji.
That's like the Joker face right there.
You want to know how I got these scars, Mr. 60 Minutes?
She does. She's got the bullet hole through the cheeks there.
I was a little bit of a drinker.
A drinkler.
A drinkler.
I'm the drinkler.
I'm the drinkler. Like the Kamala is affecting my brain. Okay.
They call me the drinkler. I'm the white winester.
Donald Trump campaign. If you're listening, we have the new nickname for Kamala, the drinkler.
The drinkler. That's good.
She's not the Joker. Really she's the drinkler. Yes. You want to know how I got these wine stains? I was having a mixer one day.
Oh my God.
That we have a broken immigration system. Short term, we need a safe, orderly, and humane border policy. And long term, we need to invest in the root causes of migration. But the bottom line, Congress needs to act. Come on, participate in the solution instead of political gamesmanship.
If politics is a game, Kamala Harris has proven herself to be a savvy player.
Oh my God. 60 Minutes totally blowing her.
After that answer, how could you do this? Is like a comedy sketch. She gives like the worst answer ever, and they're like, she proves to be excellent at this game of politics.
After she laughed in my face when I asked this serious question.
Miss Vice President, it seems that over 1 million children have died in this new excursion by this dictator in this country. How do you feel about that? Well, let me tell you something. It's a very serious issue.
Oh my God. I got the serious face. I'm going to be president.
I mean, even this frame is like, she's like holding in a fart or something.
She's giggling. She's like, I can't believe I'm going to be president in 9 months.
I'm the drinkler. Yeah.
They don't know I'm drunk right now. Nobody knows.
Forging a career that has gone from one first to another. The child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, she was the first woman district attorney for San Francisco.
Oh, man. They had to know. 60 Minutes had to be in the know. They interviewed Biden and they were like, oh, this guy's never going to make it. Oh, no, stop. Let me screenshot that
one. We both were like, wait, this is the face.
Stop. Don't change. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
That's so fucking weird. What's going on in this picture?
I couldn't tell you.
It's insane.
It's amazing.
She's got like, remember that no neck guy on TLC?
Wait, I think because our frames are slightly different. Hold on, let me show you. I think my frame looks slightly better than your frame.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it the same?
Oh my God. Well, you can see my frame in the thing.
Yeah, but it's like small on my screen.
Oh. Well, whatever you got, I got.
Okay.
It's got to be better.
That's the emoji right there. That's the drinkler emoji.
The drinkler. I'm going to start calling the streams the drinkler stream.
People think it's like we're talking about like critical drink or something. We're like, no.
No.
Kamala.
The drinkler.
Yes.
No doubt.
She snapped out of it so quick.
She did.
Elected Vice President of the United States.
Being in that unique position, being that first.
Yeah.
Look how happy she is. She's like now enough of that serious policy. Let's talk about me.
Added pressure?
No doubt. No doubt. You know, my mother, she would say, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things. Make sure you're not the last. And
I mean,
what the fuck does that even mean?
No, that's it. Listen, that's pretty base mom. It's like, mommy, look, I'm the first, half black, half Indian girl to be attorney general. She's like, that's great. Don't fuck it up.
Oh yeah, that's what it means.
That's what it means. Don't fuck it up. I mean, it's gonna.
Right.
She's gonna fuck up being. She could very well fuck up being president for women if she does a really bad job at
it. Oh man.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I could imagine it being terrible.
Among the responsibilities that I carry and maybe impose on myself, that is one of them. So this was...
She showed us around the vice president's ceremonial office.
I brought in this bust.
Okay, I've had
It's not a real office. It's a ceremonial office. It's a fake office.
I brought in this real bust. This is my grandpappy.
No, that's what's his name? The famous Supreme Court Justice guy. The guy that Clarence Thomas replaced.
Is it really?
Yeah. I forget his name. Thurgood Marshall, that's his name.
Damn it. Okay.
I don't know why she has a bust of Thurgood Marshall in her office. Super weird.
Is he cool?
I mean, yeah, sure. Thurgood Marshall's pretty basic.
Joining. All right. Do you want to read some super chats? Now we have Trump calling in to Fox News after. So that was Kamala Harris from 9 months ago. Okay, that was just in her fetal form. She's now been birthed from the head of Zeus as a goddess.
Okay. No, she is like Cell from Dragon Ball Z. She has used her tail to absorb President Joe Biden and gained his power to become the presidential form of Kamala.
Right.
Her ultimate form.
That from 9 months ago, that was Kamala.
Right.
Now she's Kamala.
She was Kamala, and now she's Kamala.
Kamala.
Walla walla ting tang.
Has just delivered an epic speech written by 13 different screenwriters over 7 continents. The entire DNC, millions of people have applauded her. She is the second coming of Jesus.
Okay, wait. Before we listen to this, I want to read the rest of my notes of her speech.
Okay.
And then I want to read Trump. Trump was like,
no, you're gonna hate on her.
No, I'm just gonna read it.
You gotta have the vibe of Kamala come down from heaven.
Okay.
And then go into like Trump's reaction.
Well, okay, we'll go. Okay, then I'll save my notes for after.
Okay.
And then, but should I read Trump's True Social post before we watch this clip?
Okay, yeah, that helps.
Okay,
so we have the heavenly Kamala, and Trump is live posting.
Right.
What is he saying?
Is live truthing, and he said first thing he says is, "Here she comes into the arena." Okay.
Okay.
Then he says, "Too many thank yous too rapidly." Said, "What's going on with her?" Okay.
What?
He's
sizing up her game because he comes in and he's like, he thanks all the people around. I hate that part.
I know.
Yeah.
Then Trump says in all caps, "Where's Hunter?"
Who cares? Oh my God. Who are you running against?
Right. Then the next tweet was Walz was an assistant coach, not a coach.
Oh. Good to know.
Good to know.
Informative.
Here we go. Here's a good one. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime. So I agree with that one. That was actually a good post right there. All this bullshit talk about childhood. She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. Probably not a good idea. And they posted a little video that was like, radical Kamala Harris fucking up San Francisco. Oh, here's another good one. Kamala's biography won't lower prices at the grocery store at the pump. Okay, that's actually good. That's so far, that's the best tweet right there.
Yeah,
that's a good response. Yeah.
You hated the bio stuff anyway, so
Right.
look, he's speaking to you.
No, but see,
you
and
might
that's
be a
actually
Trump voter by the end of this.
I will. No, so that's a good way to frame it too, because he says her biography won't solve the problems, right? That's almost like that tweet, and the tweet has a picture. It says, since Kamala took office, gas. I don't know if this is true, but they're saying since Kamala took office, gasoline's up 51 and groceries are up 22%. Wait a minute.
Right.
It says, since Kamala took, I guess it's VP, but
Get Connor on the phone. I want to talk to him about
There
this
you go.
J6 stuff.
So that's
I want
pretty
to
good.
say, look, Kamala talked about her bio too fucking long.
There.
Okay.
Right. Man, he tweeted a lot. Jesus Christ. She talked about the rule of law, but as borders are, she allowed 20 million people into our country, many of them criminals who are maiming and killing our people. The next one is, why didn't she do something about the things of which she complains? The next one is the chaos and calamities allowing our country to be infiltrated by millions of criminals. The next one, I guess she referenced January 6th because he said peaceful and patriotically in all caps. Okay.
Ooh.
Then the next, Jesus, how many did he write? Then,
she did reference the peaceful transfer of power.
She did, yes.
Right.
And she did reference, he's probably referring to, there was a time or in a speech where she said Donald Trump sent them to the White House to
beat up oh yeah, that's when I was
rioters.
like, okay,
exactly
now
right.
Yeah, I'm like, now truth has actually left the building.
Yeah, she's like, he sent them to the White House or the Congress to steal the election or whatever.
Yeah.
He's
like, no, my tweet, here it is.
Right. And he said these prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponent, me.
Right. Yeah.
She paid and raised bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail, in all caps. And then he posted, Tim Walz let Minnesota burn. Kamala Harris bailed out the ones who lit the matches.
Right.
And then the next tweet was, is she talking about me? In all caps. It's a weird one. Then he tweeted in all caps, lying again about Project 2025, which she knows, and so do all Democrats that I have absolutely nothing to do with. That Project 2025 thing, Jesus, like a real albatross for Trump.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly he had meetings with all those people, though. He had high-level meetings with all the Project 2025 people, yeah.
Well,
according to that thing we never watched, but
a lot of them used to work for Trump to some capacity in his campaign or his administration, so.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people in that video saying we met with him about Project 2025. He thought it was a great idea.
It is hilarious that JD Vance literally wrote the fucking introduction to the book of the president of the Heritage Foundation that wrote the Project 2025. And the book that the guy wrote was all about why the country should need Project 2025.
Right.
And fucking JD Vance wrote the introduction to the book. It's like so fucking retarded. And that's why the book got pushed back and it's not going to be released till after the election.
Project 2025 is about getting around the practitioner's veto. Like you implement these policies and nobody follows through with them.
Right, right.
But there's lots of crazy shit that Trump throws out that everyone is like, well, we'll just ignore that, right?
Yep, right.
We're going to nuke a hurricane. Let's just pretend he didn't say that.
I mean, I think we should try that.
I think the nuking a hurricane is actually a good idea, but
yeah.
And also buying
just normal
Greenland.
Ordinances. Yeah.
I was like, why not?
You want to buy Greenland?
I mean, look, everyone who wins a game of Monopoly, I mean, the rule is just buy everything, right? It's perfect.
I didn't
even know Greenland was for sale.
What's in Greenland that's even worth it? I don't even know anything. I don't know nothing about Greenland. Okay, why is Greenland
a bunch of ice?
Bunch of ice. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't ask me about Iceland. I think it's mostly green. So
yeah, I mean,
they got that one backwards.
Like if you look this up, it says proposals for the United States to purchase Greenland. Since 1867, the United States has considered or made several proposals to purchase the island of Greenland from Denmark. So apparently it's been like a long-standing thing. We really want Greenland for some reason.
Trump just stepped in and the media was like, that's the stupidest idea ever. Well, it goes back 500 years. Oh, okay.
In 1261, when the Norse first landed in Greenland, the Americans were trying to get it from the Norse.
Of course.
There
Okay.
you go.
Now you want to hear let's go with the Colin now.
Okay.
You set the stage. He's manically.
Oh, and I'm not going to read that. There's like 20 more. I didn't even get to. Like, it just keeps going like again and again. Like,
he's tweeting 50. Now too.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. How many? Wait. It doesn't end. He has like 40 tweets. 50 tweets from this. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got like one DM.
Yeah, I had one. Yeah, my one DM like down was like, this is kind of boring.
Yeah, and I DM back. You have to listen at 1.75. It's funny because a lot of people I listen at 1.5, but nah, you're right. It's that extra 0.25. It really gets it.
Here's my question from like a political strategic perspective. I think it looks weak or bad if Trump sends out 50 tweets.
I think
in
it
response
looks horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have like a couple and you're like, oh, Kamala sucks, right? I mean, doing like 50 tweets is just ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of the attacks are reputation destruction. They're not substantive attacks, which that's what bugs me.
Well,
she's a commie.
Yeah, but to be fair, a lot of her attacks on him were not substantive either. They were reputation destructive as well.
Did he look? He did interfere with the peaceful transfer of power.
No, he did in terms of that. I agree, but
look, the 34 felony convictions, I think, is dishonest. Obviously, I think those are completely fabricated charges. I think the fact that it's 34 is ridiculously. I mean, it's basically like 34 payments for the same thing, right? It should be one charge, but one felony conviction just doesn't sound as good as 34 felony convictions. So
right.
It's complete fiction. It is.
Okay, this is interesting. Since he responds to literally everything, because I have in my notes. So at one point in the speech, Kamala said, Trump handpicked the justices to take away abortion. And he said, quote, I did it and I'm glad to have done it. And then she afterwards said, Trump will make a national anti-abortion coordinator. So I believe that second part is not true. That's something in Prague 2025. I don't think that's anything Trump has ever said. But the first part, I think, is true, where he said, I did it and I'm glad to have done it. So I was looking through his tweets to find his response to this, because it's got to be in there somewhere. So I found it. He said, everybody, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, and conservatives wanted Roe versus Wade terminated and brought back to the states.
Wrong.
That's just completely not true.
That's
wildly untrue. Yeah.
Cope. Major Cope.
That's weirdly untrue. Like, it's so obviously untrue.
Everybody wanted it.
Yeah, everyone.
Independence, aliens, they all wanted it.
Bigfoot, Nessie, leprechauns that make shoes, and leprechauns that make cookies.
They all wanted it.
He continues, like Ronald Reagan and myself, most believe in exceptions. Well, there you go. Now the people are voting, which is the way it was supposed to be. I do not limit access to birth control or IVF. That is a lie. There are all false stories that she's making up, and I've never even heard of. It's just words coming out of her mouth. And then in all caps, he says, I trust women. Also, wait a minute. This is weird. He just said, Kamala Harris is lying. These are all false stories she's making up. They're words coming out of her mouth. And then immediately says next to it, I trust women in all caps. It's a little bit of a mixed message there, Trump. Also, and I will keep women safe. She won't, because the invasion of our country at her open borders is destroying the lives of women and the families and jobs of African Americans and Hispanics. There you go.
Wow.
Us now by phone.
Oh, are we going?
Okay, so yeah, so this is Trump calling in immediately after her speech.
Okay, so he's tweeted his fingers off, and now he's calling in. He's like, I gotta talk to someone. All this tweeting, it's driving me crazy. Get Brett Baer on the phone.
Joining us now by phone, the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, thank you for joining us. You were truth socialing along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is, why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything. But she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight. by leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country.
See, look, he's hedging on the border bill, isn't he? Hedging.
Yeah, and see, and I think it is a mistake because that attack on Kamala should be pretty powerful. Why isn't she doing anything now as vice president? Why didn't she do anything for the last 4 years? That should be a good attack. And if that can all get countered by we passed the bill and we tried to pass the bill and you killed it. I mean, that could be a good
he's
propaganda persuasive talking point.
He's anticipating the attack, though, obviously. He's like, you didn't need that border bill that I killed.
Yes.
She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now. She can do.
So, and I want to say something about that. Like, because that was obviously the big counterpoint, that whole thing with the bill. That's a really awful talking point from a persuasive level, because it actually doesn't make sense. Because they say, because think about it. They say, we want to pass a bill to protect the borders. And then the other side says, you have the power to do it on your own. So we're going to kill the bill that does it. How does that make, it's like, well, even if that was true, that Biden has the power to do it on his own, why would you kill the bill? If he's just going to do the same thing without passing the bill?
Yeah. Look, he knows he's been president.
Logically.
He knows Pence couldn't do shit. He knows.
No, right. But I'm just saying,
has no power.
No, I know, but I'm saying, because when he says they had the power, what he means is like the Biden administration has the power to do it, right? But I'm saying, how is it if Biden wants to pass a bill to stop immigration to some capacity, and the Republicans' response is, you have the power to do this without passing the bill, just make an executive order. And he says, no, I want to pass a bill through Congress, separation of powers. And the Republicans' response is, fuck you, use your own powers to do it. And then he does use executive order to pass the bill anyway. Like, how does that make the Republicans look strong? It makes them look weak and stupid, because it doesn't even make sense. It's like, well, if you didn't want him to pass the bill, why wouldn't you change the bill? Why would you tell him to just do it on his own? Then he's passing the thing that you said didn't work in the first place.
Yeah, no, it's horrible. They make it sound like closing the borders like just flipping the switch.
She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about...
He hit the key.
It's weird because, so Trump, it sounds like Trump hit the button with his face.
Yeah.
Which is weird because, if you're just listening, they have on the Chiron in the bottom right, it says former President Trump, and they have like a little cell phone, smartphone, like he's talking on a smartphone. But you can't hit a button and make a sound like that on your smartphone, can you?
Yeah, you can.
And it will make the sound?
Yes.
It's because it sounds like he's using like an old phone. Like that's just like, I've never done that with my face on a smartphone before. Because it's flat. Like I don't even know how you do that.
That's just funny.
I'm wondering if he's using an old phone.
She did talk about crime.
She did talk about crime. Yeah, that wasn't accurate.
About housing, really.
She didn't talk about housing. What the fuck?
She did.
What are you talking about?
Didn't she?
Yeah, of course
she talked about housing. Yeah.
Of course she did. Yeah.
Oh, you're saying Trump said that?
Yeah. He just said that.
Why doesn't
you talk about?
He's going through the list of things she talked about, but he said she didn't talk about.
Why is he calling in through his smartphone / rotary phone? Right? Like, why is he not have it set up on a laptop with a microphone, that he can just call in through that way?
That wouldn't look presidential. That would be
you're not looking at anything. You're just hearing.
You should just switch the background to like White House background.
No.
Flags.
You're missing. No.
Wait, his head's like bobbing around.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
He's got the cucumbers on his eyes.
No. I'm saying Trump should be audio only. Like he's calling in, but he's using a laptop and a microphone to call in so that it has good quality audio and he can't bang his face against the fucking keys.
That would be smart.
Okay.
You'd have to talk to Kamala's campaign to get something like that.
Okay.
About fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really. The trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today, as you know, Brett. It's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border. It's a total invasion. And now it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that. Because
they're invading through Canada now. Look, the look on the Fox News host's face just says it all. They're like, oh my God, what the fuck is happening here?
Why are they playing the audio of the DNC in the background?
Over him.
So you have, you have this like music going. Like, what is happening?
So disrespectful. Yeah,
it is disrespectful.
This is why Trump hates Fox News. This is why they give him they're like, right now he went back and probably watched this interview and was like, why did they have the music playing?
Because she talks, but she doesn't do. It's no action. But, look, other than that, it was a nice-looking room.
Mr. President, Martha McCallum here. She said that she is promising.
It's also really bad optics because you have all these people that are like playing with balloons and cheering, and then you have like old man calls in to complain.
Yeah,
he's like, keep the noise down. Yeah, like that is really weird. Unless, is that intentional? They're trying to shit on Trump. I wouldn't think so, but maybe. It's interesting.
Middle class tax cuts.
And then they throw this in his face. Oh my God, it's so horrible. Hey, Trump, you said you were for tax cuts. Now she's for tax cuts. What's up with that?
Mm-hmm.
And she says that if you are elected, it will cost Americans $3,900 more a year in increased taxes. She's tying all of that to this Project 2025. That's where that number is coming from. What do you say to that?
Well, she knows I have nothing to do with Project 25. They throw it out. A group of people got together. They did a thing. I haven't even seen it. I don't want to see it. I told them specifically, I don't want to see it. People know where I stand. I lower taxes. She's raising taxes.
Oh, my God. Look, Sitch, they switched the icon to the old rotary phone once they realized he was tapping the keys. They updated it. They're like, oh shit.
Oh, my God, they did.
Oh, shit.
It's not. We're saying rotary. Rotary means you have like the circle. I don't know
yeah. Oh yeah, I guess he can't. He's got to have the push buttons. You're right.
The push button cord phone. Yeah.
Yep.
But that's oh my God, that's so funny. That's amazing that they did that.
A tax increase of 4 to 5 times what people and companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money. People can't go to the American.
This is such a stupid attack, too, because they're going to lower interest rates at the September meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to lay out, okay, we're going to start lowering interest rates back to 2% or whatever they're going to go for. So,
right.
Can dream and buy a house because they can't afford the interest rate. And even if they could, the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. Now, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today.
And then he has to drop the Marxist. Oh my God, Sitch. Mm-hmm. No.
I mean, Border Patrol, as you know.
Remember, he's talking to Fox News, so it probably makes sense for him to drop a Marxist on Fox News. Like that.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
If she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States. But she is a Marxist with open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. She's going to close down the oil and gas industry, and our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion which I was going to start paying off with liquid gold that we have right under our feet. We were going to start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland and they moved to other places. Many of these.
So I'm looking over my notes here. I think what he's saying is correct in terms of, I don't think she talked about energy policy at all in her speech, did she? I totally missed that.
I guess you're right.
She didn't. Yeah, she didn't talk
She
about.
didn't shout out nuclear.
She didn't.
She
shout
said
out
something about
nuclear.
climate change.
But
I guess I think she's pro-nuclear.
I don't know. She didn't say anything about it. And you know, one of the things I do give Trump credit for is that he's pointed out, you know, we need some like tremendous amount of increased energy they're predicting that we need, I don't know, like 100, 1,000 more, you know, percentage of energy production for all the AI coming in the future.
Yep.
And so obviously we're gonna need a bunch of nuclear or something to fill that gap. So
these industries
we're just gonna live off Cheez-Its.
Just very
AI
international.
Does it have to be Cheez-Its? Can the AI robots give me something that's not Cheez-Its?
Jalapeno white cheddar.
If
that's fine.
She raises taxes like she wants to do on companies, there go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies, but there go those jobs. And what's going to happen, Martha, they're going to pick up, they're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that, to use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you respond to that? And are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard tonight?
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down. Because as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha. I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the group. But I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good. But I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned you down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. Would have been horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border.
I'm so glad that while he's speaking, we have in the background, right? You have it sounds like he's in like a grocery store, and the person's like calling over the speaker, like clean up on aisle 7.
It's obviously a DNC plant at the Fox News producer room.
So it says, yeah, okay. First debate, September 10th. That would be exciting. Definitely
look, I got it on my calendar already. Yeah. It's a Tuesday.
Oh, perfect.
I got September 4th on my calendar too. I was hoping that was going to pan out, but
no,
looks like it's not.
They did agree to a second debate in October, though the exact date I don't believe has been announced yet.
Really? Wow.
And on October 1st, there will be the VP debate between Walz and Vance.
Or RFK, which
Walz
we will not be covering.
You don't want to cover my debate, Adam.
No, I don't. Look, right now, like I've been coughing through this entire live stream, and I'm convinced it was because we talked about RFK at the beginning of this live stream.
It just psychologically primed.
Yeah. My throat is like killing me.
Interesting.
In the history of our country, I closed it up. As president, now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot to do with that, right? Now Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what? All she has
Joe did sign an executive order because he doesn't know that.
Right. Well, to be fair, most people probably don't know that, including ourselves.
Right.
All he has to do is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of now. They don't need bills. They don't.
Office of the presidency. You just write on a big piece of paper. The border's closed, bitch.
Close the border.
And that's all you do. I'm president.
I want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100-degree weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw at that border. She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border so unsafe as this one. 20 million people have poured into our country, many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylum, and record number of terrorists. And other countries are releasing their prisoners from their jails. They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America because of her incompetence and her bad border policies. She is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There has been a huge appeal and momentum for women voters. She's trying to pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters?
Love this question. Love this question. She's like, look, she's going to stomp us. What are you going to do? What's your strategy? She's going to kill us. What are you going to do? Let's see how Trump responds.
No, she's not having success. I'm having success. I'm doing great with the Hispanic voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety. They want safety. And they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people. No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha. We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost every one of them.
Mr. President, let me interrupt.
The auto workers are voting for me because you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected. They're going to all electric cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have, you literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They sold the workers down the tubes.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President. Tomorrow, do you expect to be endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to make up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian on a very good man. Did you ever hear of a man named Sean Hannity? And he was interviewed by Sean Hannity. And he was very nice, and he said he wants Trump to win, and he's going to work with me 100%. And I think we're going to have a very good relationship with Brian Kemp. And that was on just before you people went on with that speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.?
It just happened. And as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in the same state. Arizona will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state. But it's possible we will be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be discussing it. He said, look, he was treated very unfairly by the Democrats. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60, 70% of the vote just to get in. And you know what?
President.
In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw
same
a different
thing
night
as they
tonight.
did to RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so
very
much
sir.
for the time.
Okay,
we appreciate that live
much.
feedback.
So what did you think of that answer?
Whatever, I guess.
She's not doing great. You're wrong.
Yeah, that's not a good answer. Yeah.
What's your strategy?
My
strategy is to do nothing. She's terrible. I have nothing to do.
Right, yeah. I mean, that's not a winning strategy. Well, I don't know. It depends. Like, it could be, now he's not doing this, but or at least we don't think he's doing this. It could be useful to go on Fox News and other right-wing places, and you say the polls are all lying, they're full of shit, and then just to kind of hype up your base, and then you go and do something, right, to actually to get those votes, or to see if, to make sure that you're not losing those votes. So it kind of makes sense to throw the red meat to your base to say that the polls are lying, but then you go and actually do something, assuming the polls are true, right?
Right.
So, but I don't believe he's doing anything.
Yeah. I would play the underdog card more. I think it's more effective. It gets your voters out better. That's another part of the well-oiled machine. So much of the DNC, you'd see like them talking about going out and canvassing or making calls or communicating with people over the internet. I barely hear any of that in the RNC message.
Right. I didn't watch every RNC speech. I didn't watch every DNC speech, but a big part of Michelle Obama's speech was telling people to get out and help Kamala win the election. So you're right. Like, it was get out there, get out there, get out there, get out there. So I feel like the Republicans are sort of missing an aspect of that messaging, at least from the speeches that I saw.
Turnout is a huge part of the election.
Right. That's why, I think it is good messaging when Trump talks about how we need to have a rig-proof majority in the vote, because that is like his way of sort of pushing that message. Like, you need so many people to come out and vote that they can't even rig it.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, though, because I do think it drives away independence every time he talks about rigged elections.
It might. I guess maybe. That's a good point. So I want to show you a clip here. Okay.
All the independents are thinking,
as a black.
Oh, no.
So if this is Mark Lamont Hill, he used to do stuff for CNN, and he made that speech at UN where he said, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And they didn't like that. And then he got fired.
Right. He is a Marxist, obviously. He had the famous exchange with James Lindsay where he talked about the Gramscianist understanding of culture and
yes.
Yeah.
So I hadn't really heard anyone reporting about this. So I was curious. I was interested to see this. Okay.
As a black leftist, I struggle so much when the Obamas or Kamala Harris be up in the public eye, because I have deep fundamental critiques of them and their policies and their politics, their ideologies and their actions, and I do everything I can to make those things clear. At the same time, the world is so damn racist and sexist that I find myself defending them with great energy and great vigor, because it's the right thing to do. And so
this is kind of interesting to me, because we had that conversation about, is it smart for Trump to attack Kamala being black or not?
Yeah, this is great.
And this would be definitely kind of it's a bad idea, because you can get, by people who are very far on the left, like Mark Lamont Hill, who they'll feel a compelled reason to defend Kamala against racist accusations on the border of a shared identity. So that's not why I wanted to play this clip, though, but I just thought that was interesting in the beginning.
So it's like, yeah, these are imperial warmongers, but they're our imperial warmongers. Don't be sexist. Or they're imperial warmongers. They're war criminals, but be sexist toward them, right? You have to be able to hold space for both of those arguments, both of those critiques, and it's frustrating sometimes. It's like, why y'all got me defending these folk? But they be having me defending these folk. And when I say they, I'm talking about the racists in the world who continue to articulate racism from platforms, from very powerful platforms. I'll give you an example. I want y'all to see your boy, Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan at an event. He decided to go full racist. Yeah, you never go full racist, but he decided that he was going to go full racist. Check this.
Okay. So Hulk Hogan has gone full racist at him, right?
Hard for me to imagine. Okay.
Right. What do you think happened? What's your prediction here?
Oh, man.
What is the race?
Well, it's got to be something small.
Well, okay, let's
very
say
small, like microaggression level racism here.
Okay, well, let me give you the scale. Okay, so we have level 1, which is microaggression level, right? Like asking where someone's from.
Oh yeah,
level
that's
1.
a horrible racism.
Or no, actually, no. Let's say asking where someone's from is level 2. Level 1 is mispronouncing someone's name.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say where's the Kamala in this?
Right. So level 1 is mispronouncing someone's name. Level 2 is asking where they're from. Level 10 is Hulk Hogan coming out in blackface, singing "Mammy's Little Honey." All right. And then when someone in the crowd doesn't like it, he starts shouting, calling them the N-word, and saying that in his day they would have lynched the person. Okay, that's level 10. So
from
1 to 10, where do you think the Hulk Hogan clip you're about to see is?
0.5.
Really? That low?
Yeah, look, it's Hulk Hogan. I can't, like, Hulk Hogan is saying racist stuff.
Okay. Well, let's see.
You want to get crazy? You want me to throw more beers out? You want me to body slam somebody? You want me to body slam Kamala Harris? I said, do you want me to body slam Kamala Harris? You want me to drop the leg on Kamala? Is Kamala a chameleon? Is she Indian? Okay, I like it. How? I'm gonna get heat for that one, brother.
So he did mispronounce her name.
Well, he said, is she Indian? And then when they cheered, he said, how? Did you get? He said how and held his hand up like, like an American Indian.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of a Asian Indian.
Right. He got it wrong.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah. No, I figured it was a joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the racism.
Right.
Look, that was not me. That was the beers talking.
That was the beers talking. He says Hulk Hogan is a disgusting person. Let's start there. Hulk Hogan.
Okay.
Is this forgivable or I feel zero outrage at this. So
okay, so you started with 0.5. Now that you've seen the racism, where do you want to put that now? Do you want to change your answer?
I mean, I'm gonna stay with 0.5.
Really? Okay.
You think this is a big deal?
No, but it's still like it's a joke. It's a very obvious joke, but it's not like I'd say it's like a 3.5 maybe on the scale.
Oh, really? Wow.
Saying a slightly offensive joke.
Yeah.
It's a joke. It's not something to be offended about, but I think it's silly that he's just like the title is Hulk Hogan goes full racist again, and he makes this like really minuscule joke.
Right.
Which isn't even like the joke is that he's confusing American Indian with Asian Indian.
What is the how part of the joke?
What do you mean? That's the joke.
How?
Yeah.
Is that like a tribe or something?
But you're not.
I'm not sure I fully understand the joke.
Okay, so
is she Indian?
Yeah.
And then he says how.
Right. So
what's the how part of the joke?
Okay, so
is that like a famous saying in Native American?
Right. Yeah. How do you not know this? Have you never seen like a cowboy movie?
I mean, vaguely, but I don't. What does it mean in Native American?
It's a greeting. I don't know what it means. It's like, so you'd have in a lot of cowboy movies or literature or media depictions of Native Americans, they would hold up their hand like Trump did. I mean, like Hulk Hogan did, and they'd say how, and it meant like hello or something. I don't know what it meant.
Okay.
Right. This is just a greeting.
Okay.
So
it's like a pun joke.
Yeah.
Because he's asking how is she Indian, and he's saying
no. It's not no. It's just he says is she a chameleon?
Joke.
Okay. I know. It's like a dad joke, right? Is she a chameleon? And they said yes. And then that would lead into the like, is she really black or Indian? And so he says, is she Indian? And the people said yes. And then he held up his hand like a Native American and said, how? And it's like, oh, like just to confuse what type of Indian she is. But it's not really an insult to either Indians. It's just like like a pun around the word Indian has two like references to two different groups of people.
It is a pun.
Yeah. Right.
I'm sticking with 0.5.
Okay.
Let him go. Look,
Okay.
That's
fine. That's fine. I just like, I was like ridiculous that he's making this huge deal about this like dad tier joke.
Yeah. And it's not like he's came out and said she's a terrible person because she's Indian it's just, it's stupid. It's completely stupid.
Right.
It didn't seem malicious. I mean, it did seem more malicious that he's like, you want me to beat her up? You want me to body slam her? It's like, whoa, dude. I don't know about assault or that might not be good.
So,
but look, Mark Lamont Hill is going to be like, okay, all that physical violence he alluded to,
that's fine.
I don't care. Yeah,
that's fine. But
he did a dad joke.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. You thought he would have been like, listen, we had all this talk about like, political assassinations and violence. That's a big trouble. No, he made the dad joke about Indian and Indian. So
yeah, that's the kind of mixed up world we live in right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's the racism. That's the problem.
Okay, then he had a video or clip that followed this clip, which I think is kind of interesting.
The stars of
the thumbnail for this is called the Obamas can't cloak genocide.
Okay.
And the name of the video is Obamas dominate DNC. Are they covering for Kamala Harris's war stance?
I wonder if people who got Gaza on the brain, just if they go to sleep at night and they close their eyes and they just can't stop seeing babies being bombed in Gaza.
Yes, that is what they say. Yeah. Now, I'm confused. So in the thumbnail, he says the Obamas can't cloak genocide. He spelled cloak CLOKE. Is that like a weird spelling of cloak I'm not familiar with?
Yeah, that is weird. What does that mean?
I don't know. I mean, when you say cloak genocide, I assume you mean like the garment, CLOAK, like a cloak. I don't know if that means something different or if it's just a
That cloak is not even a word.
No. Okay. So I just want to show you. So he spends the first minute of this talking about how Obama did so great at the DNC with his speech.
Oh, look, I liked Obama's speech too.
Yeah, no, but I just want to show you something. So just remember this in the context of the clip we just watched, where he's talking about how horrible it was that Hulk Hogan, made this vitriolic racist comments about, Indian and Indian. Okay.
Terrible. You start to believe that stuff. The hope and the change that he talked about in 06 and 07 that ultimately allowed him to win in 08. You can still feel that. America feels better about itself when Barack Obama is on the national stage.
True.
He made the great jokes about crowd size, and he said it's almost as if he's trying to make up for something. He made some joke about crowd size. He even used his hands to gesture to basically say Donald Trump has a small penis. I mean, it was the most elegant small penis joke I've ever heard. And
are you implying that is a racist joke that he's making here?
No, I'm not. Well, actually, it's funny. I didn't think about it that way. I didn't. I just thought it was funny that in the same stream, he's like, oh my God, Hulk Hogan's like pun about Indian is like a horrible fucking racist comment. This like stupid dad level joke. And he's like, Obama saying Trump has a small penis. That's fucking hilarious. Top tier gold. I was like, okay.
Of course. Look, you're allowed to do whatever you want against his enemies.
Right.
Jokes are like, fine then.
Yeah. Break.
He's funny and he's interesting and he's engaging. He was on fire. And
I don't know. I just thought this was ridiculous. That's silly.
I'm glad he liked Obama's speech.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I have the same response to Obama's dick joke. Like, okay, I'm not going to lose my mind over it.
Right. Yeah.
Let it go.
I don't care. I don't think anyone should really talk about it, but it's just funny. The contrast. There's something that was interesting. So after Kamala's speech, I was listening to MSNBC's commentary.
Oh, no. That's awesome.
They were all salivating over it, obviously. they're all schlicking to it because
Kamala's speech.
Yeah, there's a lot of women on stage there.
Schlicking.
Schlicking.
I've heard that term before.
Yeah. I'm not going to explain it. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself.
Okay.
So, but there's something Joy Reid said that was very fascinating to me. Okay.
Okay.
You know, we've covered Joy Reid. Don't like her. She's kind of racist. Seems like a CRT advocate. But she said something that was super fascinating to me. She said she was listening after she heard the speech. They were talking about how the Democrats have kind of trying to take the USA like jingoism, pro-America stance back from the Republicans. And Joy Reid said that listening to Kamala speak made her feel positive about the American identity.
Oh no.
And that she felt positive about, you know, that people would come all over the world just to become American. Right?
Yeah.
That's what she said. Now I listened to this, I thought that's so fascinating because she's essentially, she didn't say the words, but she's essentially laying out a pro-American identity, a pro-assimilationist stance. And it made me wonder if so much of wokeness is a threat response from the left. Is it a fear response for, you know, from the left of people voting for Trump? Like they become, because they view Trump as like the horrible racist, they became so terrified that they start to hate America and all this other stuff. Because I'm like sitting up here listening, like Joy Reid's literally praising the American identity and assimilation when she hears like this speech from Kamala.
Right. And you think she's turns to the woke anti-assimilation message because Trump is a threat?
Yeah, like, so I wonder if woke is just a threat response, is the left wing's threat response. Wokeness is.
Right.
Like they have a threat response. They feel the threats from Donald Trump. So that's where like wokeness comes.
Right. Would it be a proper threat response though? I mean,
no,
obviously it's completely illogical, right? To think, okay, Trump is a threat, so therefore we should not encourage immigrants to assimilate. I do think a lot of the response to Trump is just do the opposite of what he does. So
right.
I do think
that's part of the threat response. Is that to say, if this guy's a threat, I have to just do whatever he doesn't do. I have to do the opposite.
Right.
It's a threat.
Yeah. Except for no tax on tips. That's a good idea.
Except for no tax on tips. Yeah, that's true.
Take that one.
So I wonder, because like a lot of the right wing threat response is close the border, close the border, close the border. Right? It doesn't really matter what the issue is, if it's really the borders or not. Close the border. That's the threat response. It's like, we need to shut down the border. And then like the left wing threat response is, we need to purge the racists in our society.
Right. Right. Is this you going on the interior exterior metaphor?
Well, it played into that when she said that. I was like, that's fascinating.
I never really understand the internal external metaphor.
What don't you understand?
Just, I think that either side, right or left, is looking for threats that are both external and internal. Obviously, the right is obsessed with purging terrorists from overseas and also purging communists from within our own ranks. So they're both for cleaning up the inside and cleaning up the outside, right?
You're thinking of this physically and not metaphysically.
Okay.
You're not, let me pull a Jordan Peterson. You're thinking about this too physically.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it this way. If a criminal, let's say a guy robs a little old lady, he steals her purse. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have a Democrat and Republican, they both watch, right? What is the Democrats' response to the guy robbing the woman's purse and running off?
He was oppressed by society, and therefore he needed, obviously he's poor, he's hungry, he was forced to do this by society.
Right. It's society's fault, essentially, right?
Yep.
Society, yeah, okay. So what does the Republican say?
The Republican says he needs to pull himself up by his bootstraps. He needs to fucking get a job. He needs to stop stealing from old ladies. They should probably hang him and put him out of his misery.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. You gave me the exact answers I was looking for. Right. So the Democrat says it's society's fault. There's an internal pressure that exists within society that's making a person a criminal. Right. The Republican says the opposite. They say they don't even mention society. Society is fine. There's this thing that there's a person that comes in outside of society and is causing the problem. We need to extricate him from society.
Right. Well, I think they would both blame society, though. They just blame it in different ways. The Democrat would say society failed this person, as in they didn't provide enough economic support, and the Republican would say society failed this person because they didn't put enough social pressure on this person to like do the right thing.
Right. You can frame it like if you were to ask the hypothetical Republican in the example to expound on it, you could get to that answer. But the original intuition, I believe, is not about that. It's society's fault versus the individual's fault, right? Personal agency versus society. The left, there isn't really a space for personal agency. Everything is society. And the right, the first thought is not to go to, you can get there and say, okay, well, the culture is creating an attitude that is permissive or allowing people to be criminals or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But the original at first response is just personal responsibility, right? It's not even about society.
Right.
And it's that's sort of the same. That's where I'm kind of going with the interior exterior. So the example that you said, okay, so the Republicans or the right is looking for external threats of like illegal immigration, but they're also looking for internal threats of communism, right? That was the example you brought up.
Yeah.
But
subversive ideologies.
Right. You're correct, but what you just said is my point. It's subversive, right? And to be subversive means it's something that's coming from the outside to subvert the pre-existing order.
Right. But it could be coming from within, obviously.
Yeah, but it's not like literally within. It's like the within is the existing societal order and the tradition, right?
Mm-hmm.
And someone is coming in with a new idea. Maybe that person's born in your country, maybe they're not. Maybe the idea originated in your country, maybe it didn't. But it's some external force, external idea that doesn't exist within the tradition, within the pre-existing thing that's coming in. This new thing is coming in to destroy the functioning old thing.
Right.
That's what I mean when I say the external threat.
Right. Okay.
Does that make more sense?
Subversive ideologies from the young and the liberals, those are external threats as well.
Yes.
Okay. So the right is worried more about external threats and the left is worried more about internal threats.
Right.
Okay. And what is the internal threat that the left is worried about?
That the system, the society, the systems that is pre-existing, that's already set up, that they were born into, has a bunch of problems with it that keeps people down and subjugates them.
Contradictions. The contradictions.
Contradictions of capitalism or however you want to phrase it, right? Yeah. Income inequality, racism, sexism. These are all vestiges of the pre-existing system that are causing problems in our society.
Right. And the solutions will come from the outside. More immigration, open borders.
Right. You need a new idea, a new subversive idea to come in and change the establishment.
Right. Let's look to France.
So I guess basically maybe a better way to conceptualize is that what I'm laying out when I say the left right, I'm talking about sort of the classic tradition versus change, or change versus tradition, left right. But then I'm showing how that extrapolates into immigration as well, which I don't think people think of it that way, but it does.
I've heard you say it multiple times, and every time I just think, well, the right is both conscious of internal and external threats. I think a bigger distinction between the right and the left is that the left tends to be blasé to threats just in general, and the right tends to be hyper aware of threats.
They're not, though. It depends what the threats are.
Right. I guess
the threat of racism, right?
Yeah,
very
I
sensitive
guess you're
to that.
right. That's their threat. Yeah, they're super worried about people oppressing one another, right?
Right.
And the right is not so much. They're like, yeah, a little oppression probably is best to keep people in line. They're worried more about society falling apart. They're like,
Right,
look, it
they're- yeah,
takes
the
some
right-
oppression to make society work.
Right. The right is more concerned with the threat of generally, now obviously things shift, but I think overall, generally, the right is more concerned with the threat of barbarism and anarchy and things
Mhm.
falling apart and degeneration. And the left is more concerned with the threat of oppression and authoritarianism and authoritarian overreach, essentially.
Right,
And I'd say inequality, probably throw that in there too.
right. And the libertarians are afraid
Only care
of-
about the authoritarian, overreach of the government, essentially.
Right. Well, they care. This is why I think the progressives and the libertarians are so similar, because they both are worried about their personal oppression, but just by different oppressors. The left is worried about the corporate oppressor, and the right and the libertarian is worried about the state oppressor.
I don't agree. I don't think they are the same. I think there's a mirage of similarity, but they're not actually. So the how do I say this?
Well, I can hear the libertarians screaming out there like the state has more power, Adam. That's why you should be more afraid of the state than the corporate.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't say that the left is more sensitive to authoritarianism. Though I feel like actually maybe they are, because they're more.
Oh, they definitely are.
The
Yeah,
right.
What are you talking about?
The right is more concerned about the breakdown of order. The left wants to break down order because it views the order as oppressive.
Right.
But
and look, you need a little authoritarianism to keep things in order. Just a tad, just a dash, not a lot.
Okay, well, okay, so maybe we'll think through this for a second. Maybe the left. Now, obviously, in real life, people are kind of a mix of all things. But in order to have the conversation, I think it's easier to like create clear delineations between people, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the left fear of authoritarianism is stems from a completely different feeling than the libertarian fear of authoritarianism. Because it feels like to me, intuitively, like the libertarian threat of authoritarianism is more based around, I don't want someone to infringe on my personal liberty, right? Like it's like a very emotionally sensitive thing to someone I don't want someone to tell me what to do, right?
Right. And that's what the state does.
Exactly. But the left fear of authoritarian doesn't seem like it has anything to do with that. It seems like it comes from a completely different feeling. It comes from a feeling of
being abandoned, not having enough resources. I think it's abandonment.
Well, I think it comes more from like that order itself is like authoritarian. That the order itself, the stifling of, or the.
Oh yeah. Having to conform to society.
It's the conformity. That's the word I'm looking for. Yes, it's the conformity of society is the thing that's being fought against. I want to be a unique individual. I don't want society to tell me what to do.
But that's also personal liberty. It's just society's telling you what to do instead of the state.
It's similar, but I feel like it's different. It feels like it's coming from a different emotional place to me.
I just think I like what you said about, well, actually, maybe I said this about the state is more powerful than the corporations, and the libertarians
I said that
are more fearful of the state. No, I said it.
No, I know. I'm just trying to gaslight you to see.
No, I said it first. But look, in a different environment, because there are all kinds of states where the state has absolutely no power, and the cartels run everything. So,
right.
A different type of corporation, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
They're all about making money. In that environment, the libertarians might be completely flipped, right? They're not afraid of the state because the state is feckless.
Right. Well, that's essentially, it's interesting. People don't like to think about it like that, but that's essentially what private corporations run amok would probably look like.
Of course.
Drug cartels that control a country. The government doesn't control a country.
But the libertarians often fantasize about that being like the libertarian utopia, right? No state.
I don't think they fantasize about it being like, some South or Central American country that has drug cartels running the country. I don't think that's their fantasy.
That's where the conservatives come in. And they're like, look, we told you about the barbarism. We told you it was going to get out of hand. Nobody listened to us.
Well, I think a lot of libertarians, obviously you had the weird thing with the Libertarian Party, which seemed to be controlled by the left-wing libertarians in terms of who they chose. But a lot of libertarians on the right, or let's just say a lot of like middle ground libertarians, I think they kind of align with Republicans just because Republicans are generally trying to cut down on government power, control, spending generally. So that's where the alignment comes in.
It's interesting.
They're just doing it for different reasons than the libertarians necessarily want.
I don't think I'm going to get past the interior-exterior, because every time you bring it up, I always think it's going to take me a while to conceptualize that communism or other internal philosophies being fostered by the population as being an external threat. Well, I guess they could be conceptualized that way.
Would it be better to think about, like, when I say internal, external, what I mean is threats from within the pre-existing system and threats outside the pre-existing system. That's what I mean when I say internal, external.
Oh, okay. That makes way more sense. Yeah.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously. That's why they're traditionalists. They're like,
okay,
the system right now is functioning great.
This is why.
That's where the miscommunication has always been.
This is the Sitch's law, guys. We've been having this fucking conversation for over a year. Adam agrees with me, but didn't realize it because I was using words that we didn't agree on how the words should be defined and what they meant. I was imprecise in my language. Okay. So we were having a disagreement about definitions, but we didn't realize it.
Terrible.
So there you go. Okay, so you agree completely. Boom, we did it.
Yeah. I do think that's what they're worried about. Oh my God. The Kamala Harris. You want to watch the Gavin Newsom thing?
We can, but let me read some super chats. Brian, for $20, thanks so much. Says, I disagree. The right has been about small government for over 50 years and why we are so against the left and their use of government to solve problems. That taps right into the threat of authoritarianism. I don't agree. And the reason I don't agree is because there's been this weird, maybe this would work in other countries. In America, there's been this really weird convergence, I'd say, or very weird issues have converged around federal government versus state government. And that's because for 50 years, 80 years, 100 years, when you had people that were kind of pushing up against federal power, especially since 1960, a lot of it didn't really have anything to do. There were some people that were like, I just don't like federal power. But there are also people that didn't give a shit about federal power. They just wanted to keep basically states' rights for, racist reasons, essentially. And so that got kind of baked into the cake. And I think what happens is that when you have a party, a group of people that believe something, even when that belief changes or goes away, like the racist reasons go away, the inclinations that you were supporting still remain, if that makes sense. I don't know how to word this properly.
They were also in favor of small government because the government kept doing things that they felt was eroding the culture, right?
But that's part of it, but that's a different element, right? Because this is why I think too many conservatives and too many libertarians end up getting baked in with conservatives when it doesn't really make sense. Because conservatives, from a philosophical perspective, should, I'm not saying that if you're a conservative or you identify as conservative, this is you, but I'm saying from a conservative perspective, philosophically, you should be in favor of the government enforcing your conservative norms. You should want a federal government that has power, or just a government that has power enforcing your norms onto people. It's just that because we've had a federal government that seems to align more with the left, that you get this sort of, oh, I want the federal government out of my life sort of mentality that gets baked into conservatism, which from a philosophical perspective shouldn't really have anything to do with conservatism. Does that make sense, Adam?
It does.
Okay.
I mean, I agree. I think it's bonkers to me that libertarians are being called right-wing now, so.
Well, you can have, and you have to separate it too. And everyone gets super triggered because they're just using the words differently, the way that we just had this conversation about the difference between the left and the right and external versus internal. And this is why if you listen to people, like if you listen to people who say, I'm not a liberal, I'm a conservative. And when I say that, I mean people who say that they're not liberal in terms of they don't follow liberalism at all. They're anti-liberalism, like the person in the trigonometry debate or Sargon or something. And they talk about, they are a quote conservative and they don't think America should be a liberal country. And you listen to what they say, those are not libertarians at all. They think libertarianism, they hate libertarianism. They think libertarianism is a vestige of liberalism, which it is. I mean, it's not a vestige, it's a core component of liberalism. And they want the federal government to enforce cultural norms and specific things of that nature. The conservatives, the anti-liberal conservatives, the anti-liberalism conservatives are completely, they completely are just not even remotely at all concerned about the fear of authoritarianism, as long as authoritarianism is in their direction.
Yeah. I was thinking of I was listening to one of those Scaramucci podcasts, and Scaramucci said something that was totally interesting. One of the interesting things. He said he had this interaction with Trump where Trump basically called him out and said, look, you're probably socially liberal and fiscally conservative. And you hear that a lot, right? Obviously, right. I'm fiscally conservative, but I'm socially liberal. That's generally the liberal perspective. And Trump told
that basically just means libertarian, essentially, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And Trump said, look, you got this all backwards. People are socially conservative, but they're economically liberal. They're populist. Yeah.
Right.
And that's what Trump started to cater to.
Well, Trump is 100% correct, at least at the moment.
I never considered that. You hear so many people in our circles say, well, I'm fiscally conservative and socially liberal. I don't want to tell anyone what to do, right?
Right.
But people love to tell people what to do. And they also love when they get free money from the government, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I do want to boss people around socially, and I want lots of perks. I want a government that's doing lots of things for me.
Right.
It's just funny. It's funny that it's never like, I'm socially conservative and economically conservative. I guess there is plenty of people like that, right?
Well, what does that even mean? To be socially and economically conservative?
It would mean that you're for eliminating the deficit and getting rid of gay marriage.
Well, there's a lot of people like that. What do you mean?
Yeah, totally.
It's
just interesting that there's so many populists in the conservative ranks now who are like, I want universal health care.
Well, I mean, the parties go through these shifts over time where the ideology of the party changes dramatically. And, we had the Republican Party was very dominated by, neoliberalism in the 80s, 90s, 2000s. The neoliberalism, kind of went it was interesting because they seem to be opposing, but they're not. The neoliberalism kind of went in hand in hand with the neoconservatism, up in, with Bush and even with Reagan, but with Bush especially, or W, I should say. And then now it's sort of changed off of both neoliberalism and neoconservatism into populism, which is completely the antithesis of both of those ideologies. So,
yeah.
Brian, for $20, thank you, Brian. Says the big difference between left-wingers and conservatives is we understand the push-pull of the needs of society and the individual, where the left only sees individual freedom and the needs of society is oppressive. Well, I agree that the left, I don't know. See, that's interesting though, because like, obviously,
our next guest,
because you sort of lumped in on your definition, Brian, you sort of lumped in libertarians as being on the left, because libertarians are generally like hyper fixated on the individual freedom aspect of the equation. So you just kind of threw libertarians into the left there. Now, I agree with you from a conservative perspective that the left, that's why it's hard to talk about this, is because this is why this is hard to talk about. In America, libertarianism is sort of hard baked into both political ideologies in a way that I don't, on both the left and the right, that I don't think is true in most other countries. I think that's a unique American perspective. So our left and right is kind of colored by libertarianism in a way the rest of the world isn't, if that makes sense.
Like there's a strong streak of individualism on both the left and the right in America that might not be there in other countries.
Yes.
Because of our heritage.
Our history or in our heritage and our culture.
Yeah.
Because I agree, like, I would agree with you, Brian, in terms of like a general global sentiment that the left would generally be characterized as the, like, only cares about this individual freedom and thinks that any societal need is oppressive, generally. Right? I'm trying to think. Something in my mind is sticking out at me why that there's some issue with this, but I can't verbalize it or fixate on it. I mean, because it makes sense.
Stroke.
The conservatives are generally the party that you would say says, okay, like the caricature, the stereotype is, you have the left-wing culture who tells the child, you can do whatever you want. You can dye your hair purple. You don't need you can study whatever you want. You want to go be an artist, go be an artist, go do whatever. And then the more conservative culture is like, no, your representative, like your success or failure represents the family or society as a whole. Like you need to go get a job. And that's not just so that you will do well, but so that your reflection of the family is good too. Right.
Representation. That's exactly what that is.
What is this? What is this clip you brought up?
Oh, it's from 2018. I thought it was recent. I was like, oh, look, she went on Ellen.
No. Of course not.
She went on Ellen forever ago. Look, she's learning how to count. Isn't that cute?
Luke W.
Her fingers.
Luke W. for 14 months says, I just got here. Has Adam seriously never heard the Witch Doctor song?
No. I've heard it a bunch of times. Come on, I was just gaslighting you guys. I know about that song.
So looking at the poll so far, we have 735 votes. Have you heard the Witch Doctor song before today? 73% say yes, of course, Adam is crazy. 27% say no, I live under a rock. So there you go.
Look at that. Thank goodness.
You got 27%.
Oh, it's up to 28% now.
Right. Oh, there you go, 20%.
It's going to be 50-50 by the time the show's over.
Lives in Deswell specifically for $5 says the way to differentiate between the right and the left is to make an L shape with the thumb and your pointer finger. It will be reversed on the right. Thank you. That makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome.
Brian for $10 says culture is all we talk about as conservatives. You just actually believe in liberalism and personal responsibility to help solve your problems and any larger problem. There you go.
Yeah, I do think like the localism of the conservative attitude is good. It's really that, you got to focus on what you can do yourself in your circle of influence and not be completely drawn up by what's going on in Gaza, right? Half a world away.
Well, yes, you're correct. And this is what sort of the struggle of life is, that generally having, like, not always, but generally having that conservative attitude of pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There's unfair things in the world and society, and you need to power through them. I mean, that's generally going to lead you to have better life outcomes.
Yeah,
totally. Right. But it also has the issues that if everyone had that attitude, you'd never be able to, or you never have a desire necessarily to change an actually oppressive system that's fucking you over.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
M8566 for $5 says MSNBC the other day, quote, Trump is so stupid, LOL. Anyways, isn't Trump calling Kamala stupid clearly a racist dog whistle? That's funny.
Well, that's an unfortunate aspect of the CRT environment that we're living in.
Right.
Where, obviously anything they do can't be categorized as racist.
Mm-hmm. Stargate 404 for $5 says, I don't think so. Wokeness predated Trump by 2 years, equivalently 2 years. That's why Trump became popular in 2016, because woke back then was seen as radical PC. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, because like everyone talks about wokeness. Gamergate was 2014. The elevator gate was 2012. So, yeah, wokeness was around before Trump, but it really took off. Like it was starting to take off before Trump, won, obviously. 2014 after Gamergate, 2015, you had a lot of the Me Too college stuff kind of coming out of it. So yeah, it was definitely on the uptick, definitely on the upswing. In an alternate universe, if Hillary won instead of Trump, I don't know. I want to say that wokeness still would have been a big thing, but I don't think it would have been as big a thing. I think a lot of people in the mainstream adopting wokeness so blindly and so quickly was their existential world exploded when Trump won, because everything told them that Trump couldn't win, that Trump was an evil racist buffoon. And when they found out that Trump did win, they panicked and their worldview no longer made sense. And so they grasped for whatever was nearby, whatever life raft was nearby. And unfortunately, that life raft for many people was wokeness. And then it also completely played into their pre-existing stereotypes of the right and the idea that Trump was a racist buffoon, and say, okay, well, if Trump is a racist buffoon and he won the presidency, obviously this explanation of America being a horrible racist country must be true, because that's why Trump won, right? So
yeah, wokeness was the solution to the why did Trump win problem, right?
Right.
So, and then you go out and you look everywhere and you see, obviously, it's a confirmation bias. You just see racism everywhere. So, someone has a critical review of Star Wars with the Star Wars with a feminist perspective, it's all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's sexism right there. Right. That's why Hillary lost. Sexism.
Well, and it's interesting because you could even see, because you're right, they had the sexism element, but before Trump, wokeness was way more fixated on sex and sexism and feminism. And
yeah, manspreading and all that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And after Trump won, it kind of transitioned into being primarily focused on racism.
Right.
So.
Yeah, it's a solution to everything.
Right. Toxic Mix, thank you so much for the $50. Says, reread some analysis of the border bill. The 5,000 encounters thing is overblown, but it only references official ports, not any crossings. Also, a close is only mandated after 8,500 in a day, and 90% processing days is a long time to disappear. Not great, in my opinion. So my understanding of it, I'd have to reread the bill again. My understanding of it was, it wasn't, what they were saying was the 5,000 encounters thing was not just anyone that comes up to an official port, but was anyone that they get, anyone that the border catches at any point in the border and then takes them to a place to be processed. That was the 5,000 encounters. That was my understanding of how it worked.
Right. But if people cross and nobody's there to get them, then they don't count, right?
Well, then, I mean, but then they're not asking for asylum. Those are people just sneaking into the country, right?
Right.
So, and if the numbers are the issue, like if people were saying, well, 8,500 is too much. I don't remember what the number was. I thought it was a certain amount. Was it 8,500 a day, or it was a certain amount in a week? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was one in a day. Because then it was like, oh, they have to maintain some number of processing. But even if that number is high, well, here's the issue. If that number is too high, the Republicans, I think, could have very easily negotiated just the numbers down. But they didn't even want to do that. They didn't even attempt to do that because it's blatantly obvious that it was just a situation where they thought it'd be better to not give the Democrats a big border immigration win before the election, which I think kind of backfired. But it only backfired because, you know, they didn't really expect Biden to drop out, I guess.
It's crazy. 8,500 people a day. That's like massive.
Right. But the numbers were already above that. They were like 12,000, weren't they?
I know. It's crazy. It's all these numbers are crazy.
Right. But then the numbers, what were the numbers? Because it wasn't just, they had to drop it down to 8,500. They had to drop down to like 5,000 or 4,000, didn't they? In order to reopen the border.
Where do these people go? That's a lot of people, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
How much, let me see with the cross. How much was it a day? Because I thought it had to go. Well, I can't find it right now, but it was something like 4,000 or 5,000, I thought. And that, even if that number, if you don't like the number because it's too high, I think that would generally keep the border closed indefinitely. Because if the government is underfunded and understaffed, and they just don't have enough people to clear, the 4,000 or 5,000 a day, then until that occurs, then the border would just be closed indefinitely. So you think you'd be in favor of that?
Who knows? Trump was at the border when Kamala was out speaking.
Mm-hmm.
About 2,200 daily arrivals are immigrants or refugees who have been invited to become permanent residents of the United States.
What are you reading?
I just searched how many people a day are coming across the border. More than 10,000 migrants per day.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. That was Population Reference Bureau.
Mm-hmm.
This is weekly U.S.-Mexico border update. Heavy migration. More than 10,000 migrants a day, mostly asylum seekers. This asylum seekers loophole is the problem right there. They got to close that fucking loophole up.
Right.
This has been arriving at the U.S. Mexico.
Is this an old article? Because I know it was 10,000 was, I thought, like
December 21st,
2023.
23, yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because I was like, I don't think it's 10,000 anymore.
Right.
It's that was like the peak. It was at 10,000, I thought.
I should put how many people are coming across today.
Right. Well, I believe the number has gone down. So I don't know what it is at now, but. Ensign Sachs for $5 says, Adam, not hearing the Witch Doctor song pushes me further into S-Class.
That silly song.
That's true.
It was pretty fun, though. I do like the song.
Stuck for $2 says, low energy Trump is basically Senior Cartigage.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's a Strong Bad. That's like the old Strong Bad character. Totally forgot about that. You're correct. I haven't thought about that in forever. Odyssey for $10 says, I'm behind, but how are we resetting the Remain in Mexico policy back to Mexico didn't want it? You did a whole stream on how Biden suspended it day one and sued several times to keep it suspended. Yeah, and then remember, then they wanted it in Mexico. No. Wait, now you're confusing me.
I thought Mexico, I thought COVID ended, and that was as soon as COVID ended, they're like, okay, they were using COVID as an excuse to make people stay in Mexico.
That was a different thing.
Like, turn them away. They got COVID. Run.
First of all, number one, wait, before I go back into who ended it. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. No, okay, wait. You're correct. The policy was initially ended by Biden administration. Then they said you can't end it. Then they did end it, and then he wanted again, and then Mexico said no. Wait, that was the order of events, right? Regardless of who ended it, it didn't fucking matter because it was such a minuscule number of people. That's what's the important part about it. I agree it was fucking stupid. If Biden wanted to end it, which I don't understand what the point of ending it was, other than a virtue signal, it's stupid. But it doesn't really matter if it's a minuscule number of people anyway. So
how many people were forced to remain in Mexico? Was it like 10?
It was like when they first implemented the program, they
5 million.
No, it wasn't 5 million. When they first implemented the program, they were praising it. Like, they're like, we got like 50,000 people on day one. And they did. And then after that, it was like a trickle amount because the Remain in Mexico policy under Trump, it had all these like criterion restrictions. And they basically got everyone in the first batch. And then after that, it was like 2% of the people coming in the country were like hit with the Remain in Mexico policy. So it was just completely worthless at that point.
They found a workaround?
It just wasn't doing anything. I brought up the chart on stream. I said, these are the numbers of people they hit with the Remain in Mexico.
Yeah, I remember.
And it was like some teeny tiny amount of
But that chart had COVID.
No. That was a different. This has literally nothing to do with COVID whatsoever.
COVID.
Okay. You're thinking about the chart that showed how many people they deported via the COVID restrictions, which is a different.
Okay. Anyway, Stug for $2. You've fallen right into my trap, Trump man. Hick. What's that? Hick. Oh. This must be a Kamala Harris impersonation.
Right.
You've fallen right into my trap, Trump man.
That's funny.
Yep. This election's gonna be good. I can't wait for election night. Sitch, what are we doing on election night? Who is gonna become the next president of the United States? Are we going to know on election night? Is it just gonna be us watching boring ass, who is it? Steve Kornacki running around his vote totals coming in, changing the electoral map.
Mm-hmm.
Will it be decided early? Will we know? Will we know before 4 p.m. who the winner is? Will it be Kamala Harris? Will it be Trump? Who?
Mm-hmm.
Who is going to win? Now I don't think I can even say it wrong. Kamala. That's what I'm trying to say it the wrong way. Kamala.
Right.
Will it be Kamala or will it be Trump? Kamala. Trump. Anyway, what are you reading? Ace for $5.
But I can't find it. But
Ace for $5. Guys, who do you think will be the corn star to play as Harris and Trump in the future 2024 election corn parody? I think he's saying porn though.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. They had that one porn star that looked like the You Betcha girl. What was her name?
Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin. Yeah.
I don't know the porn ladies. Those are. It was
the
like
You Betcha. I don't know.
Lisa Ann. That was her name.
I don't know the name of porn stars.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the name of the current crop of porn stars to be able to cast the Harris Trump porn. Sorry.
Right. Yeah,
Lethal
we're not
Strain
really in it.
for $2 says, are you excited for the JFK files to be released? Yeah, did you hear about that?
No, what's going on?
So Trump said that if he wins, he was going to like put RFK in charge of some place that would like have all the secret government conspiracy files about the JFK assassination and aliens and all that shit.
Awesome.
Which is kind of silly and funny. So
he'll be looking through his uncle's files, right?
Right. The problem is he's not going to find anything, and they're going to say, "Oh, well, the deep state destroyed all the files before they could give it to RFK." So
it's always the deep state.
Going to be meaningless. So. PC for 23 months of discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says, wait, you're saying the reason I think you're both so smart is because I listen at 2 times speed? Oh my, all these months. True. It does make everyone sound way smarter.
Yeah, it does. It works to our advantage. I love that feature.
Lou Silver for $20 says, Kamala was the perfect actress the other night. Command performance. Her background stuff endeared her to a lot of people. I'll bet not you, Sitch. However, for very good sake, the West Wing writer's room got the band back together.
That's so true. I kept thinking that. I'm like, oh man, this is good.
There you go.
Of course, I was listening at 1.75, so.
Right.
Yes.
The scene you sent me about the remain in Mexico, it says... So it says in 2019, there are 57,000 people. So out of the, how many people came? The 2 million people?
57,000 are remaining in Mexico out of 2 million?
Out of, well, that's what I'm asking. How many, what was the asylum? How many people were seeking asylum in 2019?
I don't know. Was I supposed to look that up?
No, I'm just saying generally.
I'm going to say 9 million.
I believe it was like 2 million, wasn't it? Somewhere in that range.
I don't remember.
U.S. immigration numbers over the years. Because that's what I thought. I was like 57,000, which is not nothing, but 57,000 out of like 2 million is not a lot. So,
as long as they bring plywood and nails,
okay,
and a good roofing hammer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for it, right?
There you go.
We got to build those houses somehow. Are these migrant labor for house building?
No.
Let's read super chats. Stop looking around at immigration stuff. It's boring.
Okay. That's true. It's boring.
No one cares about immigration. They want to know.
Everyone cares about immigration.
They want to know what brand of makeup Kamala uses. Okay.
John in Iowa for $10. Thanks so much. Says, my understanding is most of Kamala's policies are just floated out there by anonymous staffers to various outlets, ostensibly so that the AOC Green New, ostensibly so they can AOC Green New Deal it out of existence if it proves unpopular.
True.
I mean, that'd be an interesting strategy.
That's the strategy I said they were doing.
I know.
It's going to come out in the big policy report.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Although all these policy reports we looked at were like 90 pages, 75 pages. I think the 35-page policy is probably a bit thin.
Let's make a gentleman's bet here, all right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll make a $1 bet. I bet that if Kamala comes out, which I'm not sure she will, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we're...
As gay?
So if Kamala comes out as gay,
uh-huh.
And then when she's gay, she pulls out a policy page document that's got, all these policies in it. I think if there's a policy packet that is produced, it will have the 25% wealth tax in it.
Really?
Yes.
That's, ooh.
You don't think it will?
No, I don't. Yeah, I take that bet.
Okay. What if it has a wealth tax, but it's a significantly less percentage?
No wealth tax.
Okay. So I'm going to change mine to wealth tax.
It looks bad. Even if like the 1%, 2% just looks bad. It looks like, I mean, you take it out before you put that in there.
Okay. I'm going to say wealth tax bet. I'm going to say no wealth tax. We're locked in. We'll see what happens.
All right.
Angry Bellsprout for $5 says 2000 Bush was great. No regime change. Let's fix the schools. Lovable goof from Texas. Shame it was all lies. There you go.
Yeah.
Eagle should
9/11.
There you go. It changed everything. I wonder if 9/11 hadn't happened, would Bush have just been like a goofy Republican president? I don't think so.
Bush getting the 9/11 news is just so, oh my God. Of course.
Bush, the president of the United States, awkwardly sitting there as he's told America's under attack while a child reads My Pet Goat. And he doesn't say like, excuse me, children, thank you for reading the story, but I gotta go. You know, he just kind of sits there awkwardly like a fucking retard.
He's like, what the fuck? What did you just say?
That was very weird. Eagle Shadox for 27 months of discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says Sitch and Adam bickering over knowing a silly song and laughing at drunk sounding 0.75 audio is top tier philosophical political content I long for each week. Keep up the good work. Well,
thank you. Look, we do try to be substantive around here.
That's true. Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says, I bet you Adam doesn't know banana phone. Is this true, Adam?
Banana phone?
Yeah.
Is that the song about the banana phone?
That's a good guess. Can you sing
banana,
me a bar?
Banana phone. Nanner on the phone. Banana phone.
That is not.
Banana phone. Nanner's on the phone.
You know, that's not how the song goes, but that's a damn good guess.
Banana phone.
That's a damn good guess. Okay.
How'd I do?
I'm going to give you points for effort, even though that's way off. Okay.
Give me the Nanner phone song. I love that song. What are you talking about? That's my favorite song.
That's not how banana phone goes.
Yeah, it does.
It goes ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Do, 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 do. Ding, dong, ding, dong, ding, dong, ding. Banana phone.
Oh my God, you're doing great.
It's not baloney. It's not a phony. Something, 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 something. Cellular, bananular, something, something, upular. Banana, ding, dong, ding, dong, ding, dong, ding. Banana phone. Do, 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 do. So you listen, you were close. I give you credit, even though you're way off.
Thank you. I did my best.
Okay.
You know, sometimes you nail it, sometimes you don't.
No. Do you know any like child songs, like little baby songs?
Well, this is where not having kids kind of keeps you in the dark about these kids'
I don't
songs.
have kids either, Adam, but I was a kid at one point, and we did have these songs.
I was more into politics when I was a kid.
Okay. When I said I heard these songs as a kid, I mean I'm like 5 or 6.
Yeah, that's when I started. That's when I got into politics.
When you were in kindergarten, you're like, oh, let me know about, FDR's policy proposals.
Yeah, look, it was all about the Falklands War.
Oh, okay.
This is hilarious. So I looked up the picture of Bush, obviously, when he got the news about 9/11, and he looked shocked.
Yeah, right.
But he stuck around to tell this classroom of little kids that we're fucked. Look at this. He's like shaking all their hands. Yep. Guess what? We're fucked now.
Why does he look like he's like trying to shake that little girl's hand and she's like, no, don't touch me.
I know. Yeah, look. They're all he's trying to tell them, well, that's it, kids. We're fucked. I'm out of here.
It's been a good run, everyone. Handshakes all around.
It's been a good one.
There you go.
Wow.
All right.
I bet all of these kids, well, they all remember this day, don't they? They're all probably in their 30s and 40s. They're like, wow. I got to shake Bush's hand right after he made that weird look and threw up.
Can you imagine if Bush like heard the news and just threw up on the floor?
Oh my God, yeah.
That'd be amazing.
That'd be great.
Yeah. One of the kids is like, that happened to me my first day of school too.
I'm president, and they just did the biggest terrorist attack in American history. Shut up, kid. You don't know what I'm going through?
Right.
You're some nobody. You're in fucking kindergarten.
See, look at Stug knows, he remembers the lore. Says, we all heard the story of baby Sitch voting for Bush Sr. That's true.
Oh, yeah.
Then Bush Sr., he skywrote his name above my school.
You
and I was
wanted
like,
to Bush for
I
H.W.
did.
Bush. Yeah.
They wrote Bush in the sky above my school, and I was 5, so I was too young to like titter at it. And I was like, that's awesome. He wrote his name above my school. Mommy, Daddy, you should vote for that guy.
I didn't vote for W. Bush. I voted for Dukakis because I liked that helmet. I was like...
H.W. Bush, you mean?
Yeah, I didn't vote for H.W.
Right. You like the stupid...
I voted for Dukakis.
Like the helmet? That's funny.
Yeah, look, it was great. I was like, yeah. That's our commander-in-chief.
You know,
I just saw Revenge of the Nerds, and I was like, nerd power.
You know the supercalifragilisticexpialidocious song, right?
Of course. I know that one. Everyone knows that one.
Well, I thought everyone knew the fucking Witch Doctor song.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Did I do it right?
That was in Mary Poppins, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Of course. But I never saw Mary Poppins because it's a musical.
Okay.
Who did it? Was it? It was Dukakis. Who did Dukakis run against? He ran against HW, right?
I don't know. Fuck.
Dukakis. Michael Dukakis. Oh, look, he's still alive. He's only 90 now.
Right.
1988 presidential election right there. That was the first election I could vote in.
Mm-hmm.
Who did this fucker run against? It was HW, right?
I don't know.
I think it was because he said, because HW, I don't know who HW ran against, but he was after
You're
Reagan.
correct. It was Dukakis, yeah. And he got crushed
by HW, yeah.
Yes.
So this was when Reagan was senile. So look, I already have experience with a senile president. It was not
there
good.
You go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Reagan was out of it. Nobody 25th Amendmented him. So all the Republicans that are marching around going, we need to take Biden out. Well, nobody took Reagan out.
Right.
They're like, let him do it. Look, he's senile. Okay, we'll make it. He's so close to the end zone.
Okay. I want to know from the chat, what other childhood novelty songs can I ask Adam if he knows?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the Purple People Eater song?
Yes, of course. How dare you?
You have to answer these honestly. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
I'm completely offended that you would even insinuate that I don't know that song.
Really?
Obviously. Jeez.
Okay,
you guys
so
are horrible.
You don't know the Purple People Eater song.
Horrible. I'm working on a little light graphic design right now. But you can keep quizzing me.
So you don't know the Purple People Eater song?
I do know it.
No, you don't. You're being sarcastic when you say that.
No, I'm not. I know it. I literally know it.
How does it go?
She was a little green.
Okay. We're going to put a no for the one-eyed purple
people eater song.
The one-eyed, one-horned purple people eater. Okay. You know the
I do know it.
Polka dot bikini song?
Yeah, that's like that. Yeah.
It sounded like you were singing that instead of the purple people eater song. You know that song, right?
But that's the one.
How does that song go?
The Purple People Eater song?
No, the Itsy Bitsy Bikini song.
It's a itsy bitsy teeny weeny.
Okay. See,
yellow
Adam, of course,
polka dot bikini.
Obviously, Adam knows that song. Okay.
But that's the one. That's just like the.
No, it's not.
It's basically the same tune.
Is it?
It's
No, it's not.
Sing the Purple People Eater song.
It was
okay. You guys are gonna love
one-eyed, one-horn. Now, like singing it, I can't. Now that you, maybe it is similar. Is it similar? Okay, now maybe it is. Okay.
Now, one of these.
I still don't think you knew that song.
One of these people,
right,
was a presidential candidate in 1988, And one of these people was in the movie Revenge of the Nerds. Let's see if you can tell them. Oh my God, it's fucking uncanny. I cannot believe this. This is what Democrats will do to you right here. Mm-hmm. Democrats are like king of the nerds. They're like, they don't see it. They're like, what? It's just a normal person.
You know the Tequila song, right?
Tequila? Yeah, of course. That's like about the margaritas.
You have to actually answer honestly. Okay. Do you know the Tequila song?
Does it have the word Margaritaville in it?
That's Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. That is not the Tequila song.
I don't know that song.
You don't know that? Okay. I'll give you a hint about the lyrics. Ready?
Let's hear it.
Tequila.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
You haven't heard that song. How do you not know the Tequila song? You've probably heard it. You
Tequila.
It's the song that goes dun 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 dun. It's just like all music.
Then, yeah, look, it's from Pee-wee's Big Adventure. I remember
exactly. Okay, good. He does.
I've seen Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Okay,
like 25 times. I love that movie.
He knows the Tequila song. All right. Have you heard Love Potion number 9? Probably not.
Yes, of course. Love Potion number 9.
Have you heard Cotton Eye Joe? That's a good one.
No.
Okay.
Where are you getting these from? Bring them up. Can we listen to them? Oh.
I don't think we can.
Oh.
Come on, Chad. Give me some Puff the Magic Dragon. That's a good one.
I want you to look at these pictures I brought up.
I see the pictures you got up. I see the pictures you got up.
These guys look identical, do they not?
I mean, they look very similar.
They look like twins.
They do. Well, it looks like he's the father of the guy, but his father's kind of a dick, and he like runs a country club or like a construction company or something. In like an 80s
Democrats
movie.
Be so stupid.
Puff the Magic Dragon. You know that song, right?
Yeah, of course. It's about weed.
Okay. Oh, well, there you go.
Did you know that? Did you know Puff the Magic Dragon was about weed? No, you didn't. Have you done the Wizard of Oz with Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon?
I've not done it, but I've heard about it. Syncing up.
Why not?
I don't know if it's because I don't give a shit about either of those things.
You get like 10 tabs of ecstasy and you cue it up. You're like, ah.
Was this on stream? Was this privately when I found out you didn't know who Lil Jon was?
This was on stream.
Okay. That was shocking to me.
Okay. Hope you got over it.
Oh, do you know the what was it? The Phenomena song?
No. Let's bring up our Tuesday stream. I want to look at our debate. I want to do a old-fashioned Destiny style debate review. See where I could have improved.
No, I don't want to do that.
Why? Bring it up. It'll be fun.
I like finding out what kind of childhood songs you're unfamiliar with.
No, people want a debate review.
So you don't know the Phenomena song.
You don't know how the internet works.
Okay.
A lot of our relationship is me trying to teach Sitch how the internet works.
You know the Monster Mash song?
Of course. Everyone knows it. It's in that movie.
What movie?
The Monster Mash.
What movie is the Monster Mash show?
You know, it's like some movie from the 1950s. You don't know this? Here, I'm going to look it up.
I know the song. I don't know what movies it's from. If it's from a movie. I'm skeptical that it was from a movie.
Monster Mash movie. Right here. Let me show you how the internet works. 1995 horror musical.
Oh. Okay, I guess you were old enough to remember when that came out. Oh, bop, 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 bop.
I know that song too.
There you go. Let's see. What other songs we got, chat?
Are you ready for next Thursday? We got to break out the old How to Kill a Franchise channel. You know what happens next Thursday? You know what begins next Thursday?
Rings of Power.
Rings of Power season 2. Oh my God, we got to find out what happened to Sauron. If he's like fucking that elf lady now. Right. If they're like totally shipping the whole Tolkien thing, you know, the evil guy. Let's look at it's playing out exactly like The Acolyte. It's like the heroine meets the bad boy.
Mm-hmm.
And they fuck. She opens her eye of Sauron.
Have you heard? You probably heard the song, but you probably don't know it from the name. I'm not letting this go.
Sitch is not even paying attention.
I'm not. Listen, you probably heard, but I bet you won't know it from the name. Have you heard the song "Bad Touch" by Bloodhound Gang?
I've heard of it.
That's
I don't know that I could.
The "You and Me, Baby, Ain't Nothing But Mammals."
Mm-hmm.
You know the end of the. Can you finish that lyric?
You and me ain't nothing but mammals.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals.
Right? Mammals make love and do it like this.
You're close.
Is that it?
You're close.
Huh. Oh.
So let's do like they do on the Discovery Channel.
Oh my God.
You're close.
No. This is
you haven't heard that song? I'm shocked.
This song sounds so gay.
Wow. It was Bloodhound Gang. Come on. What are you talking about?
This is a child's song?
No. Of course not.
Okay.
No,
I thought we were still doing children's
No,
songs.
we were not.
I was like, what pedo band is this?
No. This is an adult song. Do you know Mambo Number 5? That was another popular song.
Is this an adult song?
It's not. Yeah. It's not an adult song.
I don't.
God, Jesus Christ. This is so weird. Do you know Sandstorm? There's no. You probably heard it. You don't know. No one doesn't know by the title.
I listen to. I like Purity Ring and Modest Mouse and Melanie Martinez.
What other songs?
I listen to good music. You listen to show tunes.
I'm just curious as to what songs I think everyone kind of like absorbs through the culture that you don't know. Like these
Nirvana is whatever, you know. Rape me.
Oh my God.
Come on, that's. You don't know Nirvana?
I know. I've heard the Rape Me song, yes.
Yeah, see? Those are the songs that people know.
Okay.
You know, all apologies. All I wanna be.
I'm looking at a lot. Okay, I've typed in greatest novelty songs. See if any of these are good. Well, we got Witch Doctor, Monster Mash, Purple People Eater, Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. I assume you've heard
What
that
else
song.
should I be?
You know, you've heard Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer, right?
What else could I say?
Wow, hasn't heard that song.
Sitch is gay. What else could I write?
Bet he hasn't heard.
I don't have the right.
He hasn't heard
What
Time
else
Warp.
should I be?
Heard a lot of these.
All come on, Sitch, sing along. In the sun, I feel as one. Come on,
Black
sing
hole
along.
sun, won't you come? Wash away Adam's pain.
That is that's Pearl Jam. You already fucked up, okay?
Black
you don't
hole
even know the
sun
difference.
is Soundgarden.
You don't know
What
the
fuck are you
difference.
talking about?
You don't
That's
know
not
the
Pearl
difference
Jam.
between Soundgarden and Pearl Jam.
I know. No, I know the difference between Soundgarden and Nirvana. Okay.
Right.
Won't you come back?
Oh my God.
Black hole sun. Okay. Anyway. Wow,
I
don't know
wish
a lot of
I
these.
was like you,
a lot of-
easily amused.
There you go.
This song speaks to me, man. I never knew how
Child.
much I have in common with this song. It's hilarious.
I'm gonna get a list of like childhood songs. Okay.
All Apologies is one of my childhood songs.
And I'm gonna put you through the gauntlet. Right.
We should do it, but we have to do it on a channel that we're not going to get nuked from all the copyright strikes.
Maybe, yeah. So they have these like I'm gonna look for it. If someone finds it, send it to me. There's they have like the opening for the theme songs for like the TV shows or whatever. But I want that, but like guess the childhood song. To see if Adam knows them.
Let's read the super chats. We'll shut this stream down. We'll spark up a brand new stream and we'll see how many copyright strikes we can get.
No, that's a terrible idea. I don't want to.
Why not?
No.
We'll get copyright claims. We won't get copyright strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we might. I mean, I don't know. I hear other people use songs on their live streams all the time and it's fine.
Well, I gotta find a video. I don't know. Because I'm looking guess the childhood theme songs, and they're like TV shows. I want just like childhood songs, period. Like not like a theme song for a TV show or something. Because I'm not gonna know any of those.
No, look, now I'm in the game here. I'm like competing against you.
For what?
I was gonna do lyrics and see if you got them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this one's too easy.
What? Give it to me.
No, I can't do it. You guess it.
Give me an easy one.
No. Let's move on. Too many song lyrics.
Tell me what the song was, at least.
Monkey Gone to Heaven by the Pixies.
I've never fucking heard that in my life.
Oh, really?
Of course not.
You don't listen to the Pixies? I picked an easy Pixie song, so everyone knows Monkey Gone to Heaven.
I'm not a... I don't know. Have I even heard a Pixie song?
There was
What's
a
their
guy,
most popular song?
an underwater guy who controlled the sea. Got killed by 10 million pounds of sludge from New York and New Jersey. You don't know that song? Sitch doesn't listen to good music.
What's the most popular Pixie song?
I mean, it might be Monkey
I've heard
Gone
the
to
Pixies.
Heaven.
That they did the song that's at the end of Fight Club.
Yeah.
Where's My Mind? Yeah.
Wave of Mutilation is another good Pixie song.
Okay. I have heard Pixies.
Ooh, stop. I was swimming in the Caribbean.
Metal Works 41190 for Joe says karaoke stream when? Yeah, exactly.
No.
Adam does not know the Numa Numa song. M8566
Sitch is worse, but I'm a terrible singer.
M8566 for $5 says Peaches by the President of the United States of America. There you go.
Who did that?
You know, we're going to have a situation where like this conversation is going to take place 20 years from now with someone's going to be like, you don't know Baby Shark? What's wrong with you?
Please, no.
You didn't grow up with Baby Shark? Fondue for Jura says, this is the generational gap that makes me S-class.
Yeah, look, we got a rich audience here. A lot of Generation X because I'm older. A lot of Zoomers because Sitch is a baby.
It's true. I'm
Where
not a
we
Zoomer.
at?
I'm a millennial. Stop it.
Where are we at, Zoomer?
Also known as a 90s kid. I think
Let's go back to the top.
Lives in Dev's Walls. I'm skipping all around.
I
Lives in
know.
Dev's Walls for $2 says, Spoon Man, come together with your hands. That's not how the song goes, but fuck you. Thank you. That's another Soundgarden song. Equal Shit Ox for $2 says, Soundgarden Enjoyer S-Class is best class.
Can we send J-Mac the link and have him come on and do some karaoke? He's fiending to sing a song to us.
Oh, does he? If he wants to come on and sing a song, that's fine.
He says, I love karaoke. What would you sing to us, J-Mac?
What will you sing to us, Jay?
Will you sing a Pixie song?
It's dealer's choice. Equal Shit Ox for $2 says, the writers have rejected the weed interpretation. There you go, Adam.
What?
Take that.
No.
Puff Magic Dragon is not about weed.
Yeah, right. All those guys. I'll bring up the lyrics just to prove the writer's wrong.
Lives in Dev's New Walls for $2 says, Adam doesn't know about Sam singing potatoes. I don't know about that. What the heck? What is Sam sing? I don't know what that is.
I don't either. Right there, it's the first one. Puff the Magic Dragon, lyrics, meaning. Puff the Magic Dragon lived by the sea. Oh, that's pretty innocuous.
Yeah.
And frolicked in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu. What's this Honolulu? That's where they grow all this weed, right?
Lives in Dev's New Wall Street Jar says, Cake did a good cover of Phenomena. Oh, really?
Quick, Adam, name 3 Weird Al songs. No, I can't do it.
Can you actually not name 3 Weird Al songs?
Eat It, right?
That's one.
Okay. Get Fat.
It's no.
It's not Get Fat. What is it?
It's just fat.
Oh, it's just fat. I was close enough.
You're
I
close
think you
enough,
can give me
guess.
that one.
I'll give you that. Okay.
And then, oh, fuck. Okay, I named 2.
He's like, are there any other Michael Jackson songs? I got Eat It Fat.
Those are the, I guess they are the only Michael Jackson songs, right?
I don't know if I'm trying to remember if he's done another. I'm sure he's done other ones.
Right. I guess, yeah. No, that's
That
it.
you can't. Come on. We've been spending most our lives living in Amish paradise.
Okay. Amish paradise.
Amish paradise, or they see me rolling.
I don't know any of these songs.
White and
I
Nerdy.
can't stand Weird Al.
Oh my God.
The guy that lived down the street when I was a little kid had a Weird Al Yankovic record. And he would just drive me crazy with that fucking thing. I'd be like, turn this shit off. Okay, this is not funny.
You're hearing it constantly. You couldn't remember a third song. Terrible.
I was actually into music at a really early age. So I did like...
And you found it offensive that he was making
I
fun
did,
of it?
yeah. I was like, what the fuck? Music is serious. This is fucking bullshit.
5-year-old
Get outta here.
hipster Adam is like, this is serious business.
Yeah. My
Another
neighbor's
one.
name
Another
was-
one rides the bus.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
There you
That
go.
one super bugged me because I liked Another One Bites the Dust. I was like,
Wow.
why are you making fun of a good song? You fucker.
And another one rides, and another one rides, another one rides the bus.
I hated that. I hated that.
It's not like making fun of this song.
It
It's just-
is.
Not really.
Look, you hear it come on and you're like, oh my God, it's Queen. It's Another One Bites the Dust.
Yeah.
And then you hear Weird Al Yankovic chime in and you're like, this motherfucker. This isn't Queen.
Uh-huh.
This is
Okay.
that stupid comedian
Mm.
who isn't even funny.
It's funny because the other people I know that don't like Weird Al, they have the same exact feeling that you do.
Do
They're
they?
like,
Yeah.
They're like offended by him making fun of the songs, which
Well,
I love
that way. I love music. Music is somewhat sacred to me. So I do.
Okay.
I think that's part of it. I'm disgusted by his insolence.
They
How
see me
dare you.
mowing my front lawn. His insolence. Okay. Lives and Devs with New Wall Street Journal says, what's the donation goal to have Adam karaoke these? That's a good question.
Well, no, that's funny. We did a donation goal to cover was it Destiny and like Sean or something? I can't remember what it was, but
That's right. We didn't get there.
everyone is
unfortunately.
like categorically against it anyway. So many of the comments were like, I'm so glad they didn't make the goal because I fucking hate. A lot of our audience doesn't like Destiny anymore. They want us
That
to
makes
actively
sense.
go after Destiny. They're like,
Right.
stop pussyfooting around. Anyway, none of our audience believes that we're left wings.
There you go.
I do think there's a contingency of the audience that is like waiting for us to become Trump supporters.
Interesting.
Like they bought
keep them in
into
suspense, right?
They bought into the. Yeah, that's another thing that we never brought up when we were talking to Connor about the audience capture accusations.
Mhm.
I mean, you literally voted for Biden. Like, what a fucking fuck up.
I know. That was a mistake.
Yeah,
For
look,
the audience capture
and you
perspective,
told everyone.
Why would I
like
tell
you didn't even
guys,
keep
yeah.
it a secret.
I know. What a fool I was.
Look, if they haven't left us over you voting for Biden, they're never leaving.
I know.
I didn't vote for Biden because I had that experience with Ronald Reagan already. I was like, this guy, I don't know if he can make it. I was like, I knew from the beginning. I knew from the beginning. I was like, I'm voting for Kanye, man. This guy's not. This guy can't cut it.
Okay. What about the Barbie song? The Barbie girl song?
From the toy or the movie?
It's not from the movie.
I don't know it. No.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
In a Barbie world? Yeah, I know that
Yeah,
one.
okay. I forgot.
That's Cyndi Lauper.
Who?
No, who is it? I don't know
It's
who it is.
Aqua. I don't think they did it. I
Aqua.
don't know if they had any other. I think that was like a one-hit wonder.
The one-hit wonder.
I don't know if they had any other good songs.
The Duck song.
You don't know the Duck. There's no way.
I'm a fan of Ducks. I don't.
Doesn't know the Duck
Sitch is
song.
like super crazy about the Ducks, but
That's too
Ducks
recent.
are adorable.
That's like a recent meme song. This would be something kind of like from back in the day.
One time I asked people in the Discord to send me music. I was like working on the comic and I was like, oh, I'll listen to some new music.
Right.
And they sent me like it was all trash. I listened to all of it and I was like, people today.
Uh-huh.
Actually, Lucy Lemonbug did send me a playlist that was super good. But I think she knew that I liked Modest Mouse and the Pixies, and like she put in a couple of the things that I liked and it pulled out like similar things. That playlist is really good. But all the rest of the stuff was more like, I don't know, it's just like against my musical palette.
Obviously, the best song ever made is Reese's Puff, Reese's Puff. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up. Reese's Puff. And then they combine that with Misery.
Terrible.
That song's so good. I think if you play it, you get hit with the copyright from Maroon 5 for Misery.
Look, I'm telling you, we'll just log off and log back on and we'll just play a bunch of songs. Or we can do it on Tuesday if you want.
Maybe we'll see. J Macro Circuit Files for $10 says, I love karaoke. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
Name, surname for $10 is the one that asked you, Adam, to name the 3 Weird Al songs.
Which I named 2. I want credit.
2. Well, you named 1.5.
I have always heard 2 out of 3 isn't bad.
You named him 1.5. Because
2 out of 3.
You got fat wrong. You said you thought it was get fat.
Yeah.
Stuck for Joe says, boil them up, mash them, stick them in a stew. Oh, that's right. That's the potato song. Did you see Samuel Gamgee interviewed by Ann and Jenk at the DNC?
No, I should check it out.
Yeah.
I did see Anna and Jenk's coverage after Kamala's speech, and I listened to Breaking Point's coverage. Yeah. Jenk was like, home run, oh my God, Kamala.
Right, right.
And I didn't like the fact that there wasn't enough Gaza stuff.
J Mac Circuit for $10 says, the best song I do is the Oogie Boogie song. Oh, based. I love that fucking song.
Oh my God.
Sorry, Adam. I do
so square.
Sorry, Adam. I do mostly show tunes and Disney songs. That's not sorry. That's based. However, I sing the Bartender song by Rehab pretty well. There you go.
I never do karaoke. I've really never done karaoke. I've been to karaoke. Either, I've seen other people do karaoke. And what I do is I watch embarrassed for them from the distance. Like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. It's funny.
I used to know the entire Oogie Boogie song by heart, but I think it's gone. I think that was too long ago.
Karaoke gives me the impression that most people, like 9 out of 10, can sing relatively well.
Karaoke gives me the opposite impression of that.
Oh, really? Look, yes. I'm always amazed at how well most people are doing. I'm like, wow, these people can really sing. And then there's the 1 out of 10 that is just like destroys the whole experience. Like they're so horrible. Well, I don't know, destroys the experience or heightens the experience because everyone is like, oh my gosh, this is what we came for. The ultimate cringe. Anyway, weren't we reading super chats? Not why show tunes. This is the topic that always comes up. You seem obsessed with show tunes.
Toxic Mix for $10. I don't know the song, but I think you do, Adam. I can't read it properly. Sing it properly. Hey, Adam. Do you see that one?
No.
It's near the bottom. Hey, Adam.
What is near the bottom of what?
The super chats.
Compile this list of record and albums.
Toxic Mix for $10 says, "Hey, Adam.
Oh,
I've been trying to meet
Adam.
you.
I've been trying to meet you.
There must be a devil between us, or Sitch is in my head.
Yeah, I know that's
Chatters
a
at the
Pixie
door.
song.
Tiff is in my bed. But hey, if you go, I'll surely unalive."
Hey, I've been trying to meet you. I do know that song.
Okay.
There must be a devil in my head. There must be a devil between us, or stitches in my head. Yeah,
Nice.
no, that's Pixies.
Nice.
That's a
Mr.
good one.
Supercross for $10 says, "I do a pretty good Piano Man if we're looking for some karaoke." There we go. Nice.
God, I wish we could bring that Hey song up. That's a great song. That is such a great song.
I assume you know the Piano Man song, right? Everyone knows that song.
That's what I play on the harmonica. Of course I know it.
Oh, that's right. You wanted me to learn the piano part. I never got around to it.
Oh, wrong way. Yep.
There you go. There you go. J-Max said it's decided. Community karaoke night. Fondue for $2 says, "Poor Adam would hate Rick Astley." That's true. I mean, I'm certain you know the "Never Gonna Give You Up" meme song, right? I mean, get Rick rolled.
Yeah.
Never gonna give
Yeah.
you up. Yeah.
I mean, that's not a bad song, though.
It's okay.
It's not a fake song.
That's true. Live in Dev's new walls for $2 says, "Trap door." Angry Bellsprout for $2 says, "Just introduce Adam to Ram Ranch."
What is that?
I don't know. I'm
Sounds terrible.
Ram Ranch.
That must be one of the songs they sent me in the Discord. That's exactly. They were like, Ram Ranch. You'll love it.
I'm assuming it's gay. Like literally. Twitter Socks for $2
Did
says
you
the
Google
duck
it?
song. I did.
You Googled it. Oh,
Twitter Socks for $2
you.
says the duck song. Yeah, Adam's not gonna know the duck song. Brian for $5 says, "Trust me, we know you're left wing. It's really annoying, but it's okay. No one's perfect."
Yeah, I just look, people don't get that. And it's kind of weird because it's like they want us to disparage and demoralize right wingers. And if you don't, you can't possibly be left wing, right?
Right.
If you treat right wingers with respect.
Fuck you.
How dare you?
You're trash.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, I don't know, right wingers kind of treat us with respect, so.
The Wooster for $5 says, "Adam and Sitch are," quote, "Adam and Sitch are not happy with me. That's okay. I'll still keep watching that garbage. Trump 2012. There you go. Thank you.
Look, I'm fascinated. I'm wondering. I'm kind of pulling for Trump, just as the old guy in the race, you know. I think maybe we can teach an old dog new tricks, right? He's gonna have to do something. So what I keep waiting for is the stakes of this election to kick in, Sitch, for him to realize a lot is on the line here. I need to focus. Right? Like it's bullet time.
If Trump loses, do you think they're gonna just like the charges, the cases against him will just kind of like disappear?
Oh, of course.
Quietly go away.
Of course.
You think so? I'm not sure they will.
Yeah, no, they're going to laugh at him. They're going to call him weird. They're going to say, that weird guy. Remember he tried to run for president again?
Maybe.
He's going to be a laughing stock. Are you kidding me? Look, I keep waiting. This is why, look, we're bringing up the phone conversation into Fox. He can't be the ranting, crazy ex-president yelling at the clouds.
Right.
He's got to come up with a strategy. He's got to focus. He's got to think. People are asking me questions that I need answers to, smart answers that I can't just riff off of, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's time for him to go from being a live streamer to a video essayist. He has to think. He does, doesn't he? He's got to put together some polished performances. He needs to start making propaganda.
I'm skeptical.
I don't think he can do it, really.
Right.
Like, he's just into it. We were joking around it might have been in the comments, it might have been on Twitter about Trump reading super chats. We're like, oh my God, that would be amazing. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Trump reading super chats? Oh,
That would be
incredible.
That would be funny.
Yeah. I was like, he should make it a campaign promise. He should say, listen, if I'm elected president, I'll do a live stream and read all of your super chats.
Yeah, they did. It would be lame because they just cultivate like the ones that praise him, and the ones
you're right.
Like it wouldn't be
You're
anything.
right.
Like,
oh yeah, he
like,
wouldn't read
Donald
the bad
Trump,
ones.
You're the greatest president to ever live. Bigly. Well, thank you. I appreciate the $100.
Right. He wouldn't read the Donald Trump, you're a cock-sucking rapist.
Right. He'd say, oh, I can't read this one. Look at this. I shouldn't say
Damn
this.
it. But that would be so much fun.
It would be funny to hear him say those
this
words.
one's very nasty. This is very nasty, but I'm going to read it. This is $500, so I'm going to read it.
$500 from the cum guzzler. It says, Dear Donald Trump, I hate you. You suck all the cum out of all the guzzles and all the gutters.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you, cum guzzler, for the $500.
That'd be so...
He wouldn't do
Oh
it.
my God.
It'd be funny. It would be pretty epic. Listen, if Donald Trump, I said I'm not going to vote, but there's two.
Oh, if he did,
there's two things that'll get me to vote for Donald Trump. The first is if Donald Trump says no tax on tips, and that counts for super chats specifically. And Kamala's doesn't count for super chats. Or if Donald Trump does a stream and he says, I will read all the super chats, and he reads all the super chats, including all
even the
horrible
bad ones.
even the bad ones, then I will vote for him.
Look, you have to vote for him at that
principle,
point.
yeah.
Like,
That's
it's
pretty
kind of
based.
immoral not to vote for him.
That's true. That'd be pretty based. I give massive props for that.
That's enough to pardon him for January 6th, right? I mean,
That's enough to pardon him
obviously.
for everything. Listen, if Donald Trump does the super chats and he reads the cum guzzler 90235, super chats,
Kamala has to pardon him.
he has to be. Listen, he should get a third term. He should just be president for life at that point, right? Just
No,
suspend the
come on,
Constitution.
Sitch. How
Let's
dare
suspend the
you.
Constitution.
You took it
at
too
that point,
far.
right? For the meme.
Took
You
it
gotta
way
do
too
it.
far. Sitch. Now Sitch is an authoritarian.
Yes, this is how it starts, Adam. It all
It
started with Hitler.
starts with cum guzzler super chats, and then
Listen.
the next thing you know,
Hitler was at that beer hall drunkenly reading funny comments people gave him, and then the Holocaust happened. Okay, it happens like that, like a snap. It's just very quick. Lou Silver for $20.
it's very quick.
There you go. Very
Almost
quick.
immediately.
Almost immediately.
Nice.
Blue Forever 74 says Donald Trump's sex is very quick, happens very immediately because he has a very small penis. Well, that's very untrue. Blue Love 74. My penis is quite good, never complaints. Okay, gets the job done. Okay, many people tell me, they say, wow, you really got the job done, Mr. President. That's right. My wife, she called me Mr. President in the bed. Lou Silver for $20. Thanks so much. Says, okay, fine, for sure. There you go. That's a song. That's a Frank Zappa song.
Okay, fine. For sure.
Gives in Neb's Walls for $2 says, compile this list and record the album for merch. There you go. True.
Let's do it.
Okay, we'll do it. Angry Bellspot for $2 says, how many spins did Adam make it to on Meat Spin? That's a good question.
What is Meat Spin?
You'll have to look it up.
Okay, I'll look it up later.
No, you gotta look it up now.
No, I've played this game on stream before.
We want to hear your live reaction to you looking up Meat Spin.
No, I have a feeling I know what Meat Spin is.
Right. Okay, let me actually read it backwards. So we kind of.
Yeah, let's go to the top again. Where are we at? We already did. Were you hearting them to know that you read them?
No. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. I read this one.
Or are you going through all the 20
I'm going
ones?
backwards, going up. So make sure I got them all so far. M8566 for $5 says Peaches by the President of the United States of America. Peaches.
Oh yeah.
That was in the Mario movie. Stargate 44 for $10 says American conservatives lionize the founders and the revolution. So liberty is baked into our tradition. Not so for the ex-UK Tories who want social control, but economic liberalism and labor wants the inverse. True. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I'm going back to the top for the $20.
Okay. Well, we'll start at the top. I'll just read them all in order because we're kind of lost here.
The Dark Conservatarian, I think, is the first one for $20.
Eco Stocks is the first one for $20.
You already read that one, though.
I know.
Yeah. So, and you read JMax, the $20.
I read the Dark Conservatarians, too.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
We'll go down to CS Paffy.
I read that one.
Toxic Mix?
Yep.
Where are we at?
I think
Phil
I read
Coggins?
all the $20 ones.
Oh, you did?
Malik. Mithram 6 for 200. Kazarks says the wealth tax does make sense if you. Oh no, I read that one. Read that.
I mean,
one.
you hearted it. You got the $50 one?
Oh, Mooser Doman for 20 Canadian. I didn't read that one. Says,
yeah, what are you doing?
Thank you, everyone, for all the positive vibes. Lucy is recovering well, and all of you have made the stress level to a minimum. P.S. How come I didn't see either of you on EFAP 300? Mahler mentioned you guys. I didn't even know what was going on, honestly.
Yeah, you messaged me on Twitter, so I knew it was going on, but I had already made plans with my honey, and I had to work on the comic. Every free moment that I have, I feel the hatred of 2,500 people who I owe a comic to. It's just, I mean,
right.
It's, yeah. So I worked on that. Well, I'm pretty close. It's like there's constantly shit to do. Like I'm putting together the printer files and I'm realizing, oh yeah, there needs to be like a back to the comic. Like I got all the covers, right? But there's like the cover and the spine and then the back. And so I'm like, okay, I gotta fucking, so I'm working on those. I gotta do like the interior pages and it's just, yeah, whatever. There's always more stuff to do.
Always more work.
Yep.
I need to install, I don't even have Discord on my laptop, so I haven't been on Discord in like a billion years. So I don't know if I've been getting like a million messages probably. For people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That I probably got an invite on Discord.
Right.
But I haven't been on Discord and I mean, it's probably been 6 months.
Grendel Vat, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Grendel.
Wow. That's great. I love it.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I have friends that said there were lines extending the block that were waiting 112-degree heat and a ton got turned away because of room. Some people were passing out. Arizona's hot. Drink water. Oh, so that was for the Arizona Trump rally. There was super long lines. I know I saw pictures that I think people were comparing. They're comparing the crowd size. It's much bigger than Kamala's. And they were showing that like the stadium was more full than it was for Kamala. So
really? Okay.
Yes.
I really don't think crowd size is a good metric, but
probably not.
I don't get that. Biden had no crowd size and he beat you.
Yeah, but that's fake.
Okay. Some say it's not.
No, but I mean, it's like he won, like, and then Biden stole it.
Some disagree.
Okay.
I hear many important people.
Right.
I am a Kennedy.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Maybe that's why people like Trump. He sort of is like a weird. He's like almost like the Kennedy cadence, but not quite.
Right.
Like it's like in there somewhere.
It is. Kind of is.
Britt Cormer for $20. Thanks so much, Britt. Says Michael Eric Dyson is the guy that read the dictionary for fun just so he could sound smart. If you try to make sense of his words, you actually lose IQ points because the gears in your brain grind to a halt.
The mendacity of that super chat.
Right.
That's my new word. Mendacity.
The mendacity. It's a good one. Twitter Socks for $20 says the rapper Sexy Red put out a lip gloss called Yellow Discharge and Booty Juice. Oh my God, that's disgusting. But no, mispronouncing Kamala's name is rude and a slap in the face of all black people. Give me a break. This is such a farce.
Thank you. Yeah.
There you go.
Glad I stuck by my 0.5.
Right. Stacking Damage for $20 says, I spoke to my mom today and we decided that people who respond to polls are the same people who would click on a Nigerian prince's email while the rest of us ignore spam. Polls are really pulling the gullible and stupid. Wow.
Yeah, look, I lean towards that as well. So, but I think there are ways around that now.
I think it's the people, also the people that are like excited.
Oh,
People that
yeah.
are excited to tell someone who they're voting for. So
Yes.
Which most people are like, I'm doing shit. I don't want to talk to a pollster. Terrible.
I would love to talk to one of those pollsters. I would say, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Oh, because he's a white supremacist. That's why.
Right.
Oh, yes, I like the fact that he's racist and wants to stay in office forever.
Okay.
I think all presidents should want to stay in office forever.
Curtis M for 279 Canadian says, Sitch and Adam show has the biggest crowds, the best crowds. Thank you, Curtis.
Yes.
Okay, let me start.
True.
Stargate 404 for $10 says, I am a Trump voter, but not a fanatic. The polls are wrong. Even if they aren't, she's at +3. Biden won by +4.5 nationally, but won by greater than 1% in Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. She can't lose 1 to 2% of Biden supporters and still win. You're probably correct.
Yeah.
You're probably correct. Yeah.
It's going to be a close
nail
race.
Biter. Especially with the RFK thing. So
yep.
That could definitely push things in Trump's favor. Mr. Ubercross says he got pulled last week. Look at that.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Look at that.
Nice.
I used to get calls a lot for polls, and I stopped. I said, don't call me anymore. I don't want to answer these polls. I stopped. I could have been, listen, Adam, I could have been a kingmaker. I could have been answering those polls. I could have been one person out of those 1,000 people that answered all these fucking polls, and I said, fuck you.
You should just do it to troll them.
Okay. Then that changes. I shouldn't do that, Adam. That would be
Why?
providing bad information to our presidential candidates.
No, that's what you want.
Okay. Brian Schultz, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Stug for $5. Thank you so much. It says, on a scale of King's Landing to Gollum, how burned is the Connor Bridge?
King's Landing.
That's less than Gollum, isn't it? I mean, Gollum literally melted in a volcano.
The King's Landing, though, is like the sheer scale of the whole city. Come on.
I guess that's true. PC for $5 says, why is Adam on the same side as Trump in the thumbnail? Suspicious.
Oh, I know. I was actually thinking that as I was making the thumbnail, PC.
Right.
I was like, everyone, they just decide people based on thumbnails, but I guess I do try to go for clickbaity thumbnails.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess, look, I'll try to chill out with the thumbnails, see what happens. Maybe we can get more left-wingers in here we can argue with. We do invite left-wingers on, but we always go for the super crazy people, right? Because we want those type of people in the conversation. Can we just get like moderate left-wingers here in the audience?
Sure. Stargate 404 for $5 says, you said last stream that Pisco being an attorney is disappointing. As an attorney, I'm equally shocked by some of the things he says most attorneys would be.
Oh, okay. That's good to hear.
Mr. Cross, how did you had a talk with him about the Trump Supreme Court case? How'd that go? Did you convince him?
Did you beat some reason into him?
Did you get some reason in him? Yeah.
Make some turn him into a sensible person.
Mm-hmm.
Knock some mental retardation out of that head of his.
Christian Baller, I'm skeptical. Christian Baller for $5 says at this time last year, Trump was down double digits and it still was razor thin. If that trend holds, Trump should win since the polls are so tight. Interesting.
He'll reel it in, you think?
Maybe.
The thing is, I don't think Biden was a very good candidate last time at all. Right. And now I do think Kamala is a far better candidate. I don't know.
Mr. Burcross says, oh yeah, I got him to agree the court wouldn't allow Trump to murder someone. Progress. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Good on you. Stargate 44 for $5 says, Adam, you said you're leaning Harris. Ha! You activated my trap card. Audience capture. Now all opinions we don't like are banished to the shadow realm.
Are you a Harris supporter or something? I don't know.
You got banished to the audience capture shadow realm.
How's that make me audience capture?
He was joking.
I could vote for Harris.
Right. Stargate 44 for another $10. Thank you, Stargate. Says, one thing I found confusing about last stream was the grandstanding on not voting. Principled, sure, but one will win. You should vote for the least bad one. People's brains break on the lesser of two evils dilemma.
Yeah, Connor kept trying to back me into that corner. He wanted me to make the lesser than two evils argument, but the lesser of two evils argument. I mean, he was kind of making it a little bit with the. I guess no, he was saying.
Well, no, he was saying that he wouldn't vote for Kamala because of the assault weapons ban, right? But he wasn't going to vote for anyone.
Right.
So he said no. Girl Sarah for $5. Yeah.
He made that crazy shit sandwich argument, and then Kamala Harris was a bologna sandwich, right?
Right.
They were both shit sandwiches. But now we had a fresh bologna sandwich, which it's odd to me. Then why are you voting for the bologna sandwich? Well, it's not a bologna sandwich for me. It's a shit sandwich.
Right. Well, no, I thought he said he wouldn't. He said he was not gonna. He was making the opposite of the lesser two evils. He was saying he wouldn't vote for the lesser two evils. I thought.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because he said he wouldn't vote for Kamala if she did the guns ban, but he wouldn't vote for Trump.
First of all, as a crazy example, he said there were like two shit sandwiches, and then all of a sudden a bologna sandwich, right? But I thought the two shit sandwiches were Biden and Trump, and the bologna sandwich
Maybe I was tapped out.
Harris.
Right. I missed the shit sandwich part.
Yeah.
Girl Sarah for $5 says, there's not enough characters for me to be nuanced about the conversation I had with Connor. It was very unfortunate, but frankly, Adam should apologize. And then he said, winky emoji face. So
okay. I was going to say, who am I banning? Where is this?
Thank you, Gora. Gotcha.
God, you're like a long time. You got a gold pyramid, though.
Yeah,
I can't.
He knows,
2-year member. I can't ban you.
He knows just what to say.
The apology. I wasn't even asking for an apology, and he was going around calling us a liar.
There you go. Gabriel Lantis for 5 Canadian says, this election season has been so crazy. Such a summary of events at the beginning of the stream didn't even include the assassination attempt, LMAO. It did at the end. But yes, I had the order of events wrong. You're right. It has been so crazy that it seems like Trump getting shot at it doesn't even register as like an important part of the election anymore, which is kind of is crazy.
It's baffling. I think Trump had the attitude, and this is why he chose Vance. He was like, oh, I'm on easy street now. Yes. I can kick my legs up. I don't have to think. I'm president. I just won the presidency.
You're right.
Yeah.
He got sucked into his own hype. I mean, honestly, if Biden stayed in, he would have. But, you know.
Yeah. Life comes at you fast.
That's going to be the meme. The meme is going to be Trump getting shot and then standing up. And that's going to jump cut to Kamala being sworn in.
Oh, my God.
It's going to say life comes at you fast.
Oh, my God. That's crazy. Yep. That is crazy.
Yep. Some randomist poo for $10 says, I don't think the left can win without being stupid enough to piss off the right into a civil war. The right is guaranteed victory in civil war. The question is, what flavor of right wing will emerge? So, there's two things. Number one, I don't think there's going to be like a violent civil war at all in any capacity in our country. There could be violence that breaks out across various places. I don't think there's going to be a violent civil war.
If Kamala wins in a landslide, when it's just undeniable, I don't know how that would lead to civil war.
Even if it's close, I don't know how. I don't see how it'd be a civil war.
Well, if it's too close, they're going to claim the election was stolen, which could end up in violence. But
you know, say it's like really close. Say it's really close with a Kamala win, right? So then Trump says it was rigged, and there could be definitely violent outbursts across the country, but it's not going to be like a civil war. The military is not going to get split into two and like fight each other over who's the president.
No.
So.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Val Van Gogh for 25 months. Thanks so much. Says it's not, quote, I don't want nuclear war. It's, quote, how could one be minimized when it does happen? There you go.
Hmm.
Mr. Bacross for $10. Thank you. Says, RFK said Trump is going to be announcing other Dems joining him as part of the Unity Party.
Wow.
Said he'd be announcing it soon.
Wow. Okay, so he's doing the thing I suggested for Kamala.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
I just think right wingers are perceived as better on security. So
right. Has he named anyone yet? Probably not. It's probably going to come out of the week. So it is funny that RFK it seemed like he did this to coincide with Kamala's speech to kind of like try to steal some of her thunder away. Right? Like I'm assuming that's why the timing was the way it was, which is a good idea. Right. It's definitely a good idea for strategy. David K for 24 months. Thanks so much for being 2 years of free will seeker. Look at that.
Yeah,
missed the other day with Connor, but you handled it great, Adam. A-Team reigns supreme. This message brought to you by Brianna Wu.
People are. Thank you for obviously the member chat, and
right.
I did see on Twitter someone was accusing us of taking money from Brianna Wu, which is super ironic, considering.
Who said that?
It's just somebody.
They were probably joking.
No, I don't think they were. Somebody responded to them.
Right. Oh, I missed the $20. Sorry. Malik for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'm with Sitch. I don't care who you are. I care about what you do for me. Unfortunately, the uninformed electorate will only vote for a candidate they can relate with, the Can I Have a Beer with Him coalition.
Yeah.
Well, it's because I think people, they intuit that as like meaning that they're trustworthy.
Right.
They feel like, oh, these elite people are going to promise you all this stuff, but they're not going to deliver. And then the I have a beer with him thing is like, their mind translates into, look, oh, he's a normal American. He's a person I could trust, which you shouldn't really conflate those in your mind because those are very different things. You can have a beer with lots of shitty people who will lie to you up and down about what they're going to do.
Yeah. They're having a beer with you and when you get up to go to the bathroom, they're rifling through your purse.
Right. Chuckle Des for $10 says, do you think Kamala is being set up for failure at the debate? They are turning her into a Messiah-like figure that honestly, if she doesn't absolutely destroy the debate, it could be bad for her. That's definitely a possibility.
Yeah. They are setting expectations a bit high.
I think Kamala will do fine at the debate because she will probably generally know the types of questions they will ask. She seems to be decent-ish of like regurgitating answers. I think she will have a lot more problem not at the debate itself, but like during interviews, these one-on-one interviews seems to be where she really flounders. I think that will be really the moment she fucks up, not so much the debate. I think she can stumble through the debate relatively okay. Well, actually, I should take the bet because she did so shitty in her first debate. I don't know. Maybe not.
This is a different style debate, though. That was like
that's
a
true.
Panel
that was
show,
the
20
panel
different
show.
People. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you exactly prepare for that? You can be way more prepared for a debate against one opponent, especially Trump, who keeps signaling like everything he's going to say.
Well, you prepare a little bit differently because the big debates, you want to have a bunch of zingers that like get you attention afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard had her zingers lined up.
She did. Yeah.
Kamala didn't get to her zingers.
No. I don't know if she had any. I don't think she had any zingers. Well, I guess her zinger was Joe Biden's a racist.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I was one of those people on that bus.
Yeah, that was her zinger.
Yeah.
Kind of fell flat, though.
I was one of those people that you did the racism against.
I mean, if Kamala does like really poorly, then yeah, like they would have been building her up into this like, mammoth fall. But I think she'll do. I don't think she'll do good. I think she'll do okay. I think it'll be like her DNC speech. I'll watch it and go, it was all right. And then that will get translated by people on the left as like, oh my God, she annihilated Trump. Did you see when she made that comment and Trump furrowed his brow angrily? Oh, destroyed.
We don't have any TDS, so it's hard for us to experience these situations the same way as most people do. Like most people see Trump and they're just like so reviled.
Right.
That by standing next to her, she's going to be like a glowing angel.
Right.
Yeah.
She's going to be a goddess. Yeah.
And we're just going to watch it and go, well, I am going to be counting zingers. I mean, if she doesn't have any zingers, I'm going to be like, what the fuck was that?
Lives in Dev's new wall specific for $5 says doesn't give a full biography speech. That's what the robed man is for. Directly mentioning how your birth fulfills the ancient prophecy seems conceited. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Midas Matthews for 17 months says any woman who must say I will be the first female president will not become the first female president. Tywin Lannister probably.
Yeah, totally.
True. Let's see. Okay, we got to the part where I started hearting a bunch of them, which is good. J-Mac, our second father for $10. Thanks so much. I missed one. So, by the way, did you guys see the new SAS catalogs I posted on Twitter? The Hastulus Pikerdon was pretty perfect, if I do say so myself. I didn't. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I didn't either.
That's where the new J-Mac found a planet.
Oh, maybe
No
I
Man's
did.
Sky, and was naming a bunch of animals after Sitch and Adam related things. So check it out.
Yes.
Fondue for $5 says, for the poll, I have learned from 2016 not to trust polls until a month or so before Election Day. That's probably a good idea, but it's fun, right? It's fun to talk about until we get there.
Oh, hell yeah, it is. We got to find out who's ahead and who's behind, right?
Right. Twitter Socks for $5 says, what if I win $101 million in a lottery, but I have no job and make no investments? It's over $100 million in wealth, right? Will I be taxed at 25%? That's a good question. Will that extra $1 million get taxed the wealth tax? I don't know. To my knowledge, they haven't really given a strict policy of what that even looked like yet. So I'm going to say, yeah. Oh, you brought the picture up?
Yeah, I'm going to do a little light graphic design here.
Okay.
I think I could put these two pictures together.
Stoic for $10 says, all these policies strictly target reducing the wealth of the rich rather than promoting the wealth of the poor. Why not a universal tax incentive like a $X refund on buying stocks, for instance? That'd be interesting. And you're correct. The policy is strictly reducing the wealth of the rich rather than promoting the wealth of the poor. Well, I mean, I guess she's probably doing both, but the ones reducing the rich are like the weird ones that stick out in her mind and the media talks about. We need to get a Trump. We need a Trump emoji too. We need like an emoji for all the main candidates. So.
Oh, do we?
Probably. We need a good Trump face emoji. Adam, the fact that you'd put Kamala's face on a white woman is very offensive.
Is this racist?
That's so racist. I can't believe you're doing this racism.
This is Kamala at the DNC right here.
You should tweet that out.
What do you think?
You should tweet that out, Kamala at the DNC.
Well, look, this is the meme right here. Look, and she's got the smile on. She's like, yes, I'm going to be president.
Right. Terrible.
Everybody loves me.
If you tweet that out, it said Kamala at the DNC, there'd be like all sorts of all the weird people on the left would be like attacking you. They'd be explaining how this is racist. You're like, what? Like somehow.
Of course.
Are you saying Kamala's really white? That she's a cracker? What's going on here?
Oh, I feel nothing for those people.
Like,
those people have such empty fucking lives.
I know.
Why are you on Twitter? That's a joke. Get over it. Oh my God. It's so bizarre because, I mean, it used to be the moral majority, the right wingers who were out there policing everyone.
Yep.
Oh my God. This is so immoral. I can't believe you're doing this. Now it's a completely different moral set and they're just as bad.
Yep.
Come on, we're just having fun here.
Like, I just thought it was funny.
It is funny. It's hilarious. Why do you think I did it?
It is funny.
This picture looks perfect with it too. It's like reaching out to the goddess. Here she comes. She's coming to save us.
Stug.
It's so good.
I guess the worst thing would be, don't say the DNC. It'd be like, you know, Kamala. It'd be like Kamala, despite not doing any interviews.
Look.
And it's like, that's all the journalists underneath her.
I'm gonna let you tweet this one out, okay?
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm giving it. This one's all you, buddy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Fondue for $5 says, Sitch, if I give my money to a company, they're using it. Them having an obligation to give me return on investment is an insensitive to produce. Oh, incentive. You're insensitive. Incentive to produce. And then related to that, JMac for $10 says, stocks are not a dragon hoard. It's an investment in the company. So
True.
those are both sort of true, but
no, very true.
Well, yeah, but once you buy, you know, the company only gets your money for the stock the first person who buys it. They don't get a piece of that every other time once you sell that stock and they sell, it doesn't go back to the company.
Right. The person who sells the stock is going to take money from another person who's going to buy the stock. Probably someone without $100 million, right? So the stock is still going to exist. You're right, but the cash generated from it is going to come out of the person's bank account, and that cash is going to go towards buying something. You know, something else, something the government wants to buy.
Yeah.
So, I guess you're forcing stock into other people's hands, if that's what you want to do.
Well, dividends are when the company keeps paying you. It's not the other way around.
Right.
You're paying the company.
Out of company profits.
Out of company profits, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, if you have a stock that gets dividends and then you sell to someone else, then you're not paying the company, you're paying that person to get that stock with the dividends on.
What is the market going up or down tomorrow?
The argument would be that, I mean, obviously though, as stock share increases or decreases, that does have a tangible effect on, you know, the overall amount of money the company has to fuck around with. So,
well, sometimes they'll offer, sell more stock to raise capital to do something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it has an impact. It definitely has an impact.
But that dilutes other shareholders.
It does.
Sometimes they have a great quarter and they make a lot of money. And they're like, we're going to buy stock back, and burn it. So there's less stock out there. Yep.
Brian for $5 says, if you're not going to tweet it, I'm definitely stealing it.
Go ahead. Tweet it out.
Go for it. Go for it, Brian. It's all you, baby.
Be sure to credit Sitch and say racist. So I saw this on the Sitch show. Racist.
The Sitch show. Stug for $10 says, all these policies strictly... Oh, I read that one. And for another $5, Stug says, to be clear, that's just an example. I'm sure it's poorly thought out mechanically, but I feel like we're constantly looking at this backwards. I agree with you. That's because I think a lot of it is based on the emotion of vengeance and dignity, right? I want vengeance against the rich and dignity for the poor.
Yep.
So... Lethal Strain for $5 says, tax break on gains if they invest in real estate, which pays for her $3 million home. Only way I can see this happening, then Trump makes millions, LOL. That'd be funny.
Real estate's a good deal because you get to write it off as depreciation, like if you get a rental property, which is kind of weird because normally it's going up in value, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can write it off as if it's going down in value. That's a huge loophole.
Wait, say that again? What happens?
So if you buy an investment property,
right,
you can write off the depreciation of the investment, even though the home is normally gaining in value.
But if it's depreciating, it's not gaining in value. What do you mean?
Yeah. So the tax laws allow you to write off like a standard depreciation for an asset.
Okay.
So you buy a home for $100,000.
Right.
We're in this crazy market where a year later it's worth $200,000.
Right.
But you get to write off like 20 grand in depreciation as if it lost $20,000 in value.
How?
It's just weird tax law. You can look into it.
Okay. I don't know how this, I don't own any property, so I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
Interesting. Adam Unfriended for $5 says, important announcement, EFAP 300 episode was lame and gay. Oh, really? It's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that.
Oh my goodness. Shots fired. Jeez.
Shots fired. I know. Wow, look at that. And worse than the Sitch and Adam 300th episode, S class is best class, A team is ass. There you go.
Wow, serious S classer there. Well, thank you for the update. I find it hard to believe. Those guys usually put on a great show. So
I agree. Rex Vectum for $10 says they probably just pay the debt service with money they make from having to liquidate other assets because they have to pay taxes on that income anyway. I don't think they literally make no money. Well, no, because, well, what's the income that they're making? If they're taking out a loan against their non-liquid assets, and that's the only money that's being generated by the person, that they're not making any income, right?
Right. Yeah. The company makes, like Elon Musk sells Teslas for money, cash.
Mm-hmm.
So the company is bringing in a bunch of cash. And that cash is used to pay employees. And I'm sure Elon Musk makes salary or whatever, however he pays himself. But a lot of times they do bonuses that is like stock. We're going to give you 10,000 shares of Tesla as a bonus package. So that's like not a cash thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think when you get a stock bonus like that, you have to pay taxes on it immediately. I think probably when you sell it, you have to pay taxes on it. I think this is the thing that they're trying to get around. Because a lot of Elon Musk's net worth is wrapped up in Tesla stock because of these huge bonuses that he gets.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, sell your stock. I'm offended that you're worth so much money. I mean, I don't know what his salary is. Maybe we can look it up. It's probably in their quarterly 10K. But I mean, he maybe makes $400,000 a year in salary. I don't know. The dude doesn't even own a fucking house. Like, what's he spend money on? Right?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much money you spend a year, Sitch, but I mean,
I spend millions of dollars.
Unless you're literally like buying cars.
Right.
Like constantly. Like you got a real car addiction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing about these super wealthy people. They have assets wrapped up in stock and bonds and financial assets, right? But it's just paper. Unless they're going out and buying 10 cars a day, how are you driving inflation, right?
Right.
They can drive inflation if
literally, because you're driving with all those cars.
Well, no, if they open a factory, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they hire a bunch of people and they disperse that money out to 1,000 people, those 1,000 people are going to go and buy stuff, right? And that's going to drive up. Yeah, that's going to increase aggregate demand. Anyway, I was going to look up what Elon Musk makes. What Elon
found a
Musk's
video.
salary is.
I'll watch it and I'll talk about it Tuesday. It's specifically about how to repay the loan in the buy, borrow, die tax strategy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Send me that video. Let's do it.
So,
Sitch, we should take one of these big loans and figure out how to cheat the system.
I mean, I'm assuming the bank only gives you this loan or type of loan unless you have like a shit ton of assets. You know, like millions and millions of dollars to play with.
Trump says
I don't have
wouldn't.
that. I don't know about you. I don't have.
What do you need? What do I have to have?
I had millions of dollars in non-liquid assets.
No, that'd be tough.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
It says here, common variations: borrow against securities, not required to make interest or principal payments, but interest accrue daily. Business loan, borrowing against business values and assets, business profits. So I guess you use the business profits to pay off the interest. Real estate, mortgage against rental properties, rental income from property. Oh, a lot of people probably do that. That's a good idea. So the rental income pays for the interest in the loan. Double dip approach, borrowing against one asset to invest in a second asset. That seems a little risky. Well, I'll watch this video because this is fascinating.
Did you find it on YouTube?
Yeah, I sent you a link.
Okay, good. So Elon Musk had a $46 billion pay package. I remember hearing about this.
Mm-hmm.
But I was trying to see what it is in. It's probably in stock. They don't have 46 billion cash, right?
No.
Oh, we'll just give you 46 billion in cash.
I like this. Austin Wood says, Sitch takes those little fancy eggs, the Fabergé eggs, hammers them down to a fine powder and snorts them. Or I used to do that, but now he heats it into a spoon and injects the Fabergé dragon directly. The most expensive drug habit in the world. You inject and snort Fabergé eggs. I like it. Lord Cameron says that I'd have the money if I wore the dress. There you go. That's not true. It's the other way around. I said I'd be willing to wear the dress for the money. Okay. Sammy G's got to cough up 100 large on that one.
So Elon owns almost 13% of Tesla shares worth $73 billion. He also has a stake in SpaceX worth $71 billion. So how does that work? Because SpaceX is not a public company. It's a private company.
So
does he have to find some other investor?
Oh, if he wants to sell shares? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of times you can't, like, they're picky about who buys shares in the company. They don't want certain people to get 51% of the company, because then all of a sudden they control SpaceX, right?
Right.
But if they keep taxing him and forcing him to sell his shares, I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't know how this works. I don't think they know how it works. They're just throwing it out there like, rich people bad.
Would that mean if you had a private company, if you had a private company that you owned and it was worth billions of dollars, would you have to would that policy make you sell off so many shares that you couldn't be the majority stakeholder in your own company, and thus they could someone could snake your company away from you?
Seems theoretically possible. Yeah. That would be one of the unintended consequences. This is why I think they float these policy proposals, and people chime in. They're like, oh, well, that would destroy my company. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we don't want to do that then.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Kevin Diaz, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Crystal Lopez for George says, banks loan money, not Elon. Where do banks get dollars to loan? They get it from the government, from the invisible printing press machine. Yes. Twitter Socks for $2 says, Mariel boat lift 22,000 out of 120 were criminals. Oh, this is the immigration thing. Mariel boat lift. Oh, that was the Cuba thing. Yes. Okay. Fucking Cubans and their Castro communisms. Fondue for $5 says, going through these articles should have the Globetrotters theme playing in the background. I like it. Van Coddling for $10 says, RFK campaign suspension speech has actually secured him my vote. As a liberal previously leaning Trump, I was saluting and crying to hear a candidate that cared about serious nonpartisan issues. There you go. I love it. Brian for $10 says, the buy, borrow, die thing isn't really a problem. If you're wealthy, then the inheritance will qualify for the federal estate tax, not to mention the state taxes for this as well. That's what I would have thought. But I mean, I think the estate tax is less than I think they're mad because whatever the estate tax amount is, I believe, is significantly less percentage than your typical income tax. So, what is the estate tax rate? Let's see. Oh, never mind. It's pretty high. It's 18 to 40%. I guess I don't know what they're complaining about then. Unless there's ways to circumvent that, maybe. CS Paffy for $2 says Hund Harry Potter. Hund-proof Harry is better. I don't know what that is or what that means. Sebastian Lee for $2 says Trump should win over lefties with Gaza ceasefire. I mean, would lefties trust Trump on not just completely bowing down and bending over for Israel? I mean, Trump has been massively signaling that, so I don't think the lefties would trust him with that one.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What'd I miss?
Everything.
Damn it.
Go He Mag, thanks so much for 24 months, 2 years of a free will seeker. Thank you so much. Go He Mag. Got that golden pyramid. Look at that.
I love it. I have a golden pyramid too.
That's true. Armagod for $2 says, sounds great, has my vote. There you go. Jack Posobiec, the real Jack Posobiec for $10 says, the first rule of MAGA is you do not talk bad about Trump. The second rule of MAGA is you do not talk bad about Trump.
True.
There you go. Thank you. Burger Dan for $2 says, Adam, quote, where's the wood friended? I like it.
That's right.
Ace for $5 says, I hate that if Harris wins, leftoids aren't going to care about men's issues, if not become directly hostile about them. Malik for $5 says, it's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa. Thank you. And then a follow-up to that, RBGH fan for $5 says, I think it's actually pronounced Kamala. That's right. What if she said instead of Kamala, he says Kamala.
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 I like that. Kamala. Thank you. Cocoa Beans for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year free will seeker. Says it's been a year of free will, boys. Thanks so much for all the great content this year, except for being wrong about House of Dragon season 2. S-Class is the best class. Well,
I mean, look, we could have done better on that review. I did like it about halfway through. I was interested. It did kind of start dragging on after a bit. So
right.
I should have talked more about the stuff I did like about it. But look, Sitch gets me in a hate mood.
True. I'm a hater. Malik for $10 says, I understood Shakespeare because I read hella fantasy novels and used a King James Bible, LOL. That's pretty funny.
King James Bible.
Yes.
It sounds good in the Bible, though.
Right.
That language sounds very heavenly.
It is funny when you're on like a website and you have the King James Bible version. You're like, what the fuck? And then you switch over to like the New English. And you're like, oh.
Yeah.
It's like night and day.
It is.
Cocoa Beans for $5 says, specifically the Damon and Harrenhal stuff was all super meaningful things about his character and was all leading up to him kneeling to Rhaenyra. Well, I mean, without going too much into it, I don't like the idea of character development being injected into a character via hallucinations and then essentially them just being told the future and that's why they should kneel to Rhaenyra or to another character, right? Like even though I don't like it, I think it would have been better if you had him go through a journey of the psyche and he realizes some part of himself maybe that he doesn't like, or that somehow he's like self-sabotages or something, and that his self-sabotage is why he then changes who he is. It's like going on a drug trip and like finding who he is. Like that, even though I wouldn't like that, that would have been better than just him being told the future through prophecy and then deciding to kneel to Rhaenyra because, he has to kneel to Rhaenyra so that all the stuff from Game of Thrones could take place. I don't really like that element of it.
Yeah, he has to go on. He has to have some sort of external goal driving him, and the journey to achieve that external goal makes him have some revelation that causes him to kneel. And look, if the external goal is literally he's going to take the Iron Throne away from Rhaenyra, that's even better, because then he abandons his own goal for some other reason. Something happens to him. Something tangible changes him. Not some drug trip that, look, where are the drug trips even coming from? Like, I kept thinking this witch is trying some hocus pocus on him, and like he's not even trying to figure out what's going on. It's weird. It's a super weak character, especially for the guy who ran out in the street and was like, rapist, cut his dick off. Like, complete character change.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense, because like, so the visions were coming from the lady.
Were they? The lady, I mean, it wasn't really established. They didn't show the shot of her like putting something in his drink or
either I don't know,
casting a spell around him as he sleeps.
It's unclear whether she was sending the visions or whether she was simply working with the entity that was sending the visions. Because I assumed it was because he was sleeping on the werewood bed.
Right.
So the werewood trees were sending him the vision. But then it was weird because they show Bloodraven, but Bloodraven's not alive yet. So it's like Bloodraven from the future sending past visions to Daemon.
There's like a time travel element going on here.
Yeah, is there a time travel element? Which that wouldn't even make sense, because Bloodraven didn't believe in time travel, or he didn't believe that you could he didn't believe you could change anything. He thought that it was just witnessing events. Right. So it doesn't even make sense from that level either. I don't know. None of it made any sense to me, but
I mean, he could be building allies that are loyal to him, that are going to betray Rhaenyra. He's stacking these people up, and then all of a sudden they form some sort of mini alliance, and they're about to betray him, and suddenly he understands how it feels. He's like, oh shit, this is exactly what I was doing to Rhaenyra. And he has kind of like a change of heart or something.
I think
like that's more tangible.
I think they had half of it. They had half the story, which was that you have Daemon fucks everything up in season 2, right? He tries to get them to kill Aemond or whatever his fucking name is, one eye guy, totally fucks it up.
Yeah. Yes.
Makes
that was
Rhaenyra
good.
look bad. He then goes to the Riverlands to try to get these people to unite for Rhaenyra, completely fucks that all up, right? Totally fucks it up. That's fine. You have it so like he's trying to rule and he's making all these bad decisions, fucking everything up. But then that has to be contrasted with Rhaenyra making good decisions. And then that has to be put on display for Daemon's character to be like,
see,
this is why she's a good ruler and I'm a shitty ruler. You know, when I tried to rule, I fucked everything up. When she's doing, you know, whatever she's doing, it all works out. Boom. But they didn't really have Rhaenyra do much of anything. The only thing she did was she sacrificed 100 people to dragons, and 2 of them got dragons. Which I don't know if that's really a moral thing you want to say good for her to do that, but
that was one of the most interesting storylines, though. Unfortunately, they just completely handled it incorrectly.
Well, it would have been interesting if they actually had to use some process of Rhaenyra, you know, using her wits or intelligence or something to figure out how to do it, as opposed to just brute forcing, throwing 100 people in a dragon pit and, well, whoever lives gets a dragon. Bye. You know, I don't know if that wasn't really like interesting. Okay.
Oh, well.
M8566 for $5 says Sitch, whatever. I'll pronounce it however I want. Blunty fly emoji. There you go.
True. Good.
Lives in Desnewall specifically for $2 says give the Polish names to pronounce. True. Malik for 6 months says Sitch mispronounces my name, but I still give him money. Well, thank you, Malik. Malik. Is it Malik?
Malik.
Malik? Like you may lick? Or Malik? Like
you may lick?
I don't know what word would have any association with Malik. Ace for $10 says Dest only views Well, I assume you mean Destiny. Destiny only views politics as the two extremes. And if he notices normies find him as bad as Trump, he would understand how his behavior is making politics more of a place for the Trumps of the world. There you go.
Yeah.
Fruges for 1,000 yen. Thank you so much. Says Trump supporters were discounting claims of low inflation with, quote, but everyone can see things are more expensive at the supermarket. Now even conservatives are defending higher prices. Kind of genius. That is kind of a funny way to think about it. Anon, how do I say this? Anon on YouTube? Maybe that's how you say it. Anon on YouTube.
Yeah.
For $5 says the word you're looking for is artifice. Sitch, do you want a live 2D VTuber model?
Of course, that'd be amazing.
Are you offering to make me one?
Sitch will move around and stuff.
Are you offering?
I have my sunglasses. They're an amazing model. What else do I have here? I have my own V. I have my own VTube.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
I already know what's happening. Even though I can't see it because I live in the past, I already know what's happening.
Nothing's happening. You're safe.
Okay. Lou Silver for $5 says, if anyone undecided was watching this, would the tense racial atmosphere and the hyperbole lure them to Kamala's side? No, I would not think so. Kamala. Jack Posobiec for $5 says, imagine hosting a debate between Michael Eric Dyson and Eric Weinstein. The word salad would be legendary.
Oh my.
That would be pretty amazing.
We covered Eric Weinstein talking to the Project Veritas guy. What is his name?
That was interesting. James O'Keefe.
James O'Keefe, that's it.
Yeah.
And man, just the Eric Weinstein just rubs me the wrong way.
I know. I like him, but you're not a fan.
No.
Did you watch him on Joe Rogan with I forget the actor's name that was making all the weird claims about science?
I did not. No, they. Oh,
funny.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard. That's his name.
I got to see that. That sounds actually interesting.
The original War Machine until he got replaced by Don Cheadle.
Wow.
Rich Jammer, thanks so much for 29 months. Look at that. 29 months of Free Will Seeker. Says there's probably a lot of Indians saying they are mispronouncing Kamala. Imagine if she pronounced it with an Indian accent. I don't even know how. I don't even know. Is it sound different in Indian? I have no clue.
You missed Metalworks.
Oh, you're right.
It's reversed for you.
Metalworks for $11.90. Thanks so much for the $5. Says Sitch. Adam's an old man, remember. Of course he doesn't know these kids' songs. Also, he turned into a conformist simp to date girls. LOL.
True.
There you go.
Ask me about any Cure song, and I'll tell you.
You're like, does this song help me get laid? If not, I don't remember it.
Right.
Stargate 44 for $5 says, Adam, you said the polls were accurate in 2020. They weren't. They overestimated Biden in nearly every state by 9 to 10 points. They thought Florida was +3 Biden. Did they really?
Really?
No.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I didn't look super close.
I don't remember that.
I remember Nate Silver talking about how they worked out the poll problem from 2016. And the polls were much closer in 2020. But maybe he's gaslighting because he's a pollster.
Interesting. Let's see.
Bet you Adam doesn't know banana phone, I guess.
I read that. Yeah.
I guess you're wrong, Artie.
You didn't know it.
Sure. Equal Shadox for 27 months. How do you have so much energy? I'm like so dead right now.
Me?
I'm dying inside.
I'm a young buck, young whippersnapper.
I'm gonna get off this live stream and I'm gonna finish one of those covers.
No, you're not.
No, I'm gonna be asleep before I hit the pillow. It's late there too. You're approaching midnight. It's only 9 o'clock here.
Anonymous Cow for $10. Thank you so much. I don't think I missed anyone. Says, do people believe the VP has any influence at all? Democrats have said Harris wasn't president, so anything under Biden's tenure isn't fair game, but believe Vance as VP will turn women's rights back. That's a hilarious point. That's a very funny and good point. They are kind of doing it both sides on that one. Brian for $10 says, I don't think understanding... Oh, I read that one. Wait, no, I didn't read that one. Did I read that one? I don't think understanding the push-pull needs of the state versus individual de facto throws out libertarians. The famous Kennedy speech of what you can do for your country taps into that. Maybe I'll have to think about that one. Ashley for $5 says, listening to you two talk about the border is the most blackpilling thing ever. It just shows me the moderate left will never hold Democrats to account. I mean, I think you're like way too incredibly sensitive on the border, Ostracy, because as I've literally said, every single time the border conversation comes up is that Joe Biden completely stumbled and fucked up on the border. So I don't know how is that not me holding Joe Biden and the Democrats to account for the complete mishandling of the border, which I've literally said over and over and over again. I even said their main Mexico policy is a red herring. That's not the real problem. The real problem was Biden's inability to come up with a policy post-COVID to deal with all the people asking for amnesty. So
how about we...
I think you're way too sensitive on the border policy stuff, but okay.
How about we handle two policies with one policy?
What's that?
We incentivize the home builders to go down to the southern border and enslave the migrants to build homes. And then we get our 4 million homes with slave labor. What do you think?
Well, here's the problem.
Well, if they're coming here, I mean...
No, here's the problem. I don't think the Democrats are going to be on board with enslaving immigrants for slave labor to build houses.
They want to build houses, though.
Unless, what if...
Oh, okay.
After a period of slavery, they're granted citizenship.
Oh, that's a good idea. It's like
that's how you get the Democrats on board with this. Yeah, that's how you get
right.
It's like
indentured servitude. Citizenship.
Indentured servitude for citizenship. I like it. This is the new policy proposal that someone should hand to Trump and Kamala. Okay.
Right. See who gets to it first.
Right. I like that.
You buy your freedom by building 10 homes.
John in Iowa for $10 says, have you guys heard of Braid Browser? It's supposedly a multiplayer browser. Haven't signed up for a demo myself, but seems like it could be useful for your co-op streaming purposes. I haven't, but thank you. We should look into that. That sounds like it could definitely be very useful.
Braid Browser.
Braid Browser. We should try that.
I like braids.
The Wooster for $20, thanks so much, says you have to have been sodomized in all your skull sockets if you take polls seriously. The sole purpose of polls is propaganda, gaslighting, and demoralization. Hacks like Nate Silver have been exposed with Democratic ops for years now. I don't know. I mean, I understand if you don't trust the polls. I don't know how you can say Nate Silver is a Democratic op currently. He's been speaking a lot of shit about the Democrats in ways that don't help the Democratic Party at all. So
look, and I don't necessarily understand this because good polling tends to suppress turnout on the side that is getting the good polling. So is the gaslighting them giving bad polls to kind of drive more people to the polls?
Well, it's twofold, right? Because good polling, doesn't good polling make the candidate that has good polling raises more money, but they get less turnout?
Oh, that could be the case, sure.
So maybe that's the situation. And Nate Silver was even the one telling everyone to chill out on the polling anyway, and saying it wasn't really good to look at.
Well, not until
we get close to the election, right? So I don't understand how
because people change their minds,
right? If Nate Silver is part of the op, then he should be saying the opposite of that. So
think of all the people who answer those polls saying they were definitely voting for Joe Biden,
right? Ace for $5 says, I have dyslexia, so I apologize for any future spelling mistakes and not being coherent. Well, listen, we here at the Sitch Adams Show are welcoming to all the dyslexics, as we have a shit ton of them in our midst for some reason.
Yes, and I myself am dyslexic, so.
Including Adam.
which is why Sitch reads the super chats. But I try to read along, so.
Hippo-sized cat for $2 says, I'll bet Adam knows about Too Many Cooks.
Oh, of course. I know Too Many Cooks. Oh,
There
that's
you go.
so good.
Too Many Cooks.
Let's watch that.
Let's not watch that.
Too Many Cooks. Too Many Cooks.
Too Many Cooks is like almost genius.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It's
No,
like,
almost.
There's like a line.
Take that back.
No. Listen. There's like a fine line between stupid
Love
and
and
genius.
hate.
And like Too Many Cooks reaches that line of like, it's so close to being genius, but then they fuck it up. Right? Like Too Many Cooks, if it actually turned at the end into a narrative that like made sense
it'd be
about
good. Yeah,
like this
that's
guy
true.
forever trapped inside the introduction of a show, and he's like he thinks that killing people will free him or free the people from the show. Like that would have been a cool thing. And I thought that's the direction they're going, but then it just kind of devolves into just meaningless nothingness.
If he finally got out of the show.
Well, no, then he's because you think, you think he's the villain, but he's really a hero. But it's like, no, he's just like a weird, creepy serial killer, and there is no sense to it whatsoever. It's just nonsensical, like Adult Swim, like goofy shit. And I was like, oh, they're so close. They're so close to genius, and they ruined it.
You can tell Sitch and I are big fans of narrative. Story comes in and we're hooked.
Yeah, exactly. There's tropes. I love the trope of like goofy nonsense turns out to actually have a very interesting, deep narrative underneath it.
The best.
A good trope I like. Speaking of the opposite of that, they released at least one episode of a new Rick and Morty anime. Okay.
Like a movie?
It's a TV show that's done by some anime studio, and it's Rick and Morty, not written by what's his face, the Rick and Morty guy. And it's written by some Japanese guy, and it's an anime. And I watched the first episode, and it was
good.
One of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
That sucks.
It was so bad. It was shockingly bad. So
that guy was a Channel 101 guy. I can't remember his name.
Dan Harmon.
Dan Harmon, that's it.
It's basically incomprehensible. You have literally no fucking clue what is happening. It's really weird. And I described it on Twitter. I said it's like the writer of Kingdom Hearts watched a handful of Rick and Morty episodes and wrote an episode about it. It's completely incomprehensible. It's not funny at all. It's just weird and stupid and terrible.
They did an Acolyte where they're just like hired shit creators and gave them a great property.
It was very strange. So I don't know. Maybe I'll give it another shot and watch the next episode. But the first episode was just so bad. It was really bad. Lives in Dev Wall specifically for $2 says Cake. Oh, I read that one. Cake did a good cover of Phenomena.
Phenomena.
Do 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 do.
Phenomena.
Do 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 do. Okay.
Phenomena.
Hippo-sized cat for $10 says, it takes a lot to make a stew, a pinch of salt and laughter too, a scoop of kids to add the spice, a dash of love to make it nice, and you got too many cooks. Too many cooks. Okay.
See if I can find some Too Many Cooks memes.
Too many cooks.
Oh, yeah. The cat.
Let's see, I read these.
Oh, my God. This thing is so bad.
Probably the gif of the cat like all bloodied up crawling towards the button. I assume that's one of the first gifs that comes up.
Well, eating all the body parts, too.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's like, what?
I liked when they had the text that had the people as their names.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good part. Let's see. Read that one. Where were we?
Adult Swim's always where it's at.
Nomad for $10 says, hey guys, I'm wondering if you guys are ever going to do a call-in episode again, maybe near the election night. But anyways, good show as always. S-Class is best class. A-Team reigns supreme.
Yes. I don't know, call-ins are always... People don't really like call-ins.
We can do a call-in, though. We haven't done one forever.
Why.
And, you know, we stream a lot more now.
Why
so we can
don't people like call-ins? Why don't people watch them? Why don't they?
I don't know.
Why don't they get high viewership?
I don't.
Why is everyone like, oh,
well,
let me skip this call-in? How do we fix that?
We should do one as a thank you to you guys.
Oh, I know. We need to do our call-ins like Destiny does his call-ins, where we just beat up on everyone who calls in.
That's not a good idea. I don't like that.
No, I'm joking.
I know you're
obviously.
joking.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea.
Curtis M for $2.79 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says, don't dead name my dollar. I was born in the wrong country. Okay.
Uh-oh. Were you dead naming dollars?
I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
Donkey Kong dollars?
No, he has Canadian dollars. He has Canadian Canucks. Okay. Canadian loonies, as they say. John in Iowa for $5 says an alternate to WOO and Darkside is watching Disney's Oceans and listening. Oh, Wizard of Oz and Dark Side of the Moon is watching Disney's Oceans and listening to Daft Punk on random. Oh, really? That's kind of funny.
Oh, I like Daft Punk.
I never heard that one.
They're good.
Aid Bissy for $5 says, has RFK beefed up his security or increased his insurance policy? I believe I saw an article that said he is actually lost all his security. Yeah. RFK Secret Service protection ends after suspended campaign. So unless he becomes Trump's VP or something, I think he actually lost it. I mean, he should probably beef up his private security. So
yeah, I'd spend the money on security over an insurance policy. I mean,
right.
I want to be around.
I think if RFK died mysteriously, that would actually help Trump win dramatically. So I think that'd be
oh yeah, you're right.
A mistake for the deep state.
All
people.
The conspiracy theorists
exactly.
just jump on the Trump train.
Right. Fondue for $5 says, because they'd say like, oh my God, Trump was going to open all the secrets to RFK. Of course they had to take him out. Fondue for $5 says, would you guys think about a civil war if Trump wins? After all, left-wing summer loving is okay for the journalist class. How many months for it to end? So if Trump wins, I do think that there could be, I don't think it would be BLM levels. I think that was I think a lot of that happened because of COVID lockdowns, really. And that a lot of the rioting was just excuses for people to get outside. But I do think if Trump wins, there would be violent conflict, but it wouldn't be like civil war because the Democrats, I know there's that clip of, what's his face? I forget that guy, that senator that was saying that, making those comments about trying to prevent Trump from becoming president if he wins. I don't think the Democrats could engage in legal shenanigans to prevent Trump from winning because so much of their brand has been built around hitting Trump for January 6th that they've built this corner for them. They built the corner up too strongly that I don't think they'll be able to break out of if Trump wins and they try to do some like weird.
Do you think they're
elector
going to do a January 6th?
January 6th shenanigans. I don't think they will. I don't think they can.
No.
So
it's just going to be whining and complaining and a bunch of TDS. It's going to be like wokeness is going to come back tenfold. Everyone's going to be racist. Everyone's going to be sexist.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, of course.
Interesting.
It's just going to be a bunch of fucking whiners on the internet. It's not
Here's the
be
real
a big
question.
Deal.
If Trump wins again,
will
Biden do the swearing in ceremony or will he say, fuck you?
No, he's going to do the swearing in ceremony. He is.
You think? I don't think he will. I think he'll get someone else to do it.
No, he's going to do it. Of course he's going to do it.
Why?
Because he's obligated to.
I don't think he will.
Trump is going to like laugh in his face as he's doing it. He's gonna
I don't think he will.
Old man.
I think he won't show up. I think it'll have to be done by JD Vance or someone else.
No, Biden's going to do it, and Trump is gonna Say, I do solemnly swear, oath of office. Oh, by the way, where's Hunter?
There you go. That's what Biden should do.
He's going to say, did you have time to pardon Hunter before I take this?
Biden should have Hunter do the swearing in ceremony. Oh, okay. That's question number 2. If Trump wins the election, will Joe pardon Hunter before he leaves office?
I was talking about this today. Yeah. I think chances are high that Hunter will get a pardon from Biden. And that's how you really know. That's how you really know some shit was going on, right?
You can't give a general pardon, right? It has to be for a specific thing.
I don't know. I mean, that's an open question because this always came up with Trump, right? They're like, Trump's going to slap an open pardon on himself.
Can you do that? Does it have to be specific to something?
I don't know. I think you can do anything, and it's like they work it out in the courts whether or not it's constitutional.
Well, if he can give a general pardon, Joe would give
a general pardon to
Hunter, but also to himself, Obama, and Hillary.
All of them, you think?
Why? Because those are the people that they think Trump's going to go after, right?
I do not think Obama would accept a pardon. I mean, that totally taints you. You look guilty as fuck. Like, why would you?
Can you not accept the pardon? Can you just say
sure? Say don't fucking pardon me. I made you vice president, you asshole. Fucking keep away from me with the pardons. I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, no, it's just to circumvent. It's to circumvent Trump going after him. That'd be the point of doing it. Regardless of whether he did anything wrong.
Doesn't matter. Can you imagine? Oh, this is just to prevent Trump from going after you. I swear, you're pardoned. You seem like a serial killer.
Okay, we'll see.
Look, Hunter, everyone expects it. He's going to be like, well, I don't know what Hunter did, but I know he did something wrong. So I'm just going to pardon him Yeah, he's the big guy. He's of course he's going to pardon himself.
Okay.
Look, I don't know about pardoning himself. I do think there's a strong chance that he will throw a pardon at Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's the thing. Does he have to say, oh, yeah, and this is for Hunter's crazy business dealings in Ukraine? You're pardoned.
I thought it had to be for something specific. So it has to be like for the charges of being a foreign lobbyist or whatever the fuck the charges would be.
Right. Okay, they could probably do that, right? That covers a lot.
What? See, someone says presidential pardons apply to specific, and then someone underneath it says it can be, you don't have to be specific. I don't know. Okay. It'll be fun to see.
Hunter's getting pardoned. Don't think it's not coming.
The part of me that's like very morbidly curious. There's like a lot of curiosity to me if Trump wins, just to see what happens. I'm not really that curious if Kamala wins. What happens? I don't think anything.
You should vote for him.
Nope.
You should say, "Listen,
That's a bad reason to vote for a candidate, just because out of morbid curiosity to see what happens."
No, it's a great reason. You should say, "Listen, I thought January 6th was disqualifying, but the truth is, I was just morbidly curious what would happen."
I was curious as what's going to happen. Yeah. Lou Silver, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Says,
wow.
Lib Dem indie free thinker wasn't going to vote for a dead guy. Both are pro-Israel, and all that matters is the stock market continues upward.
Well, it's going to go up either way. So
there you go.
Yep. Jerome Powell's going to cut interest rates coming up.
That's true.
September meeting. Get ready.
That one, yeah. Mr. Bacraz for $10 says, thank you. Says you depreciate all property over time. You can't claim the entire purchase of the property on 1 year. You get a portion over time. Spend $100,000 on a property, you don't get the whole $100,000 at once.
Yep, I know that. In my example, I think I used like 10K. I don't know if you can depreciate 10,000 or 10% or whatever. There's specific laws in the tax code, but it is. You got to admit the principle that it's getting it's declining in value when it really is appreciating in value is kind of bonkers, right?
Right.
Yeah. And then you sell it and you get to pay capital gains tax, right?
Yes. Damus for $5 says, I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted BlackRock and Vanguard to take over these companies since sincerely they lean left and are involved in everything. Yeah,
this
but
is
why would you why would you expect them to then turn on the companies that they've worked or created? They're not going to do that. So
that's a Democratic Party for the tax cut thing.
No, I'm assuming he's talking about like if Larry Fink or someone from Vanguard took over, like if Trump had them in his administration. They're not going to like suddenly Fink or turn on, you know, the people, the companies. No. They want that paycheck after the 4 years of administration ends. So
yes, this is one of the reasons why I'm leaning more towards Harris and Trump, is the Trump doing all that crazy shit where he's just putting these business leaders in charge of government institutions who don't really know anything about the institutions.
Right.
Yeah.
Adam Unfriended for $5 says, I was just kidding with my last super chat, but when will you guys have the EFAP crew back on stream?
Sometime.
It was just a joke. Okay.
Good. I figured it was a joke. I saw right through it.
Okay. Adam Friended. Oh, look, it's actually you for 25 months. Look at that. You got your little gold pyramid and everything.
I said, where the wood?
Where the wood?
Yeah. I want to build those houses. Get that wood going.
Gross. Damalus for $5 says it's not Kamala. It's Kamehameha. There you go. I like that.
Kamehameha.
I like that.
That's racist. Come on.
Kamehameha. Listen, if Kamala changed her name to Kamehameha, I'd vote for her. I'd have to.
It would be more fun, definitely. That's fun
President
to say.
Kamehameha said the other day.
Kamehameha.
That'd be pretty based.
Kamimamiha.
Stuck for $2.
Kamimami.
Says, what the fuck?
Kamimami.
Erendil Elenior Kamala. Walzo Baggins. Okay, obviously that was in Elvish or something.
Nice.
Vinny Doberman for 24 months. Thanks so much for being 2 years member, Vinny Doberman. Vinny Doberman, thanks so much. Says, behold my golden pyramid. This has finally cured my schizophrenia and I can be trusted with a wrench. I will believe it when I see it, Vinny. Okay.
I think Vinny showed up in our chat one day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And was just astounded that we didn't ban him.
And he never left.
And he never left. Yeah, exactly.
I think you're right. Yeah. Damus for $5 says Vanguard and BlackRock, I'm meaning they would buy into the companies that people have sell massive massive amounts to avoid paying, like Elon. Oh, I misunderstood. Oh, I see. I got you. Okay. You weren't talking about government. You're talking about if people had to sell massive stakes of their company to pay the taxes. Oh, okay.
Vanguard and BlackRock would buy up those stakes.
You're correct. That would be a big problem. You'd have a bunch of these big companies that become these massive conglomerates. So I don't know, I guess, and then you'd have all these monopoly arguments that they'd run afoul of, and you have to break up all these big companies. It'd be really weird.
Yeah, it would give advantage to the companies, wouldn't it?
That is a very good point, Damus. John in Iowa, thanks so much for joining. The discipline equals freedom. Look at that.
Wow. Nice.
Malik for $10 says, LMAO, I pronounce it like Malik, but several Middle Eastern and South Asian cultures pronounce it how you usually do in their language, so I don't get offended by it. Well, there you go. I mean, I was doing it from
the perfect example right there.
Malik, thank you.
We can say Kamala and no one's going to get upset, except for Michael Eric Dyson.
Right. J-Mac, thanks so much. Our Circuit 5 for $10 says, Sitch, I quoted you the tweet with my No Man's Sky critters. Remember when reading the Hassan Piker inspired creature that the game randomly generates those descriptions? Oh, does it? It's random, huh? I thought you were doing that. Let's see.
I'm going to find them.
3 new species have been cataloged with the SAS system. Okay, let's see.
How'd you find them? How'd you find it so
Here,
quick?
I'll send it to you because I just checked my notifications. Here, I'll send it to you. You can bring it up at it. There you go.
What is this? Someone tweeted out our Kanye goes off on the Jews as Ye announces 2024.
What? Kanye went off on the Jews again.
As Ye announces 2024 presidential run. Did he really announce a presidential run?
I mean, are we surprised?
Holy shit. I forgot about that though. Remember he went on all these crazy podcasts?
He said he was running.
Oh yeah.
So
he's going after Trump. He's going after the Trumpster.
Bring
I got the
up
tweet.
the JMac
I'm
animals.
working on it.
You do
No.
that. Yeah, I'll come back to that.
Don't tell me what to do.
Curtis M
I'm
for
getting
279 Canadian says he won't, but imagine Trump pardoning Hunter. That'd be pretty funny. I don't know why he would, but I think they asked Biden. He said he wasn't, but obviously, saying it and not doing it are two very different things. Okay, let me look at the Streamlabs. Dr. Diller for $2 says the wealth tax is also destructive than it targets primarily American companies. Walmart's assets are worth $250 billion. They're also the largest employer in the U.S. This would single-handedly raise unemployment. That is true. That is true. Arithmetic for $2 says the idea of Trump dropping JD Vance for RFK hits my loyalty betrayal foundation pretty hard. RFK would have a good choice politically had he not already picked Vance. RFK would have been a good choice if he'd not already picked Vance, but now I'm not sure how it plays with conservatives. That's an interesting point. It could backfire. It could backfire, but my intuition wants to tell me that Trump should shake things up. But maybe it's too early. Maybe it wouldn't be dumb to wait till the debate and see how things do. See what maybe he wouldn't need to shake up something so dramatically.
Maybe he's waiting for him to screw up in the debate and then he's going to fire him. He's going to be like, that debate was horrible.
Okay, these are the animals that JMac has. The first one is Samivestis tifanade. So we have a Sammy G animal right here.
Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, it looks a little like Sammy G.
It does, yeah. Very. When you look at Sammy G, you think lizard deer, right?
Yeah, lizard deer. That's true.
Here's a Sammy G. Look, this doesn't seem like Sammy G. Look, gender alpha, right?
Oh yeah, what does that mean?
Sammy G is pretty alpha. Let's see. Notes found on planet SAS: sweltering in the baking heat, nervous and flighty.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this sounds exactly like Sammy G. Nervous and flighty, these creatures exist in a constant state of nervous excitement, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Well, that's not true. I think Sammy G runs headfirst into danger. So their finely tuned sense of smell draws them to the most beautiful, richly scented flowers, which they then consume whole. Additional observations, thick skull.
Oh, the thick skull. Ouch.
There you go. I like it.
Right.
Okay, the next one.
Hassanus Pikerdon.
Here's the Hassan Hastalis Pikerdon. Oh my God, he looks like a lizard monkey. I feel like that's a racism right there.
Oh, it is.
Why, but
he does look vaguely Turkish, though.
That's offensive. Gender. What does that word even mean? I didn't even seen that word before. What is that word?
Asymptotic.
Asymptotic. Asymptotic. What does that even mean? Let me look this up. Pertaining to asphymote. That doesn't help at all. Fuck you, definition. Okay, anyway, let me read it. It says, found on planet SAS, sweltering in the baking heat, lacking a central nervous system. Well, that sounds like Hassan. This primitive predator responds to stimuli by reflex only. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's totally Hassan.
They are barely conscious and cannot feel fear. Oh my God. We have a barely conscious Hassan reflexively reacting to things. This is perfect. Ill-equipped to compete with large animals, they choose to prey upon smaller foes. Rodents, insects, nitrogen-rich plant life, anything unlikely to fight back can change color. Oh my God. You didn't do this, J-Mac? Listen, this is the simulation winking at us.
Right. Changes from white to brown.
Too perfect. Yes.
Constantly changing. One day he's a cracker. The next day he's a brown person.
Right. I like it. Yeah, we got to bring the Hassan face back. We'll figure out something to replace.
Oh, yeah.
And then the last one is Mendacia Vashiquis.
Okay.
I guess this is our Vash one. I like this. Gender
Vosh.
indeterminate. That's pretty funny. Notes. First recorded on the dusty landscape of planet Sass, Omicron, a tireless predator. They have no natural enemies. Their ferocity knows no bounds. All consuming in their hunger. Oh my God. These carnivores will turn cannibal with little provocation, happy to feast upon their kin.
True. These are
True.
great. These are all generated by AI just by putting the name in.
I guess, yeah.
So
Additional
you put in the
observations.
name Vosh and the AI knows.
The AI knew, yeah. Those are perfect, J-Mac. Those are wonderful. Very appropriate. So
they're like, we know what you're doing here.
Right.
They go check the Vosh wiki.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Vosh Reddit. They're like, oh yeah, we know about Vosh.
Okay.
Loves to feast on horsecock.
Oh my God. Terrible. JMX is 100% procedurally generated. There you go. Knight of the Diamond Spoon. Thank you so much for the $20. Says, oh, is that how you pronounce her name? I always pronounced it as whore. Oh man, wow. Hard smack on Kamala. And then Knight of the Diamond Spoon for another $10. Thank you. Says Shamalama Ding Dong is a song by Mark Davis. That is true. I was combining the Shamalama Ding Dong song in my mind with the Witch Doctor song. So that's the song in Animal House, right?
Shamalama Ding Dong?
Yeah.
Maybe. It's been a long time since I saw Animal House.
It's a good movie. Dr. Diller for $2 says, thoughts on the media bias chart that lefties on Twitter are passing around? Comically accurate on Hassan, at least, though I feel CNN is too trusted. Vox is a rag. Yeah, so if you didn't see, there's this funny thing. I don't remember who made it, but there's a media bias chart, and it was getting a lot of play because Hassan was listed like super low, like almost the lowest tier of credibility.
No, it was. Hilarious. It was listed as misinformation.
Right.
Yeah. On the left, far left misinformation.
Right. But beyond that, I don't know anything about it. It seemed kind of silly that CNN and NPR are like rated so high. I was like, this is no fucking shot, right? Like,
the chart is ridiculous. When you look into it, you're like, some of these are just somebody paid somebody off to get on this chart where they are.
It seemed sus. It seemed very sus. I was like, I don't know about this. So.
But the reaction Hassan had to him being left-wing misinformation was priceless.
That's true.
Because he seemed like he was, what? Like,
I mean, he had a total meltdown.
He thinks he's CNN. He thinks he's like the most trusted name in news.
Well, he's like they put him at the same rank as InfoWars, so he was having a total meltdown.
Yeah.
I think he blamed Destiny. He said he thought someone from Destiny's community like had some influence on making the chart, which seems silly to me, but
yeah.
You just can't accept that he just sucks. So
yeah, he had a lot of influence in making that chart.
Right.
By lying about everything.
I don't know if they said on their website the
metrics they used.
Yeah, if they explain how they came up to come up with these sort of
who knows.
thing. So, oh, wait a minute, what is this?
They use a dartboard.
They have an interactive version of it on their website.
Oh, nice.
This looks like it's a different version though, because I don't see Hassan on the chart. Where is? Let me bring up. This must be an older version because on the interactive version, it has Jimmy Dore at the bottom, which I don't even see him on the. That's funny. In the older version, they have Jimmy Dore on the bottom at the left. On the right, Alex Jones is at the bottom. Tim Cass IRL is at the bottom. I don't remember seeing them on the.
Somebody got paid to get off that list.
Interesting.
Somebody paid up. Tim paid up. Jimmy Dore paid up.
Right.
That's what they do. They're like, here's the list. Now, do you like your position on this? Would you like to be removed?
Mm-hmm.
Give us $10,000.
Well, if you click on it, it doesn't. They don't give you the specific. Say go to interactive media bias chart. No, this is the one. I don't know why it doesn't. The interactive one doesn't have a sun on it. It seems different too. Seems like it's missing a lot of people. So
maybe he paid. He paid.
What's missing? It's
That's
missing
how
a
the
lot
deep
of
state
people.
works.
It's not just. It also looks different too. Like because the interactive one has like Chris Hayes near the bottom. The second tier.
That guy's a total liar. Of course,
I know, but he's not in the just the still picture that everyone's passing around. I didn't see Chris Hayes.
Who did the? What website's the interactive chart on?
I'll send it here. I'll just send you a link.
No, I don't like internet things.
You don't? Oh.
Don't send it. Okay, I'm clicking on it. I can't help myself. Add font Tez Media.
Yeah, I don't know why the static version and the interactive version look very different. So I'm not sure why that happened, but
like this is some sort of internet weird thing.
Well, like the static one has Hassan on it, the interactive one doesn't. I don't know. I think they want you to like buy something. So
right. Here, I'm gonna put my social security number in real quick.
Of course, thank you. Yeah. They have a methodology thing. So who else? I'm curious what they're right. Let me see. They have one for Hassan. Do they explain how they came up? And they have a Mehdi Hassan one. They don't have one for Hassan Piker though.
Can you search this thing?
Yeah, there's a thing.
Oh,
on
look, they got the humanist
source.
report on here.
What'd he get?
He's in the full-blown lie section.
That's hilarious.
Selective or incomplete story, unfair persuasion, propaganda. That's where he is. But I mean, he's pretty close to the contains misleading info.
Right.
Like right on the line.
Also, they put on the interactive one.
Uh-huh.
On the interactive one, they put Joy Reid and all in. They put Joy Reid slightly above Chris Hayes, but they're both in the selective, incomplete story, unfair persuasion category.
Oh, good.
They also have. They put TYT's The Conversation in the unfair persuasion category. Look at that.
Uh-oh.
They also have The Gray Zone and Chapo Trap House.
Well, they do.
They put TYT, the main TYT show, above that. So it's in the opinion or wide variation and reliability. So they put that above the conversation one. They put that near Pod Save America.
It's on the same level as Rolling Stone, but further left.
Yes. Same level as Right Wing Watch, The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell.
They're doing better than Readout, though.
They are doing better than Readout, All In and Chris Hayes, and Inside with Jen Psaki. So. See, but this is like insane. They got Rachel Maddow above that on like credibility. Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, it's
I don't know
crazy.
about that one.
Who cares? Rachel Maddow. No. Ain't having that.
I don't know about that one. Let's see, and then above that they have CNN. Then at the top, well, not the top, but the second top tier. Well, I guess it's like the top tier. They got CNN with Wolf Blitzer. They have the New York Times Daily Podcast, NPR. It's ridiculous.
Who's at the top here? Mix of fact reporting and analysis or simple fact reporting. Who's up here at the top? That's what we want to see.
The top is usafacts.org.
Whoa.
I've never even heard of.
Who the fuck is that? CBS? Ah.
You got CBS Evening News, the Wall Street Journal. That's interesting. Wall Street Journal is like top tier on their thing. They also have NPR News Now. NPR is like trash. I don't even. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Christian Science Monitor right there. Look at that. I zoom in on them though, but they don't seem to get bigger.
No, but if you mouse over it, it says what it is.
Oh yeah.
So. Bottom right, they have Alex Jones, Louder with Crowder, Mark Levin, Kim Cast, Charlie Kirk, OAN, The Gateway Pundit, InfoWars, Dan Bongino.
Oh,
at the bottom.
Dan Bongino. He's worse than Tim Cast.
He's above Tim Cast.
Oh, okay.
But
Tim
they're in the
Cast
same tier. So.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Then above that, you got Jesse Waters. And then the next year, you have Jesse Waters, Hannity, Ingram, Bill O'Reilly, Glenn Beck, Rubin Report. Look at that. Rubin Report got above Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly. But below the Ben Shapiro show. Look at that. Ben Shapiro's at the top of the second from the bottom tier of crappiness. Poor Ben. Yeah,
pretty funny. They must have seen that Ukraine tweet.
There you go.
When they did Timcast IRL. Like, holy
yeah,
shit.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's probably appropriate. I don't think that's inappropriate for
inappropriate placement.
I think that is probably appropriate placement.
I mean, he's still going around telling everyone that the Ukraine stuff that he talks about is pretty out there. Yeah.
We have PragerU is in that same category. Turning Points USA. Okay, then above that, next category. So now we're in the, what category is this? This is opinion or wide variation of reliability. This is like the mid-tier category. Wow, we have RT. RT is above Ben Shapiro. Look at that.
How's that even possible?
I don't know. We have RT above Gutfeld Show, The 5. We have the Heritage Foundation on the same tier as RT. Then we have Fox and Friends is above it. Daily Wire is above it. National Review. The Post Millennial. Breitbart and the Daily Caller at the top of the tier. Kind of surprised Breitbart got labeled so high. Then above that, in the second from the top tier, you have the Blaze. Look at that. Blaze doing pretty well. Megyn Kelly Show. Ramison. That's surprising. They always talk about crazy shit on Twitter. Maybe they're only talking about their website, not their Twitter page.
This is wide variation in reliability. Like sometimes they just totally shit the bed, and sometimes
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still second from the top, so it seems like it's good, but you're right.
Sometimes they're out of it.
Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's trash. Fox Business. They have the All In podcast. That's interesting. That got rated pretty high too. And the tippy top of the right, we got Brett Baer, Christian Today. I'm not familiar with that. Wall Street Journal, Fox Business Countdown, and some
Straight Arrow News.
There you go.
I love them.
It is interesting. I don't know why
the Weather Channel.
I don't know why the static one looks so different than the interactive one.
I love that they've scored the Weather Channel. At least the Weather Channel is like reliable.
So this is interesting. This chart, the left-right axis is partisanship, and the up-down axis is reliability. Why does it make almost a perfect pyramid? Shouldn't there be like some extreme left or right people, but that are also very accurate?
I love how the highest tier is original fact reporting, high effort. There's 0 people in there.
There doesn't exist, of course. Yeah.
But why even put it on the chart?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Like, this is what we want.
Tier, yeah.
This is what we desire.
Sitch and Adam, top tier right there. That's why we're not on the
list.
Of course. Okay.
All our reporting is thoughtful and high effort.
Right. Okay. That's fun.
Then there's thorough fact reporting or fact dense analysis. Is there anyone in that section? U.S. Facts. CBS Evening News is in that section. The thorough fact reporting or fact dense analysis. Okay.
Yeah, it's CBS, USA Facts, NPR, News Now, and Wall Street Journal podcast. Those are the only ones. Okay. See more with Premium and Pro. Oh, see, they want you to pay for it.
That's where you get Hassan.
Then you get to see all the interactiveness. Okay. I mean, I'd only pay for this if you clicked, and maybe I will, just I'm curious. If you, what would be interesting if you had an interactive version and you clicked on it and they actually told you why they rated what they did the way they did. So that would be kind of fascinating. Because when I click on it now, it doesn't tell me. It just gives like a general statement, but not about the specific thing. So let's see, where was I? Dr. Diddler for $2 says the anti-liberal Europeans like Sargon and Dankula are so funny to me. Our government is a tyrannical blight run by the uniparty that strips away our rights. Obviously, the solution is to consolidate more power into the government. Yeah, I agree. That stance makes absolutely no fucking sense. I have no, like, I just can't wrap my brain around it. It's very silly.
Good. Yep.
That's the European mind. Okay, the Proto-American will never comprehend the Americans' freedom. Okay.
It's a mystery to them.
Sella for $2 says, expanding on my prior super chats, this person would say he's not anti-Semitic because he doesn't think all Jews are part of the cabal, just that there's a rich organizations that lobby for Israel, that or he was just being edgy. Well, then I don't know. So for $2 says, how about on top of spaghetti? You know that song, Adam?
Yep, of course. Everyone knows that.
Do they? Do you?
On top of Old Faithful with mountains of cheese.
Well, it's on top of spaghetti, but yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I got it. Right. Got it on my first go.
Good job. The original is Old Smoky, but you were close.
Let's see, what's this? Where's this?
Arithmetic for $2 says, I couldn't watch the debate live, but I want to say Connor doesn't understand that Adam has the incredible power to change his position based on new information, a concept that is foreign to the Destiny Orbiter crowd.
So sad.
There you go.
And the concept that we are going to get more information in the future, he doesn't get that either.
Right.
He doesn't understand how linear time works, guys. How crazy is that?
Rhythmus for $2 says, Sitch, you're conceptualizing what stock is incorrectly. When you own a stock, you literally own a piece of the company, and the company becomes obligated to you to increase its value through creating products and services. No, I mean, I understand that exactly.
He doesn't
That's what
understand.
The fiduciary responsibility is. I was responding to the concept that, like, having a bunch of money sitting in stock that does nothing is whether or not that would be the equivalent or not of like sitting on a hoard of money that's not really doing anything for the economy. So
it is doing something.
okay, I know we're gonna Siri about it. But...
No.
Okay.
Okay, here it is. Analytical Scribe says, I know there's a rumor that some CPAC by Brianna Wu is being used behind the scenes to pay off YouTubers like Snitch and Adam for their opinions. But I'm more putting money on Short Fat Utaku being on it over anyone else. This just proves my theory. Yeah, it's got 4 likes. It's from August 25th. What's today?
The 26th. That's pretty funny. Well, there you go. Listen, we're still being paid by the
I know there's a rumor. Mm-hmm. Where's this rumor? Nobody told me about this rumor.
I heard a rumor.
This is ironic, isn't it? Brianna Wu, literally. I mean, she probably gets money to do her podcast with Connor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like the money for the show. We don't get any of that money.
I was going to say, how did you see this tweet? But then someone tagged us. I just never saw it. So.
Yeah. Someone tagged us. That's how I saw it.
Well, there's a rumor that was spread initially by Aiden and Spoon. That's where the rumor came from. So.
Oh, it was them? Oh well, okay. Never mind.
Right.
If you guys are listening to Aiden and Spoon for your rumors, you're in big trouble.
Did I tell you that I saw, I don't remember if I talked about this on stream. I watched the final season of Umbrella Academy.
And you loved it. You did say.
It was like,
you said it was the greatest thing ever.
Trash.
No, you said you said
so garbage.
It changed your life.
God, it was so bad. I just thought about it because when you said I heard a rumor. Oh my God, it was so bad. It was shockingly bad. It's like close to Game of Thrones tier bad ending. And it's the same thing with season 2 of Good Omens, which is one of the worst things I really like season 1. Season 2 was so bad. Why does this keep happening, Adam? Why can they never just get out when it's good? Just keep up the quality.
It's too hard. Making good stuff takes a long time and it's hard. Okay, we know. This is Progressive Victory in the Dark. We know I'm Really Important has been on the show. Right there, look, he's guilty. He's on the take. Here's Dylan Burns. That guy's on the take. I don't know this person.
I like Dylan. Okay, let's try to wrap it up.
Look, all these people are on the take. Okay. There's Destiny on the take.
They said Dev is on the take. Dev is not getting paid.
Well, they got Dev wrong, but all these other people they got right. All these other people are on the take.
Met some fine Progressive Victory people.
That this
look.
panel was organized by Progressive Victory and Brianna Wu.
Progressive Victory wants a coalition of streamers.
Oh my God, look at this.
Okay, let's go.
If you recognized any of these faces so far, then it's some.
Hold on, let's stop with this video. Okay.
We might have to cover this tomorrow. This might be.
Okay.
We might have to investigate this. We might have to go full journalist on.
You can go full trans investigator on this.
No, I don't care if they're trans. They're taking blood money.
Okay.
This is money that could be going to killing children in Gaza.
M8566 for $5 says, wait, Kamala is an Indian name. How is mispronouncing it racist against black people? You know what? That's a good fucking question. Holy shit. M856. That would have been most fucking genius shit. Holy shit. Could you imagine if that lady, or the Michael Eric Dyson said, Fuck you, you racist. Her name's not black, it's Indian. Do you think all dark people's names are the same? Just fucking dead eye stared him in the face. Oh my God. That would have been like mic drop, melting moment, viral clip right there. Holy shit.
How dare you? You black man racist against Indians.
Fucking Michael Eric Dyson tried to steal an Indian name and say it was a black name. What a racist piece of shit.
Terrible. Throw him in racist jail right now.
Right. Lou Silver for $5.
Racist prison.
There you go. Lou Silver for $5 says Kanye, he's been running for sanity for a very long time, hates Jews, and is clearly proud of it. That is true.
It's awful.
How long is it till Candace goes full Kanye? That's the real question.
She already has.
No, she's not quite there.
What?
Full Kanye. She's not at full Kanye. She's at like 1/10 Kanye. Okay.
Didn't she talk about how Hitler did some good things?
That was. Listen, she's at 1/10 Kanye. All right. I'm going to stick by that estimation. Maybe you could convince me to 1/6 Kanye. Right. But she's not full Kanye.
She said Hitler was trying to make Germany great again.
She did say that. TZC3 for $10 says, hey, Sitch, I finished the last season of Jobless Reincarnation, and yeah, never watching it again. Really gross.
Jobless Reincarnation, huh?
What is that? I never even talked about that. Have I? I don't even know what that is.
Let's watch the Gavin Newsom clip. It's only 32 seconds.
Okay.
Are we done with super chats?
No.
Okay. I'll send it to you. You do your thing.
Stargate 44 for $5 says, is there a civil war? It won't be military formations. It'll be like the Spanish Civil War. Neighbor versus neighbor, town versus town, but still unlikely. I'm skeptical. But yes, I agree, unlikely. J Mac, so I got 5. Thanks so much for the $10. Says, no, the creatures already have generated descriptions. I just find them and name them appropriately. Oh, okay. Well, good on you then. Good on you. That makes sense. Fondue for $5 says, but Sitch, Hassan is the streamy for best new streamer several years running. That's fucking hilarious. So Hassan keeps winning the streamer for best news coverage, and then he gets ranked as like top, like bottom tier shit for
they should rank the streamies below them.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's very funny.
The streamies need to be off the chart. Those streamies are bullshit.
Okay. Let me see.
He wins it like every year too. It's pathetic.
I know. I pulled up the thing. So
I sent you the link.
I got it.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
No.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
There's an intangible. It's different.
How are you feeling about the Switch?
I mean, the Switch. Now, we went through a very open process, and a very inclusive process. It was bottom up. I don't know if you know that. Yes, that's what I've been told to say.
Yes, it was a blitz primary, I believe that's what they called it.
It's a very, very fast blitz. Yes. I think it was a blink primary, so we call that.
Oh, a 30-minute convention. Yeah, between a tweet and another tweet.
It's amazing how it happens.
Yeah, it's been amazing. But what is amazing is how unified everybody is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's next level.
So
there's an intangible. It's different.
Wow. Gavin's mad salty. Holy
did you
crap.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you detect any conflict in this little back and forth here?
I'm so glad you sent me this clip. You know why? It shows that we were 100% correct. Okay?
Yeah.
We were 100% correct.
He wanted in.
Yes. There were a lot of people that are like, no way, Gavin Newsom just saying for the future, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, no. He wants it now. And boom. He 100% wanted in. He is salty. He is mad. Oh, man.
He is big mad. Yeah.
Right.
As soon as I saw this, I was like, holy shit.
We called that. Oh, man.
He's like, I did a debate with DeSantis. At least I did a debate.
Totally called it.
And then he tries to reel it back in. I'm supposed to. This is what I'm supposed to tell you.
Fondue for $5. Oh, the one. John in Iowa for $5 says the anti-black racist claim for mispronouncing Kamala is weirder since it's an Indian name. True. Another good point. Lou Silver for $5. Thanks so much. Says Hamas Piker drank his own Kool-Aid long ago. The exhaust from his new Porsche must be causing the brain break pro-terrorist stance. Maybe.
Wow, I keep winning in the poll. The longer it goes, I mean, if we let this go overnight, it's gonna be totally inverted.
Yeah, right. 1,139 votes later. Have you heard the Witch Doctor song before today? 69% said yes, of course. Adam is crazy. 31% say no, I live under a rock. There you go. Look at that. You're slowly gaining. That's true.
I am, yeah.
31%. So
as my boomer audience comes in, everyone's like, what?
Ooh, ah, ah. Ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah.
Walla, walla, bing, bang.
That's an old song. It's from like the 50s. I don't know if the boomer should know it. I would bet you. Here's the issue. I bet you the boomers know it and the millennials know it. But that there's probably some Zoomers and some Xers that don't know it. There's like weird gaps in the generation of people that know this song or not.
Right. Because we were out doing stuff.
Okay.
We missed it.
Alex J95 for $5 says, thank you so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, sent my first super chat to inform on Bill H.R. 2 the Republicans passed in 2023, the Secure Our Border Act.
Is that the one we went through?
No. Let's see. The Secure Our Border Act, introduced in the House, 2023. The bill addresses issues regarding immigration.
Oh, look. It's...
What about this bill? What am I looking
it's
at?
erudite. She's on the Progressive Victory payroll here. All these people.
Senator Cruz introduces Senate companion to House PAC Secure the Border Act for border construction. Secure the Border Act, sponsored by Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida. Hey, look at that. VANCE proposal represents an enforcement-only approach to migration-related challenges of the United States-Mexican border. Will restart border construction and defund NGOs that provide service to migrants.
Hey, I thought we were wrapping up. What are you doing?
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll look into this. You're right. I'm tired.
You're doing another border bill?
I got sucked in. Damus for $5 says, I need y'all to watch the original House of the Dragon, High School of the Dead. I've never seen that. I've seen clips of that. That's the show that has like the big-titted anime girls fighting zombies. So that's all I know about it.
I'm in.
There you go, Adam's in. You have to be careful, though. They're all in high school, so, you know.
Oh, I'm going to get in big... Never mind.
You're going to get in trouble.
I'm not going to watch it. I already watched Kill la Kill, and I got in trouble for that, so...
Lou Silver for $5 says, not going to defend Slick Rick or Gavin Newsom, but he is exactly that. So, seen a successful politician lately? There you go. Okay.
Yeah, don't defend him.
Anyways.
Oh, wow. Chud is on Progressive Logic.
Progressive
voice of... Yeah.
I don't know if any of these accusations are true, though, so I wouldn't throw them out. So that's why
of course not. Yeah,
throwing out names and shit.
No,
right.
But I mean, I Am Really Important does kind of look like he takes super bad.
Terrible.
No, I'm kidding. Look, I actually like I Am Really Important. So, all right, is that it? Are we good?
That's it.
We did it all. I'm gonna watch this Progressive Victory.
Thank you so much, everyone. Anyways,
that was amazing. Thank you all for the thing.
Anyways, thank you all for coming.
It sounds better with harmonica, doesn't it?
It does sound better with harmonica. See?
It's not as cool.
I know. That's why I wait, right?
It's on. I got to turn my noise cancellation off, though. And sometimes when it's late, I'm like looking around, clicking, trying to find the thing.
Right. Anyways, Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true people who don't laugh or cackle at your own jokes. You are the true people that will be able to answer the policy prescription questions when asked in a one-on-one interview on the tarmac or while you're waiting to get on your campaign bus, and Tim Walz will stand behind you and he will look upon you with pride and not embarrassment. You are the true isekai protagonists, but only for the good isekais, not the bad isekais that exist only for fan bait and because you want to show off women's titties or weird underage boys getting into relationships they shouldn't get into relationships with, even though they're reincarnated. And we will see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye!
By the way, 69% say yes. Of course, Adam is crazy for not knowing the Witch Doctor song.
Yep. Have a good night.